Hey. And this down. This down. Oh, I know this guy. Look at this tank build. I need to edit this build. Sweet. I know that guy. What a guy. Know him. Good morning, everybody. I'm Tom, and today I am going to be streaming. So, let's go stream. All right. Good morning, young man. Good morning. How are you doing today? Doing well. Feeling good. Appler. I am here streaming. Usually I stream in the morning, but today I am not because I had things that I needed to do today. Well, the long and short of it is I had a package I was supposed to get delivered. It was supposed to get delivered in the morning, then I got delayed to the afternoon, then I got delayed to the late afternoon. Oh. 3 levels today. Oh, baby, that's sick. I'm not making 3 levels. I'm level 30, and I'm not going to increase in my level anymore than what I already am. But good day. I hope you're all doing well today. Not even 31. Hey, someday I will be. Lag hasn't been the best today. That's what I've heard. Which makes me excited. I mean, you're playing tank. With your tank build. I'm excited to see. Wait, how much do I heal you for? Let's find out what happens. Well, I heal you for less than I heal me, so that's uninspiring. Level 6, but it's a recent TR. There you go. Still, that's good. 3 levels at 3 levels in one day is good. Do we have a healer? Yeah, we have 2 healers. We at least have 1.5. But yeah, I know that the lag has not been that good today. I haven't. Oh man, what is this outfit though? Oh. Dude, this is the coolest. No, stay in frame. Oh my gosh. I have this guy as low as I can, and he's still, like, splitting my head open with the volume. Oh, you got heal amp now? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the lag is bad. What I can tell you is this morning while I was waiting for my package to arrive, I was playing Path of Exile all morning. And there was no lag in there. And I got to maps, and it was pretty damn good. So yeah, so that's what I was doing this morning while I was killing some time. I couldn't live stream because I was waiting for something. So as a result, we're going to be shifting the live stream towards the end of the day. So we'll be live streaming all night. Hopefully that's cool. Hopefully people like that. If people don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, so we should be good. I think everyone's in here. No, we're missing a few people. But yeah, so this is raid day. I got to update the thing at the top of the screen to display what character I'm playing. You guys can see. Now. Build. Also, thank you for the hydration. Thank you. Do we have a rogue? I didn't check. Oh, we don't have a rogue? Oh, okay. I didn't see a rogue, but Also, you're right. The lag is bad today. Holy moly. What is happening on my computer right now? Although I will say, I do appreciate when I don't get aggro on this stuff. Wait a minute. Are you doing the traps as the tank? Is this a trank? A trap tank? Some type of trank? It's crazy. Oh, this guy's getting murdered. This is, by the way, also why you run 80% threat reduction. That way I can just hit the boss literally the entire time and never worry about the fact that I'm hitting the boss. No consequences to my actions. Dr. Shrimdom? Yes, that's me. Hello, this is Doctor. What's up, Egg? How you doing? And yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm just alchemisting here, doing some you know, fun alchemist stuff. You know, getting cursed, whipping potions, hitting the boss. I shouldn't have to worry about like waiting to like get aggro. Some people do have to do that, but again, minus 80% threat. I don't really worry about it too much. Yeah, I do hit for like 40,000 damage sometimes, but it's not that big of a deal. 30 already? No, this is my alchemist. My alchemist has been at 30 for a while. This is Stream, the character that I usually reincarnate on stream. I have taken this character to 30, and I'm kind of just leaving it here for a little while, with the goal of effectively, you know, just because I wanted to be able to play. Oh, hello. I just wanted to be able to play at endgame for a little while, and so Alchemist seemed like it would be a good fit since it's extremely powerful. And I made my build video about it. If you haven't seen it, it's up on YouTube at youtube.com/Strimtom. You can check out that website for all of the latest Strimtom build videos, or go to a forum link for Strimtom's build repository. You can find that link in there as well. And I'll have another video coming up this Monday talking about the Druid character that I'm playing, and with the main and most important aspect of it, talking about how it is not the best thing to play, but it's good enough. And this lag is all over the place. Even there until it's nerfed, I assume? No, I just wanted to do this for like a month. I wanted to have an easy farming character. But basically, I just wanted to have a character that I could go and do like Slave Lords with and other stuff like that. That's all. I'm just gonna use this character to do like a few more Slave Lords runs, farm out like 30 more tokens, maybe do a couple more Sharn runs to get some more mats, and then reincarnate it probably. Not the best, but it's good enough. I don't know. This character is pretty close to the best. No word of a lie. It's very good. I can do stuff like hit Sulamates for 20k. No, don't make your save, buddy. 41? Good enough. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, and then I have all of the actual individual spells. So like my multi-vial hits for about 40,000 as well. How much is it for? Throw in one multi-vial, 10k, 10k, 3k, 9k. If I got 4 crits, which I did not, 10k, 9k, 10k, 10k. So yeah, multi-vial's about 40k every time I press it. 10k, 8k, 8k, 10k. Yeah. Then I can go, so I can do 120,000. I go multi-vial into energy burst, and then I just hit him for 120,000. Hey, what's up, Hawk? How you doing? And how much did that cost me? 29 mana, 15 mana, and 20. So, 64 spell points. When and how do you think they're going to nerf Alchemist? Okay, first of all, I just want to point out, I don't think that they're going to nerf Alchemist. Well, I don't know why everyone, like, implied that my video was talking about a nerf or advocating for a nerf. I never said that in the video, and the title of the video is like, get it while it's good, like, which is an allusion to You know, soup's on, get it while it's hot. But everyone was like, oh, you're advocating for a nerf. You want a nerf. I'm like, did that expression die in the pandemic? Do people not say, like did people forget this? Like, has no one been to, like, a potluck? Or, you know, you have this warm reminiscent thing where, you know, you're playing outside in the yard, and your mom yells out the window, dinner's ready, get it while it's hot. You know, soup's on. Is that not a thing that happens? I mean, if that doesn't happen, maybe that's a Canadian thing. It's probably just a Canadian thing, I guess. Because it just feels like a lot of the Americans that we're watching, yeah, are not familiar with that terminology, that reference. That's my implication. It is an American thing? Oh, then yeah, I have no idea. Okay, yeah, sounds good. No, it's just because a lot of people were making the claim that I was, like, either both advocating for a nerf or implying that it's going to get nerfed, which is inaccurate at best. But yes, but right. So the thing about it is that when something is hot, it's good and it's exciting. When something is not, it's less exciting. Think of it kind of like, you know, a popular song. So you might remember this, maybe. It was like 6 or 7 years ago. There was a song that was on the radio, and it was called The Song of Summer. It was Get Lucky by Daft Punk. It was playing everywhere. Literally everywhere you went, this song was playing on all the radio stations. It was in movies. It was all over the place. And it was just playing all the time. Did that song get worse? No. But do people listen to it all the time? No. Because it's just not popular anymore. It's just, it was popular, and then it's not. Things shift in popularity. That's just, like, literally the up and down of stuff. I know I'm not answering any questions or really responding to anything in chat. I just find it perplexing. Anyway, these are, like, concepts that I am trying to explain, which makes no sense to me. Like, I feel like these are, like, easily understandable concepts, but there were, like, just people who were watching the video that I guess were either just genuinely very confused about how things function, or were, like, intentionally misunderstanding the point. Again, if you, like, you know, if English second language, you never heard these terms or expressions, I get that, but yeah. Oh, what are the raids that we're doing? Vision Destruction, Lord, all the ones in House Caneth, probably a few other ones. Anyway, so, yes, what would if something gets nerfed about Alchemist, what would they change? I don't know. If I was to nerf Alchemist, all I would do is, basically, I think I would take Multivial and leave it as a level 5 spell, but I would make it a single target spell and not a AoE spell. And I would add in a new level 6 AoE spell that is like double down or something like that. And it throws out 2 vials. That's probably what I would do. That's pretty much it. I think that's all I would do. I would just make it so Multivial is single target, because I think the single target damage is perfectly acceptable. And I would just add a new spell that is just 2 hits of a Multivial, and it's AoE. Yeah, or make the other spells like Gold Breath and things like that more appealing. Yeah, again, another great idea. That's another good idea as well. I don't think that Alchemist damage is too high. I just think the fact that Multivial is too good. You just don't need to cast anything else. That's really the big problem. Is you get Multivial, and then once you get it, it's the best spell all the way until the level cap. But it's not so overpowered. Like, I'm not sitting here making... I hit that thing, and I'm like, yeah, check it out. In my spell combo, I did 120,000 damage between Multivial Frost, and Energy Burst. Cool. And then I gotta wait like 6 seconds. And then you have these melee builds that are literally double striking for 20 to 25,000 damage repeatedly. But they're like, you know... And that's literally just melee. But no one cares. It's because it's AoE. That's the only problem. Oh, my crits are going up constantly? Yeah, my crit chance right now is 90%. 91. It goes up to 91% self buffs. Ooh, Gloves of the Glacier. You guys need gloves of the glacier? I got some blues. Because I'm going to keep them if you guys don't need them. Don't come after our melee builds. How? Well, Chaotic D&D, you want to know how I get the stats that I get? No, I was going to wear these gloves, but the problem is the gloves and the bracers literally do nothing. They have no stats on them. You could take all the stats off of them and they would be the same gloves. Bam! Not only do I have a full build, plus a video. Wait, you say you want them, Wrath? Okay, great. I'm taking them. By eating Big Macs? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't just eat Big Macs. I also, you gotta eat the Big Mac, but you gotta take out the middle bun of the Big Mac, and then so you take the Big Mac, you take out the middle bun, and you put a whole McDonald's chicken sandwich in the middle, and then you eat that together. That's how you do that. They won't nerf Alchemist. Do you plan on making one? Anyway, I'm not saying that they should nerf Alchemist or Melee. I'm saying that they don't need to nerf Alchemist. Alchemist damage is fine. They just need to rail in the AoE of Multivile. That's the only problem with this class, is that Multivile should not be AoE, and the level 6 spells should be more compelling. Gold Breath should be more compelling. It does very little damage as a spell. For a 6th level spell, this is the lowest max level damage spell I think in the game, because it does normal damage. It does pre Sork buff damage. So yeah. And then Elemental Combination. Actually, this Gold Breath does less damage than Elemental Combination, and it's really tedious to use. Oh, is it? Alright. Alright, Lower to Blades time. Like half geared, my Thunderstroke Energy Burst are critting for 20k, even in an off spec? Yeah. Okay, so you want to know how I get my crit chance all the way up to 100 zillion? Alright. Just lean in close. Okay? So first step is we get 5% just as a base. As a character who plays with magic, you get 5% for free. So that's pretty cool. In the build that I wrote, the end crit chance is 93%. I made some improvements. But in this build, it's 91%. Because of feat choices that I made. Then I have the Bound Elemental Ring of Frost for an extra 32%. It brings me up to 37. I have a Past Life Energy Criticals, which gives me 9% additional crit chance, bringing me up to 46%. For 46%, not too bad. Then I have Alchemist points, giving me 1, 2, 3, 4% crit chance here. I get an extra 1% crit chance from Fey Dark Illusionist. So I think I'm at 51%, or whatever it is. Then we look at set bonuses, set boni. I have the Bound Elemental Ring of Frost, which gives me 10% crit chance. I have the Glassheart Docent, which gives me 15% crit chance. And then I use the Filigrees for the Frozen Wanderer for an extra 5% spell crit chance. That's all of them. And no, they're always going to be up. Tell me with pillars? Yeah, I can solo pillars if you want. If you want to do the bottoms, because I can smash it. It's only 2 spells to break a pillar. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, well, weird. You know how sometimes when you're playing a ranged build, the game sometimes looks like it drags the arrow animation from somewhere existing on the map and reuses it? You can do that with the Mysterious Remnant drop. That's weird. And yes, I have seen that, where the arrow like curves into your character and then goes straight out. Yeah, I've seen that before. Anyway, that's how I get my crit chance so high. Oh yeah, and the last thing, so that's all, that adds up to 81%, all those numbers. The last thing is Empyrean Magic. This is a effect you get from Divine Crusader. And it does 2% bonus universal spell power and 1% crit chance whenever you cast a fire, light, or healing spell. So I use, intentionally, Multi-Vial of Flame as well as Elemental Combination to keep my crit chance up. And that is how we do that. So yeah, so that's essentially where all the crit comes from. That's how we get it going. And we should be good.
New challenge. For folk.
It led me strength. Fix the multi-vial bug. Maybe. Yeah, you just that's why even if I had imagine I had 0 past lives, instead of 91% or 94% crit chance, I would have 85%. 85% is pretty good. So one consumes the other and gets bigger. Yeah, there's always a bigger fish. It's always a bigger number. This is an exact demonstration of this principle. It's just science. If you'd like to not only see the full breakdown, find out how to do it yourself, where to get all the items. If you'd like to see for yourself and where to get all the items, yeah, have that video and that forum post about doing that. Also, I challenge people to give me a better build, a better item set on the forum post, and which is perfectly good for most part. But the only response I got is the only build that item build that I got is using like 7 pieces of legendary green steel, which I don't use. Put a Big Mac inside a fish fillet sandwich, that would make it bigger too, right? No. You don't eat a fish fillet sandwich. You've already made a mistake. You've already done something wrong.
You cannot defeat us. We are no longer
Don't eat the filet of fish. This is like problem number 1 right there. You've already lost me, you know what I mean? Didn't say eat. Oh, you just put it in. Oh yeah. If you just put it in, it's all good. Back. Ugh. There we go. That's probably fine. But yeah, so the numbers on the Alchemist do seem kind of unrealistic. But again, the whole idea is Dungeons & Dragons Online is a game that is mostly about just having the right stats. Important, like just getting the gear and all sorts of other stuff. The past lives do impact this character with 9% crit chance, but they're epic past lives, which means if you actually already have this character, like you build the character the way I have it right now, and then you take this character into epics, as you can see, I smash everything and destroy all monsters within my path. So getting those 3 epic past lives, which are arcane past lives, which come from playing Draconic Incarnation, means you never need to change your epic destiny, and you never need to do anything different or unique. You just hit the monsters. You will very easily have this energy criticals very fast.
Kenneth researchers must have installed this levitator to better access the lower ruins. Judging from its wear, that was decades ago.
Oh. So, also, Blade Forged Assassins are really annoying because they take half damage from all magic because they have improved evasion. They don't take half damage from melee. Editor's note: I love melee, so I usually play it.
It brims with power.
I drink diet soda because I think it's healthier.
Forces of life
yeah.
Itself.
Well, the thing is, I don't know whether diet soda is healthier or not, because really, I'm just going to be honest, I don't care enough to do the research, and I'm disinterested with the results, because it's not really something I even care about a little bit. So whether it is healthier or not healthier, or the science is inconclusive or conclusive and people don't want to believe it, doesn't matter what the answer to this problem is, I literally don't care, because diet soda sucks. It doesn't matter if it's healthier, it just sucks. This is the problem. Oh yeah, I could drink diet soda. Just drink something else. It's like if you want Coca-Cola and you drink Diet Coke, it doesn't taste the same. Diet Coke sucks. Just drink another drink. Gotta reduce my cola intake. Great. Then reduce it. Go get another drink. Coke Zero. If you gave me a Coke challenge, I guarantee you, like if somebody did you like a Pepsi challenge, you know where they blindfold you. If they gave you a Coke Zero and a Coke, I guarantee you could tell the difference between Coke Zero and Coke. It is perfectly valid to like Diet Coke. I have known some people that do like Diet Coke more than regular Coke because it tastes different.
Power enough to destroy every fleshling, every Warforged traitor who sympathizes with the enemy.
Every Warforged traitor.
This corrupt city.
Well, look at me, Mr. Blades. That exploded. Okay, I think all the damage is going in. There it goes. God, Alchemist is cool. Pepsi isn't made the same, what, 30 years ago? Those original Pepsis had Kid Nut. Well, didn't they have Pepsi Original or something? Didn't they come up with like a Pepsi Retro a few years ago? I remember they had like a special Pepsi can or something. I don't know if it was because of like anything in particular. You can Dragon Breath it. Oh, yeah. Thinking something. Yeah, they had it. It was regional. They had a regional one. Big diet Dr. Pepper. If she goes without, she gets headaches. Dude, if you find yourself unable to like live your day without having a drink, you should be just monitor that situation, you know, and alert your doctor. Ask your doctor if drinking soda pop until you get headaches is right for you. Probably missed it. Yeah. Well, this was like I said, this was like a couple years ago. Addictive and do that to you? I mean, maybe. You mean sugar? Sugar is unfortunately an addictive chemical. It can affect the brain in interesting ways. Because it's really satisfying to have. The brain is like, oh, sugar? Hell yeah. This is exactly what I want right now. Yeah, headaches is a pretty common caffeine thing. Yeah, exactly. Caffeine headaches are like a real thing. I drink coffee pretty much every day. And I have no interest in not drinking coffee. But there are days where just sometimes I'll wake up and I just don't drink any coffee, and it doesn't really have an effect on me. I'm not like more or less productive. I drink coffee more out of habit than anything else, which is one of the reasons why I'm happy that I work from home, because instead of drinking coffee out of habit, where I go to an office and I spend like, you know, $4, or not $4, like $2 to buy a coffee every day, instead I'm at home, where instead of spending $4 on a coffee every day, I spend like $0 because I buy a big thing of Folgers that lasts a few months. Which, while like, is Folgers coffee the best coffee brand? No. But is it like $5.99 at the store? Yeah, it is like $5.99 at the store. You want a coffee for hot cocoa? Ooh, yeah. That's definitely unhealthy. Must be like, oh, sugar? Yeah, all the tapeworms. Well, you gotta think about them too. Soda Blades. Oh, by the way, if you have any questions about what's going on with the race, please let me know. Cool things. You allow a little bit of. Yeah, 100%. Well, also, here's the thing. You know, they talk about all the time mental health. Mental health is important. And you see these car commercials, but they'll be like, we at Nissan know that in these trying and difficult times, that your mental health is a challenge. That's why we think you should buy a Nissan Sentra, Allegra. Buy a car from our car company. Woo! Wow! That was a lot of damage. I did not realize they did that much. Like this, melee. Anyway. And, you know, and all these companies will talk about, like, mental health, because they're like, yeah, it's a good buzzword for you to buy our whatever, buy our soda pop or whatever it is. And for me, if something is genuinely helping you, so if you're like, you know, for me, like coffee a day, it's just a good, I just like it, it's a good habit. I wake up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, feel pretty good. I don't put sugar in my coffee, just put some milk in, call it a day. Oat milk. And it's unsweetened oat milk. Thank you very much. Oh, there he is. But yeah, it's you know, if you like doing something and it makes you feel like straight up, it just makes you feel good. Yeah, if you straight up feel very good from having, you know, that type of beverage, don't worry about it. Enjoy it.
Out of the blue goo sparkling with energy. It looks like the Lord of Blades has completed. The forge. A planar gateway rips open in the middle of the platform.
Blue goo.
Creatures of nightmare burst through. The Lord of Blades greets the new arrivals.
These war-forged bodies are much more powerful than the alternative.
Wow, that thing was alive with like a sliver.
Access to such an abundant supply. This time, we shall complete our
potions all the way to the top.
The Lord of Blades falls, but then the cracks in his armor vanish as a blue glow surrounds him. The Warforged god regains his feet and resumes his attacks.
They're all prepped. This is the little blades. Blue Goose and Dr. Beverages. Blue Raspberry, man, is like the best version of raspberry. It's like one of the best beverages. I don't know what Blue Raspberry is or what flavor it's supposed to be emulating, but Blue Raspberry is straight up the fucking best. I love Blue Raspberry. It's so tasty. Again, don't know what it is. Couldn't tell you what a Blue Raspberry looks like, what flavor it's supposed to be emulating. All I can tell you is that it is stone cold delicious. And I could literally eat it all the time. Like a blue raspberry slushy or a blue raspberry whatever. I don't care. It's all good.
For a third time, your hurricane of blows and spells brings the Warforged deity to the ground.
Go away. Stop attacking. I'm cursed, but it's fine. I don't give a shit. Go away. I'm breaking pillars. Good old raid. One thing I will say I will miss about Alchemist is drinking potions while running. Never have I said I need that blue goo in me. Is that an actual beverage? Or are you just making that up? Blue goo.
He bellows rage and wrath.
Well, there's blue goo, marijuana strain. When I googled it, that's the first thing that came up. Blue goo is a sativa-dominant hybrid that's a cross between the famous hybrid Blue Dream and Indica
The furious Warforged god looks about and takes stock of the events wrought.
That's the first thing that comes up.
Then exhales in disgust.
How much HP do you get from past lives? I don't know.
I see it now. It was nothing but a trap to enslave us
Probably
to
like
get another master. I take my
how many primal past lives do I even have?
forge.
That is a great question.
It is done. By your own power, you prevented the calamity that House Cannith,
Here.
with all of its infinite resources,
Primal.
could
So
not
ancient
stop.
power
Now all
is
that
3,
left is for
and
you
Colors
to
of the
claim
Queen
your
is
just
3.
rewards.
So each one of those is 15 health. So 15 times 6 is... What's 15 times 6? How come I can't figure this out? 90? So I get 90 health. And then I have a barbarian past life. So that's 100. So I get 100 health from past lives. Yeah, so I have 100 from past lives. So I've got 1948 and 100 comes from the past life. Yeah, like it does impact my character. Like 100's 100, so I'd be at 1848. But according to the blue goo in the DM dialogue during the raid. Oh, the blue goo. Okay, because I did Google it. Yeah, you can get way more. I don't care about grinding up past lives. Except for the racial lives, because I find racial lives very interesting. It lets me to put more points in the racial tree. So I can make some cool and weird and goofy builds. Oh, nice. I like that raid title. Yeah, you can get more. There are 4 different primal past lives. So you can have double what I got from primal, so you can get an extra 90 on top of what I got, plus an extra 20 from barbarian past lives. So yeah, there's easily an over 110 extra health you can get if you want. HP is like 610. Oh, if you're 610 and you don't have Constitution, I mean, I can show you what items that give me Constitution. That's the biggest deal. I use the Deep Snow Boots, which gives Constitution 5, or Quality 5 and Insightful 10, so that's 15 Constitution in one item. Then I use the Heart of the Prince, which gives me 21 Constitution in one item, so that is 36 points of Constitution, which is helpful. And then also I have a 4-piece of the Winter set, which gives me 20% legendary bonus to hit points, so I get some extra hit points right there. And then on top of that, I also use the Cold Iron Bracers, which gives Vitality 72 and False Life. Plus I have a Sapphire of False Life in here, so the Bracers themselves give me 122 health. So I try to get as much health in as many places as I can. You know, health is good. Stops you from dying. It all comes out in the wash. Yeah, Constitution. Oops. Didn't even set up my legend. These things right. Oh, I'll lose a bunch of mana. I'll get it back. Here we go. Did I put that on? No, I did not. Yeah, so these are my current stats right now. Really stuck waiting for the gauntlet there on console? Yeah. It's a good gauntlet. But yeah, so these are my stats kicking around right now. And if we were in Reaper mode, this would be a little bit higher to have 116 intelligence right now. If I was in Reaper mode, going up to 1.8, and I'd push it up to 118 if we were on Reaper. With another lasting elixir of Fox's Shrewdness.
I am Tovin de Cannith.
I don't use any extra con boosts or anything in combat. There was a bug on Alchemist to get an extra free 4 con. Free 4 con. That's confusing language. Anyway, there was a bug on Alchemist that got your extra Constitution, but they fixed it. Yep, False Life and Vitality, and I think Profane. Vitality is a different stat. It's Vitality bonus, Quality False Life, and then regular False Life. So yeah, Vitality, Insightful False Life, Quality False Life, Profane False Life. It's all just different stacking rules.
I've saved from their misery. No doubt your minds have been poisoned by
Heal everybody.
Still, you should be careful about the choices you
What's up, Raven Lunatic? How are you doing today? How do you feel? How's your day going?
Doubtless Channa told you that I am hurting the Warforged.
On this fine old Saturday.
True.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Cleansing them of the flawed. Have you encountered the
Yeah, it's not a bad day today. Tell you what, it's not a bad day.
It's
a pretty good day today.
Are superior to us in every way.
Happening. Oh, yeah.
However,
in here.
I have discovered a way to fix the Warforged. A dim image of Tovin stands in the middle of
Hopefully I'll be able to get enough of these runes so that way I can refill my character stats.
An odd-looking Warforged. He beckons you to approach.
Ooh, stats. I got healed. Who healed me? Who did this?
I must refuse. I can't give up.
Oh,
just
positive
for the need for
energy
my
aura.
warrior's greatest.
Whoa, 600
Can
positive
we
energy aura.
will
That's
come to
big.
its senses after I have adjusted.
Exactly. A symbol for your last symbol for your last book? A symbol for your last book? What's a symbol for your last book?
This key
Like, are
is
you a writer?
surprisingly
And they gave you like
complex in
a
design.
symbol that
It must
has some type of
open
special
something
writing in it?
important.
Oh, wait, symbol for your last book in Lotro. Wait, what's symbol for your last book? Okay, now I'm even more confused. Are you talking about like your? Oh shit! Are you talking about the? Oh, the blemish symbol for the first age. Okay, gotcha. Right, your book, as in your character class minstrel lore master book. Gotcha. Sorry, for some reason when you said Lord of the Rings and you said book, I was thinking of like the main story quest, like the book quest. And I was like, wait, what? What? No, that's totally cool. I should be able to catch up on that, you know, because I'm a big nerd, and I should be aware of nerd stuff. So I would blame me. I would blame me for that. Also, daily silver roll in raid. Ooh, 200 XP. Nice. Ow. Stop shooting me. Pieces of crap. I'm trying to dodge as many shots as I can. Sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I have everything I need for the most part for my my characters. I have to do some farming. I need more embers. Also, they added a new vendor with the patch that just came through. Now, this vendor obviously isn't going to apply or impact a lot of people, but it has a huge impact on me. So they added a new vendor at Anak Curfew, which is in the War of Three Peaks, who allows you to trade for the gear from the raid in exchange for embers. This is great because the gear from the raid is, in some cases, much better itemized. And so all of the might healing gear is extremely good. On top of that, you can actually, if you complete tier 3, buy all of the gold tier jewelry, which I did not know. So, I'm going to be looking at some of those stats and probably making some changes and some adjustments on my cabinet. Oh, gotta melee this guy. Melee. Yeah! I meleeed him to death. There's a shrine here? Why would you shrine? Get out of here. A shrine. Red. Imagine shrining in this game. But yeah, so what it means is I can buy all like the cool things. What I'm looking forward to. I want to get all the gold tier jewelry, but to get the gold tier jewelry, that means we have to beat tier 3. So Emdan Demul tier 3 is probably going to be a focus point for the guild now to get everybody through it. What the heck is this? Oh, that's hilarious. There, somebody sent me a message that was really funny. Is everyone in? I think we're all in. Alright. King of Flickering Steel. Quality Sheltering. All that energy. Can't wait to blow everything up here. Everything's gonna blow up! Did I cast buffs on myself? Yeah, I'll cast buffs on myself.
Instead of throwing potions, what if you brought a baseball pitching machine around with you?
No, I am a baseball pitching machine. I pitch baseballs like you've never seen before. Watch out, Babe Ruth. Is he a pitcher? I don't know. Anyway, watch out, baseball people. I'm the pitchest guy in the world. Stop your game from being capped at 18 FPS when you tab out? No. Lots of games have the option to enable or disable your tabbed FPS, and this game does not have that feature. Path of Exile does, and a lot of games have a background FPS limiter. Diablo 3 does. Just trying to think of games offhand where I can remember what that icon looks like. But DDO and Lotro do not. Nolan? Oh, I'm like Nolan Ryan? For 30k with? Energy Burst. From Draconic Incarnation. Technically, all of my spells crit for that much. They just don't look like it. Like that multi-vial is 7k, 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 and there's one non-crit in there. Which is effectively 30,000 damage. It just doesn't, it's not one big number. So you have to like, you have to read all the numbers. But, you know, it's not that hard to read the numbers. Yeah, exactly. I can't apply vulnerability stacks to these things because they're immune to poison. They heal from fire, so I can't get 3. It's very unlikely for me to get 3 different stacks of damage on this thing. I can go like, boom. He made his save, so he took 18,000 half damage. Yes, yeah, I cast a spell, and it's 7k, 7k, 6k, 8k. So that's technically not, like, you know, that's not as much damage, or it doesn't look like it's as much damage, but it's more than 30,000. Or I can just hit him for a big 30,000, take 34. Maybe doing Frost Elf next week. I'm curious if there's any notable DC gear for leveling outside of Feywild since you don't own it. My gear set is heavily dependent on Feywild and doesn't use Sharn at all because I don't like Sharn or Sharn gear. It's also important to note that you also don't need any the Feywild gear for the most part is really defensive. That's where all of my constitution comes from and all of my health. Feywild gives me 36 constitution, 20% bonus to health, and 122 health.
A pattern of flashing lights appears above Tobin. What could it mean?
You can definitely do without. But yeah, you don't want it. What's up, McMahon Huge? How you doing?
Your muscles spasm. Behold, the purest
Yes, I'm Nolan, man.
ever created. An arcane power source they
I'm currently meleeing this power pistol to get my mana back. It returns spell points to everybody that stands near it. And so that's why I didn't really care about shrining ahead of time. Because the crystals restore your mana. As per the raid mechanic. Flavor fillers for HP. Yeah. We get your evocation DC up. Alchemists use conjuration, not evocation. So please don't get evocation. That would be hilarious. That would be really funny, but you don't want to do that. Oh yeah, my character has a ton of healing in. And then I also just do a bunch of healing. I just generally heal people for a lot.
arcane pattern. You've got to do something about those
And then I can just like hit this stuff from across the planet. And if I actually cast spells against this, which makes it die significantly faster, yeah. Yes, alchemists don't use evocation at all. They have no evocation spells, which makes it complicated because the issue with Cold Alchemist is that Cold Alchemist uses Energy Burst and White Dragon Breath Cold, which are evocation spells, versus the non-evocation spells like which is acid. Acid is conjuration. So generally you'd want to use conjuration, but I don't really care because I just have so much universal DCs it's irrelevant.
pattern of flashing lights appears above Tobin.
I don't want it's going to be a problem by any means, but
Stubbornness will ruin
R6
everything.
ends while leveling around 13s and 16s. Well, that could be fun.
Prepare the Titans!
You can probably convert all your spells into evocation on Alchemist. Oh no, I don't know the secret button. Is there a secret button, or are you making stuff up? Yes, Acid from Draconic uses Conjuration. Also, Acid Sorcerer and Wizard spells use Conjuration, with the exception of Acid Spray, the first level spell that you get. All the other Acid spells use Conjuration, and Conjuration or Black Dragonborn also uses Conjuration. You get a plus 20 Heart of Wood. Oh, is this and then you click Sorcerer? See, this is a pro strat. These are some MLG 420 pro strats right here.
I dare say that these
this is why
are my masterpieces. I put everything
I'm second
I know
rate.
into these magnificent
Also, I hate that this guy's still
creations.
hitting. All right. Warforged Titan, you win. I'll walk away. Fire to acid on your alky. Yep. Yep. The best alchemist, I think, is either acid or poison. Or fire. I don't know. Cold is not the best alchemist, by the way. I played cold alchemist because I wanted to play cold alchemist. Sorry, I had to help. Oh, well, I'm lagging anyway, so it doesn't matter. While wearing level 1 gear. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I just like the visuals of the cold spells. That's it. I just like the white flashes of like snow that pops up. I just like it. It looks cool. It's the aesthetic more than anything else. Speaking of the aesthetic more than anything else. Here we go. I can have my winter outfit on. Doesn't matter which element, don't all elements get immunity bypass? It's for itemization at endgame. That's the problem. At endgame, the itemization is a little bit different. Can I hit this thing? No, I can't. I guess I will watch. They all get a bypass, but like, there's sets that are designed for alchemists, and there are sets that are not. So, for example, there are no cold sets that are designed for alchemists. So if you want to use, like, for example, like some Sharn and stuff, so for me, to get my artifact bonus to cold damage, or cold crit, I have to use these bound rings of elemental stuff. There. Wait, are you implying that I don't have Empyrean magic? I have Empyrean magic. What are you talking about? It's right up here. I got 10 stacks. Well, no, I got 9 stacks. There you go. Now I got 10 stacks. Do it with an off element. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's all about itemization. All right, there we go. Now he's going to try to resurrect his Titan friends, and then he is going to die.
Tovin begins to channel energy into both Titans at once, putting him under incredible strain. His personal shield suddenly rings.
Yeah, he's done. Because I've got 1,442 cold spell power. Oh, baby.
Slaughter the city.
By capturing Tovin, you have saved the Warforged from his mad plan to cleanse their souls. Channa de Cannith will be grateful that you have managed to protect House Cannith's
There we go.
reputation.
Good job, everybody. That's it. I don't think I need anything from here. Tinker's goggles. Yeah, I don't think I need it. Project Nemesis next? Oh yeah, I can do that. I can get there. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why Alchemist, like I said, it is less about the actual element in terms of one thing being strictly better, or like because they all have bypass. It's mostly just like the itemization is different, so you have to do different things. That's a little bit of cold spell power. It's a little bit of cold spell power. Found elemental ring of lightning. That's cool. Oh, which flavor? Sweet. Is that true? No, you pulled a +7 con tome. Nice. Someone in raid pulled a +7 con tome. That's cool. The cool thing about pulling tomes in endgame raids is like this is an unbound tome. It's a +7 con tome right here. So, if I was to put this in here. Constitution? Okay, let's try again. See if I can... God, I can't even get the store to thing. No Emperor Palpatine build? I don't have one yet, no, unfortunately. Character... Stat tomes... Supreme tomes? Constitution tome. What's a +7 Constitution tome cost? +7 is... 1,845 points, so that's like an 1,845 point loot pull. Yeah, I currently don't have any Palpatine build. I'm not a big fan of lightning swords, for the most part. The spells just aren't the most exciting. You know what I mean? I'm kind of excited to try this character in, not Project Nemesis, but in that final raid up there, Too Hot to Handle. We're going to be doing Too Hot to Handle in a little bit. And all the Forge Wraiths take extra damage from cold. And as a cold alchemist, that's very good. I like when that happens. Celestial Blaster Warlock? Yeah, probably. Because you need to be like, constantly dealing damage. If only there was like a sustained lightning chain. Where you could just like you just keep pumping lightning into one person. So it had like a long animation. I want, one of my favorite abilities in any video game ever was in Metroid Prime. There was a, or in Metroid Prime, there was an effect that you could get. There was the wave beam, and each beam had like a special extra shot with missiles. So the power beam gave you super missiles, and the ice beam gave you like this freeze where you shot out like this big ball of ice and it froze everything. And the plasma beam gave you a flamethrower, which just shot out fire, which seemed stupid because it was already shooting plasma, which is better than fire, but that's not the point. And the wave beam had the wave buster. It was an electric beam, and when you did it, your character like went like this, and you whipped out, like you whipped your gun forward, and this like beam came out and it hit somebody, and then you saw this electric current going to the boss repeatedly, and I was like, hell yeah. I'm like, that's what I want. I want that visual where your character has almost like a lightning whip, and you like whip somebody and start shocking them. That's what we need as a cool spell. Where's my lightning whip spell? I think that's actually, isn't that an actual spell? Like electric loop, kind of like a lightning whip. Hi, Shrim. If I press Confront Any Foe once, how come I see 4 attacks with light damage on it? Because Confront Any Foe is a... By the way, Confront Any Foe is I'm pretty sure it's a cleave. And it hits more than once. And it does a lot of extra damage. But let me just say, there's a reason why every single melee build in the game tries to use Confront Any Foe. Let's just say that. I'm gonna die a bunch. You shouldn't die in Project Nemesis. The only exception is Too Hot to Handle. If you make mistakes in Too Hot to Handle, you wipe the whole raid. So just be careful. Because if you screw up the Forge Wraiths, everyone dies. I'll explain it ahead of time, but yeah, you have to be careful with Too Hot to Handle. One of the reasons you have to be mindful about Too Hot to Handle is because basically there's these Forge Wraiths, and if there's a Forge Wraith here and a Forge Wraith here, and you kill this one, then this Forge Wraith over here gets healed to full and upgrades, and the upgraded Forge Wraiths become problematic. But yeah, everybody uses that ability because it's very good.
You've managed to navigate your way through the lower cogs and arrive at your destination. The hidden Aneth facility and all of its secrets await you in the darkness ahead.
You only kill them all at once or just tank them? You have to kill them all at once. And if you kill... So you have to kill the Forge Wraiths all at once or separate them. Yeah, so yeah, use Sunburst to kill them all at once. You don't want to do damage because damage effects, like, for example, my multi-vial, one will die inevitably before the others because they're all taking different quantities of damage, even if it's small amounts of different quantities of damage. You got to keep that in mind. Yeah, this raid is very easy. This is this is Project Nemesis. Who's running the crane? Kiddo. If you let me go into all of the side portals, I'll just blow them up. But yeah, we'll explain Too Hot to Handle as we get to it. It's, again, this raid is not that complicated. It's just kind of long. But yeah, so in this fight, basically, there's 5 bosses. There's this big angel dude in the middle. He's an angel. He's not an Archon. He's straight up a whole angel. And his 4 cronies. 5 cronies? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cronies. And we have to kill them. Speaking of kill them, our prediction: will anyone die to Rudus jump?
The corpses of
yep.
Warforged and human guards in Canith
You guys have 2 minutes to put in for will anyone die to the Rudus jump.
The manners of their deaths
Each
seem
of the
to
4
be
bosses that we have
quite
to fight in here has unique mechanics.
Through the wreckage, you spot a magic
2 of them
map
are ranged. One is a
mounted in the wall.
spellcaster, and one is a
The portal
shooter.
takes you to an observation room overlooking
They're all
the
down here.
laboratory, filled with strange
So you have like
equipment.
the bosses. You have
Lieutenant
Gish, who is
Crane
melee,
is
and
here,
Rudus, who is melee,
looking down
and then you
on
have
the
Zulkis and
familiar
Urk,
foe.
who are both ranged. I don't know where Zulkis and Urk spawn. Oh yeah, there's Zulkis and there's Urk. These 2 are ranged. Rudus has a mechanic where he jumps up in the air and then he slams down on the ground. When he jumps up and then slams down, he deals damage in an AoE. So you have to jump to avoid it, kind of like a Mario game, where the monster, where like before Bowser or something hits the ground, you have to like jump over the shockwave, whatever it is. And that's basically the idea. Go. Making this harder to do. We have to turn off all of these corner puzzles. Wait, did that guy die already? To Rudus jump? Wait, where did Clanard die? No, he did not die to Red Us Jump. No, he did not. He got killed by Zulkis. So you have to be really careful about Zulkis and Urk. Zulkis, the reason why I'm not doing anything, I'm kind of waiting for stuff to set up. Zulkis casts, there's the jump. You have to jump. And then, like that, you got to jump over that shockwave. It's a very cool mechanic. I'm actually really happy that that's in the game the way it is. It's very visually interesting.
The gnome artificer is making good progress. We'd better shut her down quickly.
Oh shit! Someone's doing fucking this puddle up. So watch this guy. This puzzle's not speed lit. Whoops. We got to turn off all these puzzles.
Another ally.
Oh. Who else died? Am I being shot by Urk now? I don't think I'm being shot by Urk. It's not turned on. That's fine. There you go. Now it's good. Oh, so Throvil died. So yes, someone did die. So congratulations, whoever said yes.
Once again, a locking band slides open on the vault door.
Alright, so we can drop him. Woo. Almost got hit by that. Yeah, so you have to jump over the shockwave like it's friggin' Mario. Kinda cool. Not all undead. There's not all undead, but all Forge Wraiths. Forge Wraiths are undead, yeah. Oh, insta-kills. Insta-kill works on things that are vulnerable to light. So vampires, Forge Wraiths, other things like that. We don't know after the Earth Essences. I'll be right back. So once you kill one of the bosses, you have to soak up their body using this crystal. You have to get the crystal powered by powering all these different things on the edge of the room. And then once that's done, then you go fight these little mini-boss things, which I apologize if this is confusing. I'm trying to explain it as I go through. And I'm not used to doing that. Yeah. How raids be going? Pretty good. Wow. This guy sucks. Alchemy. Alchemy. It's two alchemists in here on this one guy. Poor guy. Found Earth. Goodbye. Disable the battery. Oh, that's so funny. No? I didn't see it. Where are you seeing that? Oh, yeah, there is only one lock left on the door. We are failing. That is correct. Yep.
A cloud of cold blue energy manifests.
Oh no, we
around
did.
his
You didn't
body.
pick him up.
The area nearby begins
I should have
to
called it out.
frost over.
We cannot fail when I have the power of the dead.
No, all the puzzles are good. I think it's because we just had them off for too long.
Rise again, my
We weren't paying attention.
pet.
The last
Yeah, raids are going
locking
fine.
band slides
We just
away. You
oh
have
no, we lost.
moments to act before the vault door
Wait,
opens.
what? Oh, it's bugged.
They've cut the power, your worship, cries Helena from her perch.
What?
I can fix it. This place has stairs for everything.
I'm
Watch
confused.
this. With a shimmer of magic, a wave of worker constructs appears around the edges of the room.
All the locks are off the door.
Power to the gate.
They didn't do anything. Everything was turned off, and the locks all just came off on their own. Interesting. That's a weird bug. How's 95-ish DC? We're playing on hard difficulty. 95 is fine for hard. No problem. I'm not that much higher. Damage sucks compared to these. Yeah. On THTH? On normal or hard, 95 is fine. Yeah, normal and hard is fine. 100%. But yeah, you'll see it in action. Just give it a sec. Are you ready on the laser? Yeah, it's fine. Oh my god. Gish. Not moving. Laser.
There is no lasting death for those faithful.
Okay. So anyway, so we just gotta laser up all the guys, suck them up, and
Gish, did you
This person.
lose my gift? Shameful.
no, I think it was a bug.
Away then.
Lick your wounds elsewhere.
Mistwalker
Alright, we're good.
falls to his knees.
But yeah, so that should be good.
Frown marring his
You don't lose until the
features.
door opens.
He looks up
Yeah,
to
but
address
how did all
you.
the locks come off of the door?
Mortals, I do believe you are
These
willing.
are...
I have indeed fallen from my divine origins. I suppose I must fall a
Doctor.
little farther still to continue on my path.
The laser is controlled by a control panel over here, by the way. So there's somebody who's using a control panel to manage this laser thing. This is a complicated raid to try to explain as we go and do it.
Darkness and fire churn together. A swirling portal tears open in front of the fallen angel, and a horned figure steps
Oh, did you disperse it? I didn't get anything. No one... I don't think anybody got anything.
All has been answered, Celestial.
Maybe you moved way too fast?
At my lord's behest.
It's still blue. That's why I'm asking.
This path is darker, but you are still
Yeah, you'll see.
Emissary smells. This
Ooh.
world is not worth.
Yeah, I'm just bombing Zulkis. So Zulkis, you can't be in melee with him because he's like a spellcaster.
Only to reappear in the ledge above you. He seems
Yeah, I didn't get it.
content to watch the battle for now.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna start. You want to follow Urk? We'll get Urk next. Never mind, I rolled a 1 on my fucking Thunderstroke. Oh! Why did I roll a 1? Oh. Oh. I rolled a 1! Well, I'm dead. Zulkas hit you for 2,386 because I rolled a 1. Important note, my save is well over 100 when I'm alive, so I definitely wouldn't have failed if I didn't roll a 1. Mats. This is why I usually like to take Epic Reflexes, is you avoid stuff like this. Generally a good game plan.
up, goblin. Back to your bow.
Good times. Anyway, this raid's kind of confusing. There's a lot of different moving parts. So long and short of it is there's these puzzles on the sides. We have to make sure all the puzzles are turned off, except for this one, because the puzzles give this little engineer in here the power to open this door. That's what they're trying to do. However, we can use this puzzle to prevent them from opening the door, because there's this little switch, this little thing. There's like an up, down, left, and right, and a button, and that controls this laser in the corner. And the idea is that by using the laser, you can then absorb the souls of the bad guys, and then that gives us essentially an elemental charge, and then you go into each battery, so there's these different colored circles, and once all the batteries are destroyed, then everything is broken, nothing works, and we get away scot-free. Convinced her that your word is worth it? Again, I'm a big fan of the oat milk. You might not like it when you try it. Everybody likes different things. But oat milk tastes like oatmeal cookies. Oh, we went way too fast on her.
Those faithful to me.
Might be able to get him if you button. Oh. Alright, just try to go for Zulkas. Coffee Crisp, it's her favorite chocolate bar. Yeah, like I said, I'm a huge oat milk guy. I don't know what happened. Big oat, I guess, got to me. He moved. Kirk moved. Oh, just to the right? Two to the right? Alright, I'm gonna kill him. He's done. Get him. Get him. Also, Zulkas is really annoying. He constantly casts very dangerous spells at you, so you need to be at top health all the time. Stop it, Zulkas. Ah, look at him. Look at that Thunderstroke. We'll try to convince us that regular milk costs billions of gallons of water to raise one cow. It's not billions of gallons of water to raise one cow, but the farming, the animal-based agriculture is very, very expensive in terms of material cost. I'm gonna kill him. Is that cool? Get him. This is their propaganda to drink oat milk. Like, it's very costly, and that's one of the reasons why I stopped drinking like regular milk, is because I don't want to support that. But yeah. Quick question: is there any world where there are more active players than others? Yes, Argonessen, by the way, is the correct answer. Argonessen is the most active world. If you ever want to check out the server populations and stuff, you can go to playeraudit.com. Damn it, I didn't get fire. Man, that sucks.
Another ally gone too soon.
Oat milk requires a lot of manual labor. What are you talking about, manual labor? It's all definitely all machine. I have no idea where the manual labor would come from. And you're right, it doesn't cost millions of dollars per cow. Where I'm also not talking about monetary cost. I'm talking about environmental cost.
Eyes on the battle. We'll honor
The amount of money something costs and the amount of damage it does to the environment are very different things. In fact, usually things that cost less end up doing more damage to the environment. Why don't they just make one big server or two? So CASPF, that is a great question. They want to, actually. They 100% do want to do that. That has been mentioned more than once by the DDO team. In fact, that has been mentioned during a question and answer session that the executive producers of Verlin was doing last year, at the tail end of last year. And they talked about how it's something that they want to do, but there's a few main roadblocks. Roadblock number one is they want to make sure the servers would be stable. Because there's lag issues that sometimes plague different servers for different reasons based on the hardware and other issues that exist with the servers, so they want to make sure the technology was also there. Well, another one of the larger issues is the technology for transferring all of the currencies, all of the names, and preserving everything is very, very complicated. The main issue that they have is they currently don't have a good way to transfer you and all your characters and all of your shared banks and all your names, as well as guilds, onto one big server. Consider for a moment that you are playing in a guild called the Sword of Shadow, and that's your guild name because you guys love the weapon and you think it's really cool and it's been there. But then you transfer it to another server and all the servers merge together. Well, who gets to have the name Sword of Shadow if another guild on another server already has the name? You can't have two guilds with the same name. That's problematic. So what do? Unfortunately, you can't just say, oh, well, let's just give the name to whoever has it the oldest, because that's not fair. Or, oh, well, then, somebody has to give up their name. What if two people made their guilds, they've been around for 10 years? You can't just tell somebody to change their name. Again, not fair. So there's a lot of different problems that go into making one ultra-large server and merging everything together in terms of just a lot of the data that goes along with it. Just all the individual player data and information.
Recall my lord's offer.
What happens to all the tunes on the other servers? Would you still have the same limits to the number of tunes you have? Yeah, exactly. What if you have 40 characters on every server and they merge it all together? Do you get 200 characters?
I understand. This will be a dark day.
I don't know.
But it may lead back to
and so they work on it. So that's the reason why they haven't done that.
I accept your conditions.
I'm just gonna hit Zolkis. Take him out of here. Yeah, the character limit on accounts, I think the limit on how many characters you can have on an account in total is 100. Not 100. I think it's like 52 is the total number of characters that you can have per server if you buy everything. And now you might say to yourself, okay, but who actually has that many? There is at least one person, which means there's probably more than one person who has that many characters. That's a problem. Again, so the main issue is that there probably is a way to fix all of these issues without all of these things being issues, but that takes some actually defined quantity of work that they haven't directly done yet. So it's something that they have said personally. The executive producer, the guy that signs all the checks, has said he wants to do, but that there are just complicated problems that get in the way of specifically just wanting to do that.
I am undone, mortals. I only ask you to spare my servants.
You would be willing to switch names from being able to play with more people? I wouldn't. I'm Shrimp Tom. I want to keep my name. I don't have to change them. What a lot of servers do is, or like what a lot of video games do, is they just give you an ID tag. Like, that's the reason why, you know, on Discord, you can have a bunch of people named John. Because you're John and then you have a number next to your name. So you're John 117. But the 117 is hidden. It's all behind the curtain. So then you're just actually just John on Discord. And the same thing is on a lot of games where they just give you a number, like a code. So there's no, you can have people with the same name because it's all tied to one account. You can't have two characters on the same account with one name, but you could have two people with this on the same server with one name because they're labeled by their account. I don't know if that's what they would do, but that's what they do in stuff like Elder Scrolls and other places. Or like Blizzard does it, where everybody can play with every other server because of the way the instancing works. So you're always with other people on servers. So it really doesn't matter what server you play on in Modern World of Warcraft. The Sword of Shadows was in fact your first big guild. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you do if there's like 8 guilds named Sword of Shadow? And everyone wants to have that name. And you're like, what do I do now? I'm gonna play a quick ad break. I don't have to use the washroom. Actually, I do, but my roommate's in the washroom. But quick ad break before we do this next raid. So quick ad break. Yeah, it's just like I said, it's a weird problem. I would love to see that get fixed. But yeah, I don't know if they will do that. They want to, so it's definitely in the cards. I would love it if everybody could play on one big server. That would literally make DDO so much better. Like, undeniably, that would make the game straight up better. Playing with other people is awesome. They just need two things to make that work. Well, first, they need to have... First, they would need to make it so that all the names and stuff worked. And second, they would need to get the instancing and layering fixed. Because they would need a lot more layers. Basically, if you had everybody back on one server, you'd literally have like 15 marketplace instances, and the interface of just clicking on the area of the map here to drag your instance is really clunky. They would need to make that smooth. All you got from you is essentially don't die. Okay, so no. Dying in this raid doesn't matter. What matters is... I can do a puzzle, by the way. So what matters in this raid, there's multiple portions. Basically, do not... Okay, first of all, Puck, do you have the spell Sunburst? Oh, I didn't notice you bounced out. And also, don't thank me. It was organized by my guild. I just tag along. Don't die by the Forge Wraiths. You don't have Sunburst? Okay. Since you don't have Sunburst, never, ever, ever attack a Forge Wraith unless it's alone. If a Forge Wraith is alone, kill it instantly. Use your most powerful spells and instantly kill it. If a Forge Wraith is next to another Forge Wraith, you have to kill them both at exactly the same time. So don't attack them with damage spells. Sunburst is level 8 spell. All level 8 spells for sorcerers and wizards are bad. So, Sunburst is pretty much one of the ones I recommend you take just for too hot to handle. Also, what the hell is this? We have 3 wizards, 4 sorcerers, and an alchemist. That's true. Polar Ray is a good one. Yeah, all other 8th level spells are bad. So the idea is that there's Forge Wraiths. you don't want to kill them when they're next to one another. So you will notice me literally doing nothing if there's 3 Forge Wraiths because I don't have instant kills. So I will be just straight chilling and doing nothing. If I see a Forge Wraith on its own, I'm likely going to use Frog, so turn to Frog and frog the crap out of it. But if a Forge Wraith is all by its lonesome, I'm going to leave it alone and not touch it. Or sorry, if it's in a group, I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to wait. The only exception is if you have multiple Forge Wraiths that are the highest tier, which is the red name tier Forge Wraiths. If they're red names and they're by themselves, just start beating them up, just destroy them, and then hit the boss. There's a bunch of different mechanics. Oh, you want fire resistance in here? You need fire absorption, or else you're going to die. So make sure you have the spell Fire Shield, the 4th level spell that you can put on yourself, or have energy absorption. And like Energy Sheath Fire from Draconic Incarnation. Either one are fine, but if you don't have either Energy Sheath Fire or for Fire Absorption or the spell Fire Shield, you're going to die. I can do 2 of them if you want. So this is going to be several phases. The phases are going to go pretty quick. So phase 1 is... so essentially, the opening is just to explain to you the Forge Wraith mechanics. You'll see some Forge Wraith spawn, and you're going to see people instant killing them. If people do it wrong, you'll see them upgrade. And that's just to explain the mechanics of the raid as a whole. Once we actually get in, it's essentially just a large room with a bunch of different puzzle pieces going on. The first step is that we need to turn on the cooling tanks because it's overheating. To turn on the cooling tanks, we essentially just solve the puzzle. I did a video about how to solve the puzzle on YouTube, and let me see if I can find it. HTH puzzle solving. Is it gonna come up with me? Oh, too hot to handle Prim Tom. How to do the puzzle. There we go. Hey! Basically, nobody's watched this video, but anyway. Like 80? 80 is enough for here? So yeah. And so that's how you do the puzzle. You don't have to do it. Me and Magnus are going to be doing all the puzzles. Yeah. So once we solve the puzzles, all of the cooling tanks come online. When we turn on the cooling tanks, the boss gets really pissed, and he wants to kill us. So we have to fight the Forge Wraith boss. The entire time, another important note about this, is there's going to be ads that are constantly spawning that are essentially cultists, and they're going to run for the lava. If they get to the lava, they spawn Forge Wraiths. Every time we have one additional Forge Wraith, it is very problematic. So we want to kill the ads before they get there. Which is basically, they're going to be using Otto's Sphere of Dancing at all of the spawn points. Once we get into the raid, there will basically be these elevator shafts, and in front of each elevator shaft, someone's going to dump an Otto Sphere of Dancing. We have 4 sorcerers. I'm assuming someone's going to do it. Probably, at the very least, if you don't know how to do it, Puck, Mysticos is going to do it. You could probably just follow him around. In fact, I think he's also an air sword. If you want to know how to do this, you could probably just straight up follow Mysticos and learn how to do exactly what he's doing. I don't need Fire Shield because I literally already have Fire Shield turned on from one of my effects, which is kind of neat. Anyway, so we're gonna have
You see a magical barrier guarded by an unusual group.
Oh, I'm just gonna write it
A
down.
mixture of City Watch and Aranel elves of the Undying Court. An imposing elf beckons to you impatiently.
But yeah, so that's pretty much it. I think it's everything that you need to know. Hit the boss. Then, when the boss goes away, we go into phase 2, where we're gonna do some traps, and the traps are gonna spawn the boss again. Basically, it's because there's a... You always have to turn on the cooling tanks. Cooling tanks, it gets to the next boss phase. and you can activate the cooling tanks in many different ways. One of them is to actually do the proper puzzles. Another way is you can do it once. You can skip it by just disabling them with a rogue. And then the final way to pull the boss back up is actually if you kill his Forge Wraith. So see all these Forge Wraiths? Don't do anything. They collect them up. Also, Knee Slapper's already dead. Interesting. Oh, the lava in here is insanely high damage. Then, the Sunburst killed everything in one hit, and now there's just the Forge Wraith Giant, so now we just have the Forge Wraith Giant. Yeah, you really don't want to touch the lava in here. It is exceedingly high damage, so don't touch the lava. It's like 600 damage, I think, on normal. It's 1200 on hard, and I think a little higher on elite.
A mob of foundry workers.
Okay. And there's a Forge Wraith Giant, so I'm going to get him. On the higher difficulties, a lot of people will use, there's a shrine immediately after this. And they'll use it. We're probably not going to use the shrine. We're probably just going to skip it. I would not go across the lava unless you can survive it, because you will probably die. Especially with only 1100 health. Well, there's like a 100% chance you're going to die. So just gotta wait.
Your best hope is to end the Forge Wraith's infestation at its source.
Anyway, you can use the shrine if you want. If anybody goes through, it activates the raid, so you just need to be really mindful about that. I'm not going to use the shrine. I'm good. And somebody went through, which means the raid is now active. So we got to go now. So I'm going to be doing a puzzle. Fast as I can. I'm doing 3 and 4. And EGREYB. And God, I can't see it because of the friggin' text. That is for 3 and then 4. So I wrote down those color combinations, and now I'm going to go to the actual thing. I'm going to pull these levers. I don't know. They actually hit a specific order. This has to be blue. Colors always come up when I pull the panel in the same order. Red. So it's always green, then blue, then yellow, then red. And this is supposed to be blue. This is the last one, which is supposed to be blue. This is green. This is yellow. And once it's done, boom, it's green. Also, someone's screaming and I have no idea why. That's white. This is yellow. This is green. Oh, somebody was disarming the traps? Oh yeah, you don't want to disarm them early. If you disarm them early, then we have to do the puzzle every time, and we can't skip a phase. Boom. And then I'm done both of these things. Alright, I'm done on my side. If the longer you take on this section, by the way, it causes the longer it takes to do this, there's going to be the furnace effect. So make sure you turn on Fire Shield now, because we're starting to cook. You're going to start taking damage over time. And also, your fire resistance is going to go down. You disarm in the second phase. Oh. It undid itself, I think. What? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Hold on. Oh, I did this wrong. I did this whole thing wrong. Whoops. I looked at mags. I'm fixing. Yellow. Yeah, I did yours. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was my bad. I did yours, not mine. I'm not used to doing two. Okay. Anyway, now that we have the coolant tanks on active, everything is cool. So now we have to fight the big Forge Wraith. The tank is going to stand on the right side. We stand on the left side. You don't want to stand with the tanks. You want to come over and stand with everybody else, and you just chill right here next to the edge. You want to stay in a group, because if you are away, you're likely going to get murdered. The only exception, of course, is if you are placing dancing balls. You want to put dancing balls in front of all of these elevator entrances. So there's elevator entrances over there to stop the ads from coming. You know when the ads are coming, because the big Prime Forge Wraith is going to start telling us. They'll literally be like, "Come to us," blah, blah, blah. And we'll start screaming and shouting. important note is there's also going to be ants that are going to spawn. They're basically like these large floating skulls. And when they spawn, when they spawn, they are going to hurt really bad. Anyway, we have a lot of magic damage, so... in here also, you want to have deflect arrows. If you're doing this in any type of progression, you need deflect arrows for this boss fight. I'm gonna go kill some doom skulls. Okay, doom skulls are all dead. All set. Alright, so now we have all the Forge Wraiths that are spawning. We kill this one, just frog it, and basically you just kill them all while they're separate. So the Forge Wraiths need to die while they're separate. Now this raid, again on normal difficulty, is going to wipe people that don't follow the mechanics, so that's why we are definitely following the mechanics.
Green is good. Red.
Yeah, we're doing it. Oh yeah, don't go into the lava. The lava is instant death. The lava can be instant death.
Another wave of Cogs fanatics pours from the elevator shafts.
We have to do the downstairs puzzle too, right? I don't know how I've never done it. Oh, okay.
Another wave of Cogs fanatics pours from the elevator shafts.
Okay. Done. This one's done. Oh god. Fire cultists. Oh no. Oh god.
The good news is
Alright, so now that we got the coolant tanks active, we got all the lower tanks going up. Now the lava is draining again, so it's becoming cool. Now it's again back on the Forge Wraith boss. So same thing. Kill ads whenever they come in. You should do your best to kill them whenever they come in. And then back on the Forge Wraith Titan who's the boss. Also, don't die, Tom. That's pretty much all I'm doing is boss. And then when ads spawn in, I'm going to take down the ads. For the most part, I don't need to care too much about the ads. He will scream like, "Come to me," and then you'll see all these cultists come out of the side. Generally, you have one person who is, you kind of crane your camera angle like so. In fact, I don't need to face the boss because I can throw backwards. So I can actually look backwards, which is very convenient, and throw at the Forge Wraith. Anyway, there's also a lot of explosions, as you can see here. And so he says, the Forge Wraith reaches out and says, throw yourself into the lava. When he says that, that's when the cultists are going to spawn. You just kind of go and take them down. Oh, shit. And we have no dancing balls up. How do we have so many sorcerers and no dancing balls? Anyway, if you happen to have Autosphere dancing, you want to try to put one in front of each of those little alleyways. There's just like an elevator here, like an elevator over here. You want to put them in front of the little elevators. And then again, you want to kill all the Forge Wraiths, but you only want to kill them when they are together and an instant kill, which is pretty good. Anyway, to activate the final boss, we just kill this Forge Wraith Giant. So when this Forge Wraith Giant dies, that's that one over there. When that dies, that's it. The boss is going to come back up. So now we just kill this, which is going to cause the boss to spawn. And at this point, when the boss comes back up, this is where it becomes crazy DPS race. If you're doing this on anything other than normal, there are a lot of ads that spawn. This fight is all about ad control. We have had almost no upgrades, but that's because this is also on normal, where there's fewer ads, and the ads, when they upgrade, are not as big of a deal. But when you're doing this on elite difficulty, the ads are literally constantly spawning. It is insane. There's too many Forge Wraiths to deal with, so it becomes a DPS race. So from here till the boss dies, it is literally just gun it, ignore all the Forge Race that pop up. You have to kill the boss in this last phase. Because when you're here, you will likely have a couple upgraded Forge Races that you can't deal with because they already have too much health. And you kind of just have to go. I'm going to work on Doom Skulls. There we go. I'm going to go up for these Forge Rays, kill him. Oh, I did not kill him. Hilarious. And the boss is dead. And that's it. And that's 2 out to handle. And that's how you do it. Yeah, see, you dump these little dancing balls everywhere. Perfect. Boom. And that's it. That's the whole raid. On hard difficulty, it's the same raid, but you can't instant kill the orange name Forge Race. The orange name Forge Race become immune to instant kills, so it's exceedingly important that you do not let them upgrade. And on elite difficulty, they spawn twice as frequently, and they have double health, or double the health of elite. Yeah, I'm down for whatever. And I get some Forge Runes. Any cool items drop? I can craft my gloves. Yeah, we didn't get any items. Rip. There's a 10% chance for each person to pull an item with 12 people. Yeah. That's too hot to handle. If you ever want to try it yourself, as I said, it is kind of hard to explain as I'm doing it live. But, like I said, it's an interesting experience overall, and it's a pretty fun raid. And on hard difficulty, it's a reasonable challenge. And then elite difficulty is like, you make a mistake, the raid's over. Any recommendations for follower of the Blood of All characters? Yeah. Favorite Soul, 18, Monk 2. Vistani Knife Fighter, Tier 5 Vistani, Capstone Vistani, Wisdom to hit and damage, Azamar. Good build. Big fun. Oh yeah, right. I have to go to Meridia. I can go to Meridia by going to the ship. Is that one of my build guides? I've played it, but I don't have an actual build guide for it, unfortunately. That was the first character that I played when Vistani Knife Fighter was released, and I love it. It's very easy. You basically just go all wisdom-based Azamar. You take your first 2 levels as Favorite Soul, you take the next 2 levels as Monk, and then you take the rest as Favorite Soul. You get Wisdom to hit and damage for free as a Favorite Soul, because you take the Blood of Vol as your deity. You take the Vistani Knife Fighting tree, and you want to take Deadly Blades at level 3, so you can use daggers while staying centered as a Monk. And then as far as the feats go, you just take all the 2-weapon fighting feats. You take Improved Critical Piercing, Quicken, just for quickening healing spells and other things on yourself. And then you take all of the Master of Forms, Grandmaster of Forms, and you stay in the Ocean stance to get a whole bunch of stuff for it. Oh, do I have a version of it on hardcore? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Look at you, keeping up. Let me see if I can find it. Trim Tom's full build repository. Maybe it's on hardcore 1. Hardcore build guides. Is it hardcore 1? Favorite Soul Inquisitive, Scoundrel Favorite Soul, Bard, Azamar, blah blah blah, da 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 da. Not that one. Hardcore 2. Favorite Soul Healer, Evoker, Bombardier, Full Healer Cleric, Inquisitive, Blade Forge. Nope. Was it? Wait, it was not Hardcore 3. Did I do that for Hardcore 3? I did. Yeah, I did. Build 7. Hardcore 3. Hardcore 3. Build 7. There you go. It's okay. Everyone else is using Sunburst.
A new challenge.
Yeah, I totally forgot that I did that. Yeah.
When my strength.
Yep, favorite soul, Monk, Vistani. The main features: an off healer with a lot of single target DPS and tankiness. Vistani favorite soul is an amazing build. While on normal servers with the extra health from favorite soul, it's nice. It's extra noticeable on hardcore. Combine that with great spells like Soundburst as well as awesome healing spells. You have a match made in heaven. This character doesn't have much AoE DPS, but it makes up for that with its very high single target DPS. The fun build that will work from level 3 to 30. Level 1 to 2 are slow. Just do quests with friends. Lots of people are low level. Yeah, it's all single target. You have no AoE on that build, but the single target's really high. So it's like single target AoE, where it's so high single target it feels like AoE. I am alive. I'm here. I have gone nowhere. You weren't earlier in the day? Yeah, I posted in the Discord. I changed the schedule. Usually I stream earlier on Saturday, but I had to make an adjustment because I was receiving a package, and so due to my adjustment, we are streaming later in the evening. Man, I just drank all my water. Now I'm gonna drink more? Oh, a lot of people. How viable would this be for hardcore? The same build, but taking power healing support Spellslinger? If power healing is a bad feat. Yeah. Dehydration for the win. What is with these sorcerers? You have 5 sorcerers, a warlock, an alchemist, 2 alchemists, 5 sorcerers. What is happening? What is this? I'm so confused. You guys seeing this? Where's all the melee at? Every time. Every week. If you guys check it out, because I stream the raids here every Saturday. It's straight up every week. It's just melee. It's literally just melee every week that we do this. It's always melee, and then it's like, oh man, we can't even do Lord of Blades because it's impossible to get the Lord of Blades to do the pillars or whatever because there's not a single person playing ranged. What is happening? I'm so confused. So I'm tanking? No, the wizard is. This wizard is tanking.
Just a friendly reminder to grab your legendary green steel crafting materials from the bank smiley face.
Thank you. I already forgot, yeah. Gonna have no melee. Well, we have a ranger, so. Unless he's an inquisitive. What is this? I need legendary crafting materials. Legendary. Enter. I need shrapnel. Arrowheads. Devil scales. Devil scales. Shrapnel. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go into my inventory. You can do it. Oh, so much of this stupid Pharaoh crystal. I've just been playing so much Feywild. Okay, perfect. Also 849 staff splinters. Oh yeah. Alright. So large. I have 7 shrapnel. I think I have enough to craft what I want, but I'm just gonna double check to see. So let's see here. So I need to go to legendary steel crafting. Alright, so now we go to gloves.
LP LP LPE 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 LPE.
Okay, that's actually really funny. Because you think he was saying elp, 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 but he's saying LPE, LPE, LPE. That's great. And then the LLL at the end is fantastic. Alright, I think that's it. Yeah. So, I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing. Because I was doing this on my other monitor. Yeah, it kind of works. Anyway, so this is a Legendary Greensteel Crafting website, your DDO. Thank you, Agu, for putting this together. Genius. Wonderful guy. Admin of the DDO Discord. All around top bloke. So, you can use this planner. If you just type in Legendary Greensteel Crafting Planner into Google, it'll come up. I can give you the link to this if you want it. I'll post it in chat if you've never used this website before. You can use this to figure out how to make your Legendary Greensteel. What you do is you click on your base item, and you choose your base item. Then you choose the stats that you want from the big list of the stats that you want to choose. And then it tells you how to make it. So this is what I want. I want spell crit damage, 35%. And to make it, I don't care about all the medium and the small components. So instead, I'm only looking at the larges. I need 2 arrowheads, 2 bones, 3 chains, 3 scales, 1 sulfur stone, 1 shrapnel. So I have all of these materials, so we're good. Then I'm going to be able to craft, so this should be fine. Oh, there we go. I was just told I needed to get in. Yelling in my ear. But yeah, I was not in. Alec wearing heavy armor. How'd you get that to work? I didn't quite understand the explanation. Oh. Warforged adamantine plating counts as heavy armor, but doesn't require proficiency to get the bonus. So you take the feat, then use items to reduce arcane spell failure from 35% to 0%. That's how you do it. Anyway, so that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to be crafting this stuff. However, we're going to be doing that at the end of the raid, because I don't need to do that during the raid. Oh man, I don't think I've ever done a shroud with this many magic users. Like, ever. This is going to be kind of neat. Yeah, now we got lots of sorks. Atoll, Mysticos, Diglester, Dip Acid, and Ravenlord. I think everybody's here? No, we're still missing some people. Yeah, this guy Wabbles. Is this guy a melee? Oh yeah, he's a Tempest. This is a Tempest. This is a Tempest right there. He's got the Dexterity augment. He's got the Sign of the Ethereal Plane, which got nerfed. He's got all that good stuff. Druids make viable healers? Yes, druids are insanely good healers. Oh yeah, for sure. He's got tons of health. And it's hard to see because everybody in this pile has wings. But I think those wings might be Wabbles' wings. Can druids make viable healers? Yes. I already answered that question, but I'm going to answer it again. So yes, they can. In fact, a lot of the top groups and guilds that are running stuff are all running druid healers because they're very cost effective with their healing. Because regenerate is crazy, and regenerate mass is crazy because regenerate mass casts basically instantaneously. $60 points? Oh yeah, there you go. Jeez, only 60 points. This raid is 84 Reaper points or more only. Could you imagine? Yeah, this is pretty good. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 spellcasters, a rogue, a healer druid, and a Tempest Ranger. Empty Alchemist, my 2 druids said favorite soul. Yeah, I don't know if druid's good for leveling, but it's super good for endgame. I got a buff. Gotta cast the boost. We're doing this on R1, so nothing crazy. It's just, you know, standard Shrewd. Let's go do the damages and kill the monsters. Important note, I'm going to try not to die.
The image of
I shouldn't die.
vanishes, and a portal leading to the shroud appears.
If I was going to die, it would have been right there, though. Since I didn't die right there, I think I'm doing pretty good.
Another ally gone too soon.
There's a stealth. There they are. I'm just trying to find the stealth. There's the stealth troglodytes that are all sneaking about. This is also why I use Color Spray, by the way, so I can do stuff like this. You're never gonna get these troglodytes to fail any fortitude saves. The troglodyte war chiefs have like literally infinity fortitude saves. That's an extremely scientific number. Another wager incoming? No, I'm not going to die in this raid. If you want, I'll put up the wager, but there's like a 0% chance I'm gonna die. I have 2,600 health. Anyway, so now I'm just gonna whip potions at this planar gateway. Hope it dies eventually. And then I want to stand away from the gateway when it explodes, because when it explodes, it does AoE damage and also applies a curse to you. I don't want to deal with that stupid problem.
2 more Shadowrazz gateways open.
And then you have to go keep running around and do that. I'll open up the wager in just a second here. I just can't do it right now. Alright, let me see if I can load this up here while I'm doing this, waiting on Zoom. Start prediction. Oh no. No, I got cursed! Curses! I did not want to be cursed. Ow. I only have 100 on my reflex save against traps. The only thing I'm worried about in this opening section is running out of mana. That's the only thing I'm worried about, even a little bit. I don't think it's gonna happen. Stop meleeing me. Crap.
New portals filtering to the air, disgorging more infernal troops.
Okay, putting it up. 5 minutes prediction. If you would like to join in. It's just whether I'm going to die in the Shroud. I don't think I'm going to die in the Shroud. The only way I would die in a Shroud is if I die to a wall, I think. Isn't Chopping, who is maxed up in DPS? No, the guy's doing pretty good DPS. He's hitting the thing. Like I said, my worry is just, it's less about like whether I will have enough mana to get through this and whether I will actually properly manage my spell points enough to get through this. So that's pretty much it. There. So now you've got your weight. You guys can guess it and be like, oh, I think it's going to be like this. And then get bamboozled to the max. So if you've never done Shroud before, it's a multi-part raid. Shroud is one of the few... It's very much like a kind of like a classical MMO style raid, where like Lord of the Rings or World of Warcraft or whatever, where there's multiple phases and different parts that are very different from going from one to the next. So yeah, so there's that. Oh, I'm not gonna die.
The unending armies of Shavaras pour from new portals.
No, I got minus 80% threat. These. Ugh. I'm still above halfway on my mana too, so I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, it's kind of like a traditional MMO raid where the opening section is this type of boss fight, then there's another boss fight, and another boss fight. There's a whole bunch of different kind of boss fights in a row that you have to deal with, and they're all like with very different mechanics. Like Tempest Spine was a big long adventure that was a raid, and Shroud is several boss fights in a row with different mechanics. So this portal phase is like its own boss mechanic. I can do it. In the parking lot waiting for your groceries, watching the stream. Nice, there you go. Wait, waiting for your groceries? Oh, it's one of those things where like you like pay and then they like come drop it into your car so you don't have to get out of the car. That sounds exceedingly convenient, especially on cold days like this. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm a big fan of that idea. And oh yeah. I will say, one of the things I've appreciated is grocery delivery services, just in general, and something I never really use that often. And man, like, I think my roommate realized it as well. Like, she never used, like, a delivery service. She always went to the grocery store. Because, you know, that's just what you did, and it was what you do. But then when the pandemic started, she started using Instacart, and she's like, yeah, I'm never going back to just going to the grocery store. She's like, the grocery store sucks. And I totally agree. Grocery store sucks. Wholeheartedly agree. I'm like, I'm on camp. Grocery store sucks. It's like, why would I ever go back to the grocery store? I personally do go to the grocery store because I'm cheap. And I don't want to spend the delivery fee. I'd rather walk for an hour. Spell points. It's cheap on peak days for pickup? Yeah. I feel you on that one. Yeah, there's like there's a lot of services that are like that now where you can just like you just park your car and then they drop out and they give you whatever you need. They're like, oh yeah, you just wait in the car and they come check it out. They like they just dump it into your car. Goodbye, Planar Gateway. Oh, how many more of these do we have? I think there's 3 left.
Seems to have lessened a bit.
DMCA takedown. The lawyers will be at your house in a second. Catching up the drive-through movies. That tech is gold. I mean, I gotta say, the drive-in technology is kind of smart because it's like you're in your own little thing. Because you don't have to worry about being near anybody else or being caught in like a big room with a whole bunch of other people that you don't know. Like I feel like that would be that's a good idea in general. Plus, it's also like a classic idea. I've never, as far as I know, there's nothing in my memory that tells me that I've ever been to a drive-thru. But yeah, I also am kind of sad because, movie theaters are probably not coming back in style for a little while. A lot of companies are going to close, and especially depending on where you are, they're probably it's going to change entirely. I just don't know what's going to happen, What is going to happen? Near Owen Sound? I am not familiar with Owen Sound. Is he a nice man? Almost there. Boom! There we go. Hey, I didn't run out of mana. I came very, very close. But I did not run out of spell points, so that's kind of cool. Thought that was big enough that you'd heard about it? Owen Sound? No. Do I have to Google this? Owen Sound.
You found an eldritch device.
The city of Owen Sound is the county seat of Grey County. Is a city in northwestern area of southwestern Ontario, Canada? Wait, this is in Canada? I'm sorry. That's not my fault.
In for a cup, eh?
I couldn't tell you anything about this city. Population 21,341. 5 hours west? Yeah, no. So, I've mentioned this before, but you have, in Ontario, you have Toronto, which kind of sucks. You have Ottawa, which is like fine. And you have all the cities that are dotted in between these places. Not really cities, mostly like towns, some cities. It's just not super populated place. And then north of Toronto and west of Ottawa, you have Western Ontario, which I like to call the Ontario Wasteland, where there's basically nothing there. It's just like it's nice. It looks good. Some people live there, but it's basically just a bunch of roads that go on for like 100 hours. That's it. It's big. There's forest. There's forest out there. It's pretty dope. I'd like to go check out the forest. Algonquin Park, huge wasteland. Barrie is out there in the wasteland. Barrie, Ontario. I think that's it.
Quest.
Also, White is gifting out 5 subs to the channel. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Oh my god. That's so kind of you. First, you come and carry my ass in a raid. And then you friggin' dump subs in chat. That is amazing. Thanks so much, man. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope you're feeling good. I want to review your tank build. I just wanted to get the feedback from somebody else who is much more experienced in tanks than I am. So I have that scheduled, and I want to find a time where you'll be tuned into the stream, and then I can also get all that stuff sorted out. Just because I'm not as experienced in terms of what might make a good. Woo! No! I'm not as experienced in terms of what might make a good tank. But I can scream Like a banshee. I can wail like a banshee. Don't worry about it. Oh, Nim Reeser has evasion and like a buff plus a jillion to her saves. Alright, good. I love that. I'm literally just hitting Nim Reeser. Alright, I'm doing it. I hope nothing runs for me. Stuff around to a better version that you just sent? Oh, perfect. Because I do want to take a look at it. Also, I forgot to even say, welcome to Shrimp Team, Kappa Votes, Madrika, Xe Novos, middle-aged metal feminist, and armed with pencils. Hope you guys are all doing fantastic today. Hope everyone's doing good. And I am waiting. They're not all dead.
Nim Reeser, the ruthless, has been slain. Crystal shadows,
That's done.
opening the path to the altar of the new moons.
Tanks. Yeah, it's a tank build. Big ass tank build. Again, I don't know much about tank builds because I'm not a tank player. I'm an idiot. But I do know people that know how to build tanks that have like hundreds of PRRs and MRRs and thousands of hit points and cooldowns for days. Where it's like, oh, did all of the healers die? All right, no problem. I will just stay alive in this like Deep Reaper raid for minutes while we try to figure this out. I can't do that, but I know people who can, and that's the kind of people that I want to get invested on this. Okay, I can do this. I can solve this. I'm smart. Hold on. Oh God, 4x4. Get out of here. That felt good. Right, time to go start shattering. Eventually, just keep whipping them. Hopefully, I won't die. Yeah, so that's the main issue with Western Ontario. Again, it's fine. There are people that live there, and for the most part, that's not true. I was going to say for the most part, all the people I've met have been really nice, but that's not true. I went to
of lunar dew from the marble fountain.
I went to Sudbury one time, and I think that person might be struggling, but yeah. I went to Sudbury for work purposes, and when I got there, there was I drove into the place where I was supposed to be working temporarily. I was only there for a week, and as I was driving into the parking lot, there was a dude that was straight just like lying on the sidewalk, and then there was another dude that was walking in the middle of the street with a shirt that did not cover his beer belly, and on the shirt it said "fuck the world." So that was interesting. Definitely an interesting experience. It was very neat. I had a guy. He was a some type of commercial contractor of some sort, and he got out of his truck. And almost like in a cartoon, when he opened the door to his truck, there were so many empty beer cans in the truck that the empty beer cans started spilling all over the ground, like in a cartoon. That was my experience in Sudbury. I'll have to say, the only thing I really enjoyed about Sudbury a lot was deluxe hamburgers. I only went there once, and it has nothing to do with the food, because the hamburgers were okay at best, but the shakes were the bomb. I'm staying here because I'm going to get walled. Do they see the wall there? Perfect. I should be good. Get walled, Shrimp Tom. The wall kills you, by the way, if you've never done this raid. The wall is going to flip. That's why I'm not walking over there. I'm waiting for it to go around the corner. As you can see, it extends outward, so it goes and kills everyone in all these rooms. And there, see? There goes the wall. Let me go over here. Now we just kind of follow the wall. But yeah, the reason why I like deluxe hamburgers is if you look up deluxe hamburgers Sudbury, you'll notice something very odd about the logo. And it is a regional chain that competes with McDonald's. Because apparently they hate McDonald's, or like the guy that owns it hates McDonald's. And so they build all the deluxe hamburgers across from McDonald's in the Sudbury area. In the GSA, the Greater Sudbury area, what they call it. So that was just a trip, you know? That was an interesting experience. Like I said, food was fine. Shakes were great.
Eyes on the battle. We'll honor the fallen later.
Are you in the 5x5? Okay.
A dog deserves a rest. Our hit fours on the field.
I can do this.
I'll take it.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna solve it. That's cool. Oh, sorry, I was just solving it. My bad. I can wait later.
The final fountain bubbles to life. The magical
you
barrier
lecture me?
blocking the altar of the waxing moons dissipates.
Somebody says I can't. I learned a trick to actually doing these puzzles. The 5x5s I actually don't find too bad. I find the 3x3s screw me up, but the 4x4s and the 5x5s I find a lot easier now. Basically, the trick to them is that you just kind of literally just follow the edge and try to get all of the stuff out of the middle, and then once it's on the edge, it's a lot easier to solve. You just need to get all the pieces that are like all the little buttons out of the middle. And once everything's out of the middle, then it's a lot easier. But yeah, so that's my experience with Western Ontario. It's fine. I'm sure a lot of the people are fine. But yeah. So I do apologize. I can confirm to you that I've definitely heard of Owen Sound, but I don't know anything about Owen Sound. Also, I've never been on any of these highways. I've never been on the 21, the 6, or the 26. At least I don't think I have. No, I definitely have not, because that's around the corner. On a little bend. Also, the MP is named for Owen Sound is named Alex Ruff, but it's R-U-F-F. That's funny. Ruff. It is 27 square kilometers. That does not seem like that big. Owen Sound seems very small.
The portal, leading to the challenge of the full moons, shimmers into existence.
Alright.
A small devil scouting force defends.
I'm gonna make sure I turn on my displacement, because somebody is gonna get me murdered. Okay, cool. I didn't hit anything. Alright. Anyway, now Eritrakos is going to come down, and he's going to try to beat me to death. And I'm going to ignore that. So I think somebody else is going to hold aggro over me. I'm not certain about that. Well, important note about Shroud. Shroud is a reasonably long raid, so you know, there's a lot of moving parts inside Shroud. A lot of moving parts inside Shroud.
I see that you attuned the altars.
You got like these spinning blades that are going on. This is part 4 of Shroud, and then after this is part 5. We have to kill Eritrakos here. So I'm literally just going to start spamming all of my spells and doing as much damage as possible. That's it. Hitting him. Eritrakos has like a random attack pattern, so he just kind of hits whatever. That's why I'm not staying directly in melee with Eritrakos. So that way I can constantly like throw potions at him and still deal damage to him. Sorry, I can throw my healing potion at him and still deal damage. And it'll hit Eritrakos and then heal everyone around Eritrakos, including myself. I'm also constantly spamming Rejuvenation Cocoon to prevent myself from dying. Alright. Oh, shit. I almost died. I don't know what, but I did almost die. So for whoever of you voted that I was gonna die, you came close.
A blur up in the air.
Raid's not over yet, though. Oh shit. Help. Help. I can't even get up here. This is impossible. I'm just trying to get up these areas. I have to use the shrine here before I go to the final boss. Yeah, it's kind of neat. It's just something that you don't see all the time. Is a whole bunch of spellcasters all in one group. At least for me personally, usually there's so much like melee, not a lot of spellcasters, so I'm just kind of mystified by it, I guess.
I don't deserve progress. Yet force on the field, but I'll take it.
There's a book. You know, have some more sody pop.
As you activate the altar, the image of a huge tome with leaden pages appears before it. This must be the Codex of Infinite Planes. You feel an you find yourself in the very center of the shrine.
Alright.
Face to face with a Rakshasa from the Lords of Dust.
Oh yeah, another trick that I learned last time that I want to share with you guys. Camouflage. Camouflage is a spell that a word I do not know how to spell, and I can't do it confidently. But what I can do is cast it. By casting it on your character, right here, it takes away the visual effect of gold skin, so I can actually show off my sick cosmetic outfit. And I can style on this guy and be like, yo, you look like this? Actually, his outfit is very cool, and he does look very impressive and scary looking. But you know what? I look like this, buddy. Ooh. Time to flex on him. Ooh. He's got nothing.
Deals with your destruction, I'm afraid. That's why the Codex brought you.
Camo, you flaggy.
Let's turn back
You flaggy. Yeah, I can't spell camouflage. I do it wrong literally every time.
Just the thing I
Put my buffs on. Ooh, yeah. Trying to deal damage. Camouflage. Camouflage. Keep the initial camouflage look. Your character has a bunch of floating leaves. Oh, I've never had that happen. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. The lag. Stop it. Cythera is trying to kill me. No! Oh god. Oh god. No! 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 I see what's happening. They're trying to get me killed by Hathara. Fine, I'll stand right here. Oh god, it hurts. Alki's stuck in Sharn, Multivile's reflex. Not Multivile's reflex, but more so than Multivile being reflex. It's that all the elemental abilities of Alchemist are reflex, except for poison, which is fortitude.
Still there. Let
Do I
me
have a
try
favorite
another
raid?
page. Let's see.
I really, really, really like Temple of Deathworm.
The eternal chaos of Limbo spells your doom.
Leave one of the green sled. And now we just let Magnus tank this. Alright, well, I got AFK for 5 minutes while we wait for this to happen. So I'm going to quickly AFK. I'll be back in just a second. I'm going to play an advertisement while this guy's taking this stuff. So I'll be back in a moment because I got to use the washroom. You never ran Deathworm? It's one of my favorites. No. 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 You can't fool me. Never. Oh my god. I didn't forget to run ads. I played an ad. I knew that was going to happen. Trying to rig the system. Why are we waiting? Oh, because basically in this raid, you're supposed to fight. He goes, I turn a page, and I summon a group of whatever from whatever plane, and you fight them from all the different planes. However, it's not based on how many planes you kill or how many monsters you fight. The phase is 5 minutes. So instead of fighting a whole bunch of monsters, instead you are like in getting beholders that strip people of buffs and all sorts of other crap. You literally just let one slad stay alive and just chill. But that's it. Also, Ryantula, how's your Detonate Dead build still going? How's that working? Just use Warlock Freeze? No, if you crowd control it, it phases. Like he summons another one. Any crowd control monsters don't count. If you crowd control anything, it doesn't count. You have to let it be alive. That's why you just have somebody tank it. Fortunately, they don't hit that hard, so it's not a big deal. But.
This page is searing hot to the touch. The flame of
Wait, why did somebody kill something? I don't know if you ever had some bad crashes, lost a ton of valuable maps. Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I was gonna say I actually have had the opposite experience. I've had some cool rituals, and out of one ritual, I got what did I get? I did a ritual who was... Oh, there we go. Now the boss is up. And now I just hit the boss. And hope I don't die to Hellball, which I'm gonna die to. But whatever. Fine. I like dying to Hellball. I think I actually have aggro on the boss right now. Maybe? I don't know. This raid is lagging like crazy. My spells are just straight up not going off. I can't get over to him. I'm holding down the W. Get me in. There we go. Go 2 Delirium Orb Guardian maps. Oh, dude. That is like straight up not cool. I would be very pissed if that happened to me.
Then the Codex itself begins to move.
That sucks. Yeah, I did not, I haven't done anything like that. Like I said, I started doing maps. I finished Merciless Lab. I need to do Uber Lab next, and also start doing maps. I just did like 5 maps, 5 tier 1s. I didn't do any tier 2 maps yet. Oh, I'm bewildered. Whoa! No! I died! I died. I was not gonna die. Oh my god. Oh. I do have to pay up. Oh. Damn it. There was not a throw. I didn't throw. I got friggin' sniped by the book. I killed it though. I got the kill. Rip, dude. That sucks. But yeah, Firestorm is feeling fantastic. Again, I'm running a 3-link on my Firestorm right now, and I'm just smashing everything, which is really fun. I changed up. I'm planning on going. I'm not going CI. I'm just going to go hybrid. Life and energy shield. So I've got 1800 life and 3600 energy shield with energy shield leech. I'm running vitality on blood magic. So I'm running vitality on blood magic because it doesn't actually cost that much. So I'm using that to give myself the regeneration, as well as also towards all my golems that I've got out. Which is great. And have a good evening, boss. Okay, now I need to craft this stuff. Hold on. I can't talk right now because I have to craft these things properly, or else I'm going to be upsetty spaghetti. Okay, so I need water and a large superior focus of water. I need ethereal essence. Legendary pure ethereal essence. I need domination. Gem of domination. Dominion. And then I need to craft water, ethereal, dom. Weapon augment, equipment augment, water, ethereal, dominion. Oh, dominion. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, I didn't screw it up. And I believe it's the waning moon. Yeah, so that's pretty good. I'm running blood magic or vitality blood magic, so that way I can now run easily Herald of Flame and Discipline at the same time. So I have Herald of Flame and Discipline, then I'm running on mana, and then I have to cast spells. Then I have other stuff. That's pretty good. I also got a 6-socket 5-link Whispering Ice staff, and I'm like, ooh. So I might play a Whispering Ice character later in the league. Because it's not an expensive thing. That's the important thing. Like, Whispering Ice is not expensive, but even though Whispering Ice is not that good or like that hard to come by, I don't think anyone's playing it Whispering Ice build. It's probably cheap if I wanted to buy. I don't know. I'm happy that I pulled it on solo Self-Found. I could actually play like solo Self-Found to Whispering Ice. I'm probably not going to, but I could. How to get the HP % bonuses on Green Steel items? No. I don't know how to do that. YouTube is still confused. That is the appropriate response, yeah. Basically, every time you make a piece of equipment, your equipment is going to come with different bonuses. So, for example, there are different types of oh man, where am I going? There's different types of augments. I'll show you when I get to the crafting station exactly how to do it and what it means. But I gotta get there first. Okay, so the idea, the way it works, is that you have these focuses. You have the focuses, the material, and the gem. So you can either, or the essences and the gem. So there are different set bonuses. There's a material and an ethereal set bonus, which is basically you have to have multiple items with material or multiple items with ethereal in it. And then there's also the gems of Dominion, Opposition, and Escalation that are all together. So if you want to have, let's just say, a health bonus, you need to have 2 separate items on your character that have both of these bonuses. So for example, if I go to Legendary Green Steel, so Legendary Green Steel items, if you want the set bonuses, and the set bonuses, by the way, are based off of both the material and the ethereal and the gem, so the essence and the gem. If you wanted health points is based off of opposition. Okay? And so you need to have this gem, so whatever you craft out of opposition. So it doesn't matter what you craft this into. If you have opposition in one item and opposition in another item, you get percentage hit points. So exactly what exactly what goes into here, like what you want to put onto it, doesn't matter, because for the most part, as my understanding, opposition items all suck. But yeah, that's basically how you do it. So you craft gloves that have the legendary gem of opposition in it, and you craft, boots that have opposition in it, and you put them both on, and you get it. That's how it works. Does that make sense? So it's like, if I have... So for example, I'm going to be crafting gloves. My gloves are going to be Dominion. So because I'm crafting Dominion gloves that are Dominion, 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 so there's 3 different tiers in your Legendary Green Steel. When you put them together, there's Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 1 is Water, Ethereal, Dominion. Tier 2 is Water, Ethereal, Dominion. Tier 3 is Water, Ethereal, Dominion. So I have 3 Ethereals, and I have 3 Dominions. And then if I craft another item, and I crafted it with, because I used Dominion, if I crafted another one that was, Dominion, Dominion, Dominion as well, then, no, I don't think it can be all the same. Hold on. I don't think it can be all the same. I think it has to be at least one separate. So I crafted, like, Dominion, Dominion, Escalation on another one. Then it would have 5 Dominions total, 5 Dominions across 2 items, which would count as... something? Honestly, I'm not sure how it works. It's very confusing. I don't really get it. So, I hope that helps. That's the best I got it. That's the best I can do for you. Focus of water. I want water, ethereal, and Dominion. Like, it's literally something I don't understand, because I don't... For me, I don't care about crafting that many shroud items. I'm like disinterested by the bonus. Like, there's the Ender set, which does extra damage than hit points. It does 5,000 damage. Or Controller's Grip, which does a paralyze. Brazen Brilliance, which does light damage. There's a lot of cool things you can craft. I just literally don't care. Water, ethereal, dominion. Okay, I'm just gonna double check. Okay, does this go into the bag? Oh, it's an augment, so it goes in the augment bag. Okay, so I have green steel, equipment tier 1, equipment tier 2, equipment tier 3. So I have 3 dominions and 3 ethereals. I'm going to put this into gloves so I could craft another. If I just had put a blank legendary green steel item on, so if I have this, I get a 3 set with dominion. If I have just a blank one, an uncrafted legendary green steel, I have 2 legendary green steel items and one of them is blank. That works. Do you need the legendary altars? Yes. If you want to craft legendary green steel, you have to do it in the raid. Oh, you guys can boost the stream again for 76,000 flasks. Nice. That's pretty cool. Look at that. We can hit the front page, ladies and gentlemen. And that's it. Now I'm going to go recall out. You can craft everything else on the ship, like your actual item you need, like the gloves. It's fine. Oh. No worries. But I will say that is your joke, Matus, about the washing with the green steel with the yellow scrubber doesn't become blue shine. I wish. All right, now we go to the far shifter because I need to go to the ship. Apparently I'm the leader. Okay, apparently I'm the leader, but I don't know what we're doing. Thanks, team. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, so I am apparently dropping through. It was a serious inquiry? Yeah, it should. Well, I mean, that's what it should do. Yeah, I have 35 minutes, so I don't know what else we're going to do. Time to what? Time to what? Time to what? Anyway, if you want to craft your legendary, your regular shroud item, because you can craft heroic shroud items anywhere you want, but if you go to the altar of fecundity, and I want to craft glove, you can craft legendary green steel weave gloves, like so, mix magically. I have my green steel weave gloves, and I'm going to put them together. Now, I take my I take the augment system, so there's my augment. I take my gloves, I put them in. Now, here's all the green steel augments, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. I can also make an active that I don't care about. I go open up my augment bag. I crack this open. I take out this augment here, and this augment here. I don't screw this up. I take the augment, put it in tier 1. I put it in tier 2. I put this, put it in tier 3. And now I have the green steel weave gloves, which are going to replace my sunstone gauntlets, which I don't care about. And instead of the sunstone gauntlets, I will have this item, which gives me, boom, 35% additional critical threat multiplier with cold spells. Now I do even more damage with cold spells. How cool is that? And that's the last item. Now the character's gear is fully complete, and now I do even more damage than I did before. It's just kind of funny. Like, does this character need more damage? Debatable. But does it have more damage? Absolutely. Like I said, I think that shroud items are cool. I just don't want to do shroud flaggers forever. But yeah. And now I'm going to test it out. I'm going to smash the monsters to see what happens. Ooh. You just smash through it on R5. My big worry is just that all the kobolds have evasion. R10s take a long time. Most of them have improved evasion as well. Anyway, so character's basically done now. So that's it. I did it. I played Alchemist. I got all the stats. I got all the items. Done. Now I don't know what to do. Like, I'm so confused. I did it. This is why I reincarnate, and I don't stay at cap. I like got my gear done, and now I'm just like delete character. Good call. This is why you're a trusted advisor. Oh man, a bunch of people have been contributing to the goal, the boosting. Thanks everybody. I didn't even see it. This doesn't show up on my chat thing. Ludacrisp, Estenon, Pock, Tapler DDO, Ravon Lunatic, Wyatt, Katia, Alge Bookworm. All of you wonderful people. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All of you who are contributing help the stream get boosted so I can become super famous. Famous. Good use of legendary ingredients. Time to reincarnate so we can't use them anymore. Exactly. That's one of the reasons why I don't just use the legendary ingredients all the time. Because I find it's like, it's problematic. Because like a lot of the, or like I don't do a lot of the crafting. Because like, you know, you make something and then you have to just, you know, you reincarnate. I just don't stay at cap for that long. Being at level cap is cool. But I don't stay there for that long. I just get kind of bored. Because the problem I have with level cap is like, what do? I have all the items. Then what do? If people want to flag though? Oh, you're more than welcome to join. No one else wants to join as far as I know. We're just going to smash them through on R5 probably. Just smash that subscribe button. Server, I'm on Argo Nessun. In theory, there are optimizations to the gear set that I could use. So, for example, I could get like a Legendary Reaper Crown of Snow by just farming out that friggin' dungeon. Cold Iron, I could get a Legendary, or I get a Mythic Reaper Cold Iron Bracers. I could get a Mythic Reaper Rumbling Spark Cord. I could get Mythic Reaper of all of my items if I wanted as the next thing. Like, that's just not what I want to do. I don't know. I'd rather just, like, do something else. Oh, what is this? Look at all these people just popping out of these quests. Flagging for raids. Do you have augments in all my augment slots? No. I've got augments in a lot of my augment slots, but not most of them. This has 2 empty slots on it. That's got 2 empty slots on it. That's got an empty slot. That doesn't have a slot. I got a Topaz of Enchantment. Oh, yeah. I got Sapphire False Life. I got Spell Agility on here. Magerite Spectacle. I got a Topaz of Conjuration on that one. My Zerish Ak Ward has a Diamond of Festive Intelligence. Exciting.
A new challenge.
And, yeah, that's it. French Charm with a pair of Alkies, as much as fun as having your teeth pulled. Yeah. Knock out a R1 THTH before TR. Yeah, just knock it out. Just do R1 THTH. No problem. 2 out to handle. Easy raid. Easy raid. Knock it out. Just knock it out. Just knock it out. Hey Strim, how's raids going? We finished the raids. Raids were finished. Did them all. I crafted legendary green steel gloves, which is exciting. Legendary green steel weave gloves. Just tap it in. Give it a little tippy tap. Oh, Tappy Tap. I said Tippy Tap. Character Builder Lite work okay? I haven't tried using it yet because I was lazy and I played Path of Exile. Is that okay? Oh. Let's go into Curse the Sky. Let's do it. Yeah. So I was playing some Path of Exile because I was usually I stream before, so I stream usually all day Saturday, but my live streaming ability was hampered this morning because I was waiting on a package, and I had to. I'm out of bottles of Quicksilver. Oh shit! How am I still casting spells then? Oh, I'm almost out of spell components. This is gonna be an interesting raid dungeon. Huh. Did you have a spam bot problem? Why? What do you mean did you have a spam bot problem? Well, I'm almost out of spell components, which is bad. Because I wasn't paying attention, I didn't realize I was out. I ran out of bottles of Quicksilver.
Sense of clarity flows
So
over you.
I'm going to...
A wave of magic passes through you as the
my
ancient
most powerful
device
spell,
activates.
Multi-Vial,
now
is going to be
shielded from
unavailable very
domination.
shortly. Fortunately, I can drink potions while underwater, which is hilarious. DDO store cheap? No, I'm not using the DDO store. Get out of here! Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
It's the kill.
Several Welsh bears a patient above in the air and attack.
I can still use my multi-vial spell-like ability at the very least, so it's not like I can't use multi-vial at all. But yeah, it's gonna be weird. Yeah, there used to be gold spamming back in the day, but right now there's no reason to gold spam. Like, I can't think of why anybody would do that. Like, literally gold has no value in this game. The only time gold has value is on Hardcore League. You have great ideas, and you always say no. I mean, that is very, very accurate. That is a very good representation of the truth. You have great ideas that I always say no to. I don't know why that is. You know, could be because of climate change. For all we know, I'm not sure. But yeah, that is just that's a true fact. That's a statement of truth. I just found the most confusing video on YouTube called DDO Movie, where they base it off DDO having a spam bot problem made in 2015. DDO having a spam bot problem in 2015? That is confusing.
The succubus peers through the sealed gate.
I don't think DDO has a spam bot problem in 2015.
Goodness, guests. I suppose I
In
should
fact, I don't think I
freshen
can even
up.
identify a time in DDO's history when they would have had a problem with spam bots. Definitely not 2015. That's way too early for DDO to have a spam bot problem. This is really, really good.
The gate's locks disengages.
Oh no, multi-vial. Oh, I cast a single spell and now everything dies. Oh, except for this guy. That's the... So somebody can go pull the lever. Who's in this next room? Oh, Magnus. Kill steal. Yeah, this character's really strong. Highly recommend.
This guard room is
Don't get
the
knocked down,
last
though.
holding
That's
of
a
the
problem.
police forces stationed in the castle.
Like, if I get knocked down by these pack of slads, that becomes an issue. But for pretty much everything else, it's not too big of a deal. I just gotta also make sure I keep my
The air
displacement up at
grows
all times.
strangely warmer as you head down the corridor.
Over
The
here.
muffled grinding of the
Bye.
image can be
Oh
heard
no,
through
I got
the
knocked down.
walls
And I'm dead.
as the lever is pulled.
Oh, not dead.
With both
I am knocked down
levers
though.
pulled, the main hall's portcullis slides
I am
up,
still knocked down.
opening the way to the path beyond.
Oh my god, what is happening? I'm getting ladder bugged underwater? Okay. I could not get out of the water either. Man, that sucks. I did not expect myself to die right there. Because I knew if I got knocked down, it was kind of game over. Because I can't resist the knockdown. Because it's a strength-based effect. That would be a situation where having knockdown immunity would have been pretty good. Stream moves to another random channel. Can you imagine? Yeah, this lad's knockdown is also a ranged attack, which is really annoying. So every time you want to knock, or like to get away from the slads, they knock you down at a range. Like the. Oh yeah, you tried. What is the theoretical drop rate for keys? You in fact got 2 after 3 hours of play this afternoon, and you rarely got any chests. Well, it's going to be proportional to the difficulty that you play on. So normal difficulty, it is extremely unlikely to get keys because champions are where they drop the most. I've heard that the drop rates from hard to normal to elite are pretty consistent. And then the higher difficulty you play on, the more often champs appear in regular content. Champion type monsters. So the special snow champions that you need to kill are more frequent.
Smiles as
So
she
I don't know
says,
exactly what the drop rate
"It's
is.
not nice to keep
I know you're not
the
playing on
going.
Arganesson, because if you were playing on Arganesson, I would just give you a bunch of keys. 'Cause
Don't look
I
so
have,
surprised.
I don't know.
Didn't think
I think
those
I have like
other times
50 or
I
60 extra keys
died were
now.
actually going
but I
to
just haven't run
stick,
yet.
Did you? You have to kill me on my own home
I have
plane for
so
any
many
chance
keys
of
just
that.
kicking around.
She continues, and just as a hint, that's not Shavarath. Or here, for that matter. But I can't really let you live now that you
Your heart
know
is 2
that.
lifers and not
She
powerful
adds
compared to
with
the
a
others.
shrug. Goodbye. Time to die.
Yeah, for sure. People also, if you happen to have some gold left over, might be selling them on the auction house. Might be a way for you to get some extra keys. You need to pick up on a couple extra ones. Die. Oh, I'm getting like some bad lag here. That was just fun. Even to me, will give you half of what I get. Just split. It's like I don't have time to run the keys. I have time to run the keys. I just haven't. I want to get more rewards. I want to get some. I want to get some other stuff. Yeah, I don't know the exact drop rate for keys. For me, I get a key probably 1 in every 3 chests. I want to say.
She whispers.
And I see about, you know, 2 to
With
3 chests a
Milesia's
dungeon.
defeat, the devil forces begin
That
to
makes
retreat
sense.
back to Shavarath once more.
I don't know if that's like an accurate thing, but that's kind of what I see. People are selling keys for 2 gold event coins. Like, you are too dumb to use. Life sucks for you, and traps go from my face. But Barb and Druid do it pretty well most of the time. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, is you see a magical rune. Unfortunately, this game doesn't support, like, alternate playstyles. You know, where Barbarian is like, rune. And then they just hit their face against it, and the rune starts to crack, and then the magic breaks, and you can go do whatever it is you gotta do. Buying spell components real quick. Why would you sell a key for 2 gold coins? Because some people just want the gold coins and don't actually want to run the thing. It just saves time. Ooh, I almost sold an alchemical weapon there. There. 29 weapons out of my inventory. Potion guy. Shit. General vendor. This is what I want to talk to. Yeah, but people will sell stuff for whatever they want, or like they'll trade things for whatever they want. I think it's fine. Bottles of Quicksilver. So I need 2,000 of these.
We'll honor the fallen later.
You know what? I need more than that. You know what? I'm just gonna buy more. I'm gonna buy 790 of these. Refill that one. All right. Here we go. Now I shouldn't run out of multi-vial components. Have that kind of money or the urgent need for keys. Yeah, this goes on until February 2nd, so there's still like another 7 days. Whatever you value it at, right? Yeah, exactly. They buy multiple stacks in one click. Oh, yeah, control click. You just hold control and you click on it, and then you buy multiple stacks. Now that I actually have all of my spell components, I don't need to be picky and choosy about what spells I'm actually casting. I'm literally just going to cast spells constantly and kill everything. Goodbye. Alchemy! Alchemy! Ha ha ha! How would you guys like some alchemy? Buddies! Alchemy. Is that what you want? Did you want some alchemy? Let me help. Let me cure what ails you. Looking at cosmetics as charisma augments are pointless. The dex ones are nice, but not necessary. All of the stat augments from any of the festivals are not necessary. They are helpful and they do add stats, but you never need them. Like a character build will not be made or broken based on those stat augments. You can always work without them because we did before they existed. Character builds worked before those augments existed. They're also for level 21 and higher. Hey, look, there's a key. It's important to note that also the amount of keys you get is proportional to the amount of monsters in your quest. Higher level quests have more monsters. Bedroom Sweeper. Let's just quick. Okay. Let's just kill this one real quick. Bam. Little ooze. And we're good. Away we go. And you're level 10. Yeah, exactly. The cosmetics are cool, though. A lot of the winter ones, the festival ones, the little cloak and stuff is pretty cool.
The sewer tunnel in the center of the chamber leads down to the lower sections of the complex.
Sorry, I was out for blood with a vengeance. Not seem to impact your key farming, so you went to places like TOEE. Yes, also farming, there's the different farming areas that people use all over the game. There's a whole bunch of spots. You can do quests over leveled as well. So, for example, you can do quests like Kobold Assault, which spawn a bunch of kobolds, and do that. It's a level 3 quest, but you can just do that quest on Elite, and then go get yourself a bunch of keys that way. People have been doing Temple of Elemental Evil as another example, because there's a ton of monsters in Temple of Elemental Evil. Granted, if you are level 10 and you're playing 2 first life characters, you will get bodied by Temple of Elemental Evil. It is not, that is no joke. That is not a fabrication of the truth. It is just an assessment of Temple of Elemental Evil is not balanced for first life characters in terms of, like, first life characters without knowledge of what the quest is with only 2 of you. I have done Temple of Elemental Evil with first life characters. There was an event that I did a long time ago, so way before there was even nearly as good items, which actually introduced me to my guild. The people that I play with on the regular, and a lot of my friends that I have now in Dungeons & Dragons, I hosted a stream event where I just invited people to come join me to do a first life only Temple of Elemental Evil, where me and 5 other people got together, and it was my first time doing it, and we all kind of went through it together, which was really fun. And I had one member of the dev team, the legendary Durocan, which was amazing.
Magic washes over the gelatinous cube when Garko
And then we
strikes
also
the
had,
sigil.
it was Wrath, I
kobold
believe my
vanishes,
brother, Mist, and myself.
Teleported to
Yeah,
a
Bash
different
Fist him,
section of
exactly.
the sewer complex.
Yeah, we did Temple of Elemental Evil on hard on the hardcore server. That one okay. I feel bad about that one. My spells are like straight up not going out. Hit. Monster. Magic. Also, I'm pretty sure the oozes in here also have evasion. So just like, why not? Every monster has evasion in Go. Yeah, we did... no! Oh, that's not good. It was hard on normal? Absolutely. How does ooze and have evasion? No, you're right. You're right. Oozes can't have evasion. They physically can't have it, but these oozes have evasion. This is the last quest that came out before Reaper mode, and it is an egregious testament to why Reaper mode is, or not egregious. It is the exact reason why Reaper mode is a necessary difficulty setting. The monsters in this quest used to have 30,000 health each. They used to do more damage. All the oozes had evasion. There's so many monsters. After they added Reaper mode, because they didn't know how to scale, like they just kept making monsters harder in the higher difficulties, and then it meant that Elite literally was like locked away. Like players couldn't play Elite difficulty because you just died. You just died. And so they decided to scale difficulty through Reaper mode instead, which then allowed anybody that wanted to have more difficulty on all their quests by just using Reaper mode. That is Garko. Garko, it's his protective gelatinous cube. We need to destroy it so we can get to Garko. He's a lieutenant of Eretroikos. If you touch the cube, you die. You don't want to touch the cube. Touch the cube. Also, I think this guy resists like all of my damage. Great. Need more melee. Yeah, part 2 was not too bad though. The final boss of part 2 is very fun. Zuggtmoy is a sweet boss fight.
The rune sparks to life as the lever is pulled. A rune glows beneath the fetid water. Through the murk, you can just make
so I really enjoy the Zuggtmoy boss fight. I think it's super cool. I'm glad they have it in the game. It's a little difficult on hardcore difficulty because there are instant kill attacks and a bunch of Hezru. Not instant kill, but like 500 damage pulses that just hit everybody, as well as a bunch of Hezru. So it is a complicated bridge to navigate on hardcore. Let's just say that. You get back into Dio, but you barely remember what you're doing. Don't worry about that. Dungeons & Dragons Online is such a cool and varied experience with many different difficulties and layers that when you come back in, you can just kind of go at your own pace. Join people's groups, play your own groups, experiment around, try it out.
As the second sigil is empowered.
And then died, and me and the other guy finished it. Guess in his honor.
Garko curses.
That's awesome. I love that idea that like somebody else is right at the end and then they die and you go save them though.
Him further into the complex.
Alright. I hit the wrong reaction spike. I'm not smart. Virgin Snow Beeps, champ. scared of the Snow Peak chest. Working on lives in your main, but there's no groups of the levels on G-Land. Half the time you're just trying to remember what quest. Need to run next for XP? Yeah, that takes time. Yeah, for me, if you need help with that, there's just below the live stream, there's a link to what's known as the Super XP chart. It's a basically what I did is I played every quest in DDO using one single build, and then the goal was to record how long it took me to get through every single quest, and then compare my findings of how much XP you get for each individual quest. So that way, both for myself as a personal reference, but also for the future, you can find out what ratios of quests give better or worse XP. The point of the sheet is not to tell you you will be getting this exact many XP per minute or whatever for quests, but it's mostly to say, okay, you know, this is the quest, and this is how much it gives relative to other quests, and they're all labeled. So if you ever want to check that out to give you some ideas, you go there. Creeping through sewers? You do. You spend a ton of time creeping through sewers. Yeah, exactly. It's not 100% consistent. It's not perfect, but it's got a good... It's generally pretty accurate. You're 100% correct, Jeffy. It is very much a... it was a product of...
A series of symbols are etched on the ground.
You know, experimentation.
They seem to control the drawbridge.
Oh god, he's coming. Run. Fear. Escape. Oh. Oh. Go away, Garko. Oh, my feather falling went away. No. Yeah, there's a lot of sewer time in DDO. Let's just say that. All right. How do you get that sleek UI? Oh, easy, man. This is how. Bam!
The drawbridge lowers, and the last
that UI has
sigil
been
appears,
sleeked.
primed and ready for its victim.
Now you're all set. Now you yourself can have yourself a nice cozy UI. Look at that. Ooh, colors. New backgrounds. New icons for everything. Ooh, look at beautiful. Ooh, look at all that stuff. Ugh, It's all there. There are multiple different versions you can use of the same UI set. So for example, there's this one. There's a few others that I have on here.
The kobold is teleported further in the complex.
Like, there's, oops. There's an emerald version for when it loads. Oh, why did I do this in Quest? There we go. Oh, jeez. It's too much. This I find is way too much, and I do not like it. But it is very cool. And then you have the passion, which is loading.
Garko the Great stands before you.
Which
now
is very,
stripped of his deadly coating.
very purple and red. And then I don't see red too well. I'm not a red seeing kind of guy. I'm a colorblind kind of guy. So we're just gonna go back to the Nightshade and actually help out my allies against the final boss. The dungeon. I don't even need to face the boss. Alchemist is fun.
Garko crumbles in defeat. His last
Everything
words,
despawns,
lamentations
and
of
we're
his lost hopes, and curses.
Yes, and then now it freezes. Exactly. Did I do these already? I think I did these already. I think that was my first time. I think I did these on R10. Yeah, I've already done these. I think we did them on R10 for flagging, maybe me. Yeah, and then kaboom, Reaper mode. That's it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The UI looks good. I personally, like I said, I use the black one just because I like a lot of the color, but I like it to be subdued. You know, I don't want the user interface to be the main focus. I want the game to be the main focus, and the user interface to be this nice canvas that drapes over the background. You know what I mean? right.
Get more giants for cow.
All right, well, thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure. I'm gonna take off, but I appreciate you guys raiding today. All right, thanks everybody. Bye. Correct. And now I'm offline of Dragons Online. This. All right. I'm going to be making a bit of an adjustment here. Oh, you guys. We're going to be doing a bit of an adjustment here, which is... Wait for it. Lord of the Rings Online. I'm swapping into more raiding. I was raiding in DDO, now we're raiding in Lotro. Why? The Lord of the Rings Online. Because I have issues regulating my behavior, and I just raid all day and all night. What are you gonna do? Also, the stream on YouTube still says Dungeons and Dungeons, and I'm not gonna update it. What are you gonna do? Is it Lotro raids today? Yep, it is. I just need to get all my stuff. You know what we're doing today? You guys want to know what we're doing? Want to know what we're doing? Shelob. Which is not a joke. This is not a joke. We're doing Shelob again. So, that's great. I'm scared. Yeah, anytime, White. And as I said, I'm going to get... I'm recruiting somebody to do a... I'm going to be recruiting somebody to help me out with the build. I just need to nail them to a time slot. That should work. Remar Kent. Important note. I actually got a comment on my YouTube video from somebody who said, would you be able to explain the mechanics for Tier 1? I thought it was a funny comment because it's a great question, actually. Can I explain the mechanics for the Tier 1 version of the raid? The reason why the comment is funny is not because I don't want to explain the mechanics or anything else, but there is no mechanics on Tier 1. On Tier 1, it's literally just hit the boss. You don't get webbed, so you don't have to, like, all the monsters, like, you don't have to burn the bodies, you don't have to break people out of the webs. I think the puddles are still there, so, like, Shelob is actually the easiest boss on Tier 1. Not a joke. On Tier 1 difficulty, Shelob is the easiest boss in Remerkant. All you have to do is don't stand in the puddles of death. So on the ground, there will be these big green acid puddles or these big black clouds of death. Just don't stand in them. And then you win. That's it. That's Shelob.
How can I be of service?
Okay, so I want my cloak. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, ugh! I don't know where my earrings are. God damn it. I need to find them. But yeah, we did Threshold. So this is for my Hunter, by the way. I have a whole set. I have 427, 436 gloves, 436 helmet, 427 pants, 426, and 431. All that stuff is going to go to the Hunter, which is exciting. Not standing in the bed is super hard for some people. It is. It is really hard for some people, actually. But yeah, so basically, if you want to do Shelob, just all the things that are really big and scary, like the Pit of Acid, don't stand in the Pit of Acid. If I, as a human, need to explain to another human, don't stand in the Pit of Acid, and you're level 130, then we have failed as a species. And that's pretty much it. Not too bad. I'm sorry, that joke was a little bit of hyperbole, but I do think it's kind of funny. Hey, what's up, Johnny Fever? How are you? There we go. This is what I wanted. Crit earring. Crit earring. Here we go. Earrings. Away. That gear away. Healing items away. Go. How do you like Lotro compared to DDO? To get tough for winter, I like to go outside without a coat. To get tough for acid, wouldn't I want to sit in a tub of acid for a bit? That's a good question. I would say that if you want to protect yourself from acid, you could build up an immunity, but you got to go with tiers of acid. Start with a basic acid. Tub of vinegar, basic acid. That will help you out a little bit, get you resistant to the acid on your skin. Go to the next tier of acid. Maybe work to like a very weak hydrochloric acid. You don't want to do evil spider that is daughter of a god acid right away. Right, you're skipping a step. You know how you stretch before you start working out? You know, you gotta practice. You gotta practice running before you beat Usain Bolt in the 100-meter dash. You know, so that's what you gotta do. So that would be where I would start. So start with a basic acid. Like I said, get a swimming pool or larger, preferably larger. The bigger the better, because that's more acid in your pool. And then then get into like the vinegar, fill it. So maybe Olympic size pool, because that's big enough. That you can make sure the whole body is covered at that point. Get in the pool, and make sure it's in the eyes as well, in the mouth. Open the mouth, so that way you got a even distribution. And start with the vinegar, and then work your way to stronger acids.
Hello there.
So that would be my recommendation for that. But yes, how do I like Lotro compared to DDO? I like them in completely different ways that are non-comparable. I like Lord of the Rings Online because it is a traditional MMO in which the raids are long and designed to be segmented and taken on separate days, as opposed to Dungeons & Dragons Online, which is all designed to be done in one single day. I like that the outside of just that, I also like that the gameplay style is very much suited to bits and pieces. You log out where you log in. So in Dungeons & Dragons Online, if you don't have enough time to do a whole adventure, you can't do anything. In Lord of the Rings Online, I can look at my quest that says kill 10 orcs, I can kill 5 orcs and then turn my game off, and I turn my game back on and I'm still at the orc camp ready to kill the orcs. So because it's segmented, I like that I can just do things in bits and pieces. Some people did try Final Fantasy XIV, where raids are nearly all about not standing in the bad. Yes, absolutely. Final Fantasy XIV is literally don't stand in shit. Almost every mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV can be summed up as this: kill shit, don't stand in shit, video games. That's it. Hit the monsters, don't stand in the pools of acid, play the game. Keyboard and mouse. Yeah, so the games to me are very different. Lord of the Rings Online has basically no customization, whereas DDO is all customization. Also, Lord of the Rings Online is a completely different class structure. I'm making morale potions. Anyone want morale potions? How many would you like on your order, sir? All right. Oh, I can just make you some. I'm not sure we can take his advice on how to get those basic things correct. Basic acid? Sorry, a simple acid. You are correct. A basic acid is an oxymoron. Oh, I got a prank. I just got pranked. I'm gonna prank somebody unless they're watching my live stream, at which point I'm gonna realize what's happening. Yeah, I think that overall, given the name Full. Go. Go. Eh. Here we go. Funny. Okay. I think that's it. Oh, have you seen how Minos looks with the winter cloak and robe? It looks amazing. I don't like Minos leggings. I think it looks ugly. Oh, sorry, Mike. Did you still need poison healies? Okay, does anybody need some poison potions before I zone into raid? I'm at the craft guy. What is this? What's this video? Every mechanic in Final Fantasy XIV can be summed up as this: kill shit, don't stand in shit, video games. That's it. Yeah, that's literally it. Just kill shit, don't stand in shit, video games. I think I'm deaf. I think I'm literally deaf. My brain's trying to black this. Yeah. Good. Travel.
Far beneath the
And he wants me to try with him. Have you or anyone tried it? The only thing I know about Black Desert Online is that, as far as I can tell, it's one of those pay-to-win video games. That's what everyone tells me, is that it's pay-to-win. That, like, to upgrade your character, you have to buy the loot boxes and stuff like that. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know. But this is what everyone tells me. That, that game, as well as Black Desert Online, as well as Arcade, are pay-to-win. Whether that is accurate, or they are pay-to-win, I don't know. Lord of the Rings Online is not pay-to-win. But there is a lot that you have to pay for that you can't win without. Which I find interesting. It is accurate? Yeah. This isn't like the point of the gacha games, is that you have to pay money to get the items, basically. That's like the whole style, right? Like, that's why, because gacha games are exceedingly successful. Pay for convenience is a very real thing. 100%. But yeah, Elder Scrolls Online is actually one of my favorite models, where you can craft without the crafting bag. But the crafting bag is the absolute, bar none, greatest thing in that entire video game. If every game had something like that, oh my god. It's so convenient. I love both. Elder Scrolls Online is an amazing, fantastic video game, and if you haven't played it, they sell it all the time on sale during like Steam sales and whatever for like straight up $5. So if you haven't done that, I would recommend checking that out. But yeah, it's good. That's a good game. Okay, so I'm not playing Yellow Burglar. I'm playing Yellow Warden. And then I got Plus, and I was like, oh yeah, and it's account-wide crafting bag. It's the greatest. I literally only play that game if I'm subscribed, because I have all the crafts maxed out. ESO PvP sucks. You don't like ESO PvP? I love ESO PvP. It's so much fun. I was playing a whole bunch during the summer, and I had a Templar Shield melee build that I was playing, where I was using Power Bash and the Shield Charge, as well as all the Templar stamina abilities, and I had no health whatsoever. I just happened to have a shield, and holy crap, I was able to just annihilate people. You just kind of sneak about, and then when you see somebody, especially if they're like on their lonesome, you just jump onto them and just annihilate them. Mr. Lotro, any tips for beginners? Tips for beginners. So, an easy one is don't get too stressed out about whether your race that you're playing is good with your class. At most, the biggest impact that your racial decision can have on your class is a 1.5% change in damage. So, don't worry about it. So if you're like, oh, I wanted to play an elf because elves are cool and I like the storyline, don't worry about anything else. Other than that, I would also say, if you want to do the crafting, go ahead and do the crafting. It's cool and it adds to your character. And don't worry about which craft you pick. They're all useful in all aspects of the game. Just ideally pick one that your character can use. So for example, if you're a metalsmith, or like if you're playing a lore master, don't pick metalsmith, which is for heavy armor and shields, and lore masters can't use either. So pick one that fits your character. But also, if you don't want to do the crafting, don't worry about it. You'll be able to pick up items throughout the entirety of the game. So there's that. And my last bit of advice is pay attention to the story, read the character names, and even though it might just be the quest Kill 5 Orcs, read that little window that comes up. It's at most 2 paragraphs for each adventure, and the best part of Lord of the Rings Online is the world building and the storytelling. The designers put a lot of care into making sure that each experience while you're playing it is designed to very, very, very heavily it's designed to very, very heavily cater to people that love the story, that love the lore, that want to get into it. And so if you are a Lord of the Rings playing person... Whoa, what just happened? Sorry, a bunch of my menus just like reset. Weird. No.
Quest received.
But yeah. Here for the lore, you read everything? Absolutely. Also, if you want to follow along, also the music's amazing in this game. If you want to follow along a little bit closer with what's happening in the story, then I would say there is a guy who runs a show, guy Corey Olson. He has a show on YouTube and Twitch that he does where he plays. He's like he's the Tolkien professor. He's some dude who's got a PhD in Tolkienism, and he's very smart. And he knows everything about the Lord of the Rings, and so he plays through the online game very slowly and talks about everything. So if you play through a zone and you think it's cool and you had an interpretation of it, you can then go to find his YouTube channel. Actually, let me see if I can link it. Let me find it. Hold on, let me find the channel. This is the channel. Signum U. Anyway, so he goes through everything. So if you want to have that experience of like learning about some of the game or a section, you can check out his channel if you're interested. And when I say interesting content, it is in no capacity interesting in terms of being exciting. It's interesting in that you end up learning a lot. And so you might be able to learn a little bit. If you want to follow along with the story, read the Silmarillion. No. No, that is exceedingly incorrect. But it is very funny. Show on Lotro stream after court on Friday. Yeah. They said at some point I want to write a proper proposal, and I want to send him an email and be like, I want to do an episode where we sit down and chat about some things, and I talk to you about the things that I understand, and then you explain to me the things that you understand, and we come to what I like to call an understanding. It could be fun. Outreach, you know, a collab. Could be cool. Anyway, we're just discussing strategy right now. What I'm really excited for is for the tank to insta-die when Shelob comes down. He's probably not going to, because he's a smart guy, and he's going to use... he's probably going to get Captain Bubbled before she comes down. That gives you guys to kill her so far. Oh, I can show you how close. This is how close. Yeah, we're so close that we did it already. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Yeah, we already beat it. Or we're just beating it for other people, so more people in guild can get the deed. Because there's more than 12 people in the guild, so we're just getting more people to get the completion. Get credit. They just gotta do a good job. But, I'm gonna say something. Ugh. Yeah, and if you don't know anything about the end game, this is straight up just end game. This is not about the leveling experience. This is just end game. If you have questions about how to play, or about your character class in particular, asking people is an awesome resource. People will take the time to help you. Good job on water in this game for 2007. Well, they've updated it since. And I will say, admittedly, water is probably the best looking thing in the game. I think water is probably the best looking thing in Lord of the Rings. Oh, I have a thing. Hey, what's up, Liquid Break? How are you doing today? Water looks good, but have you tried coffee? See, there's the problem. You're 100% correct. Could you imagine if you're just walking by in, like, Archet and there's a river and it's a river of coffee? Oh. I gotta stay in yellow. Yeah, the water in this game does look really pretty. To be fair, though, like, water graphics look good in most games. Are we using double mini? Yeah, we don't have a bear today, so we're using double mini for heals. I think. Or there's a yellow mini in our group. I'm honestly not sure. It's not my job. I don't make decisions. My job is to hit the boss. There's Shelob. Ah, perfect. No procs. I love that. My favorite thing. Mini RK is pretty solid. Yeah. I don't think that we have a mini in RK. No. No. On the upside, I got my quick sweep to lead off. Take that, Shelob. 140,000 damage. Yeah, piece of crap. Yeah, for Shelob, what a lot of people are running is they're running, instead of a yellow minstrel. Oh, that was bad. I just went in and ate a bunch of damage for no reason. Idiot. What a lot of people are running is they run a red-yellow minstrel. So it's a red minstrel who's doing all the buffs, as well as debuffing for a lot of other... So they're buffing, they're also hitting the boss, and they're also removing corruptions. a lot of people are doing it for their strategy. It's a good strategy, so that makes sense. Also, you're gonna notice my performance is a lot better. I realized that my Lotro was on a hard drive, not a solid state drive. That's in my computer that I have. It's in a hard drive. It's embarrassing. Yeah, the arcade bubble is literally ridiculous. It's amazing how powerful it is. Topple. Up or down. I had a bunch of people and wardens tell me, oh yeah, you gotta do it in yellow, because then you get the proc. And then when you get the proc, you're able to get off so many extra things. Except when I don't get a single proc with the entire base. Also, this is such a problem. Go away. Go away. Yeah. Should have had this. Wait, what's that? I hit escape to close the menu and I said no to the raise. I hit escape to close the menu and I said no to the raise. Whoops, that was my bad for hitting escape. I didn't think I was getting a raise that fast. I think I'm gonna need to use a lot more health potions. Right? Have you seen She Loves Ass? But yeah, so the yellow, usually people aren't running like a yellow minstrel who's healing. It's like a yellow minstrel whose job is to apply DPS in AoE. When you have a lot of the spiders and other things down, they're just constantly bombing out AoE spells. Yeah. Got 8 pairs of Tinker's gloves. So what are you like? Are you gonna be like modifying an old car or something? Oh, I need to get some water. Good call. I do need to get some water because I don't have any. My water cup is empty, unfortunately. So you're gonna see a few attempts. I hope we're able to just smash it out again. But we have a few different people doing different things than normal. I'm just gonna grab water. Leveling a guardian without valor. Hate yourself? Yeah, that sounds like something. That's something that somebody who sounds like they hate themselves. Alright, I'm back. I really needed water. Perfect. And note to self, do not hit escape during the raid. Alright, I can't use that at the same time. Use that. Why not? Help out. Alright. Should I use fire oil? I literally can't use it. Oh, someone range skills temporarily deal fire damage. Oh, it's not even ranged attacks. So that actually doesn't even affect my character. That's really funny. Iconic octopus rogue. There you go. Yeah, but that's 8 pairs. That's 8 pairs. You don't need an octopus. You need a whatever the 16th word is. Decahextopus or something? You see this hex? Also, my performance is so much better, so the stream, in theory, should be slightly clearer. Or it won't be. One of those two things is going to happen. I don't know which. A bioctopus? I think that might be a different thing. Yep. Not down. My damage, though. 5.2 million. Get out of here, Shellop. K16. So wouldn't it be Hexadecipus? Hexadecipus? It should be Hexadecipus. I agree. This is a true statement of fact. The things that I think it should be. And I'm not gonna do that, am I? I am just not. This. Oh man, Loremaster Fire is hilarious in terms of causing performance problems. 11. That's probably fine actually. Go, kill these ads. I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna dump 1 million blue on this. Huh? Getting enough heals. I'm gonna heal myself real quick. I can do it. Oh god. Go. Top alert. So essentially what we're doing, if you've missed this, I do have an entire YouTube video dedicated to our kill where I, like, literally recorded everything that I did. I talked about it. So, like, we recorded it, and then I did a voiceover for what was going on, in case you need to, or you're curious about exactly how it works, what the mechanics are, what you can do if you ever join in. Somebody asked me if I was going to do more of that series. I think I will, because I don't know exactly how many good videos are of like how to do raids and things that exist out there. And this is not me making the claim that I'm the only person doing it. Far from it. I'm saying I literally don't know. I have done no research. So I am under the impression, of course, that there are smart people out there that have done a great job of recording their findings about what some of the best ways to do a bunch of the raid bosses are. I don't know, is my claim. Also, apparently we're almost done with the corruption. Feels pretty good. Okay. Also, I'm really excited that we're doing this with the Guardian. Feels good. Guardians got to get their completions too. My favorite parts about playing Warden: somebody gets down, and I just hit the boss. Oh, what are you doing today, Shrimp? Oh, you know, I'm just out here. I'm hitting the boss. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Alright, all the corruption dropped. So we're good. Boss now. Turning into UI. Nope, it's the same UI. This is just a different video game. This is Lord of the Rings Online. If you're like, oh man, this DDO, you know, looks really weird. So strange. What's going on here? It's a different video game, actually. Pretty sick. I hate that you have to get underneath the spider if you play Warden. Very annoying. But yeah, no, I'm running the same UI. I was gonna download Prime, actually, which is a plugin that gives a whole bunch of extra details. But I didn't do that because I'm lazy. Does the world have 8 legs? That's a great question. You ever seen the movie 8-Legged Freaks? That's why. All my bleeds up. Nice, that was 4 phases. This is the fastest we've ever done this, by the way. In mathematics, a hexadecagon? 16-sided polygon. Hexadecagon. So a hexadecapus. That just sounds, when I say that just sounds dirty. Hexadecipi are dirty? I mean, that sounds right, yeah. Clearly in the description. So I started with a shield by accident. I'm an idiot. There's the Baba, but you got it done. Hey, that's all that matters, right? Get hexadecapus. Oh shit. That's actually really funny. Really funny. Oh man. Go straight to jail. Like that. Need a lot of burning to get done. Dude, that's so bullshit. The Warden is the only interrupt that doesn't happen at the beginning of the animation. It happens at the end. It's so bullshit. Warden Interrupt is the Shifter Whirlwind attack of Lotro? Yeah. Is this tier 2? This is tier 2, yeah. Damn, that was like our fastest and best attempt. Like I don't think we've ever gotten to that point so fast. That felt really fluid. It just kind of died at the end. Is this the spider that Frodo stabbed? This is the spider that Frodo stabbed. That is correct. Shelob. Did a bit of puzzling, kept the red name scarecrows away from the puzzle, got aggroed by the building, and stood away. There you go. I was very close to using my my Never Surrender, but I felt like that was going to be a raid wipe. So. Oh, yeah, I guess it was Sam who stabbed Shelob, not Frodo. Well, yeah, because Frodo just got locked up. Anyway, I'm going to try to keep myself alive. Yeah, man, different hobbits. Don't get your hobbits confused. Come on now. Yeah, that's a problem. You should watch the movies again. Clearly, this is the answer. Also, a reminder, all those of you who boosted the stream, I really appreciate that, who put in some sun flasks. It's been really nice. You know, it actually does help because it puts me on the front page of Twitch. It helps me, you know, get the views and improve and, you know, allow me to keep making more fun content like this. So I appreciate that. Everyone who put in their sun flask to boost it up. Thank you. Exactly what happened there? I don't know. Somebody died. I didn't. Playing hits in Bree Craft Hall since South is occupied TT. Oh, wait, the South is occupied? Who's occupying the South? The way you say that the South is occupied makes me sound like there was literally an invasion. Like an enemy force has just invaded. Like, who's there? Oh, in the South? You know, the Welsh. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Sounds good. I'm playing no hits in Bree. The only hits I'm playing is on Shelob with my sword. Those are the hits. Hit it? Because I'm hitting. I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm really tempted to stack resistance gear or something. It's stupid and it's a bad idea, but for some reason I just really want to stack resistance gear. You get extra resistance, so I can avoid that Shelob thing. Fifth level of the day? Yeah, now it's time to take a break. Now it's time to relax. Have a sandwich. Put your feet up. Hang out. On prop. The Strem for the Stremmer. I hope so. I would like to have the stream boost. It's a 2-day thing though, so if the stream doesn't get boosted today, that's okay. We can get it boosted on Monday. And then we raise one hell of a ruckus. Be like, you guys, you know we gotta boost the stream. I'm ultra famous. So some plus, make them drink 75 gallons of water. I mean, people are gonna try, for damn sure. Including yourself. That should be. I wish there was an actual leaderboard for the points. So people could see who has the most points. Does no one do hound runs? No, no one runs hound. The items are good, just nobody runs it. 70,000 sunflask. Get a jug. Funny. We get a lot of weavers all at the same time here. so I have to sneeze really bad. I should probably drink some water, but I gotta focus. Behind us, Weaver. We have all of the spawners in group as well. This ad cleanup is going really well. Fuck you. Look at that spider. Oh god, I hit teeth. Heal self. Oh, why am I doing this attack? This attack. That's dead. Okay, that spawner's gonna die. I don't care about that. I can literally walk away. All good. The main feats for Heroic Inquisitive. All of the range feats. Combined. Uh-oh. Oh god. Oh, whoops. Whoops! I didn't hit the wrong button. 6 times in a row. You hit the wrong button 6 times in a row. Oh god. Oh god. That was really bad. This is horrible. This is the worst thing I've ever done in my life. I've literally never done anything worse in my life. And I feel so upset with my performance. I also did the wrong button there. Oh god. Anyway, because everything's fine. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. That should be obvious. But yeah, so you need point blank shot, rapid shot, precise shot, group precise shot. You need rapid reload as well, improve critical range. I sell my fragments. Oh, that's really fun. I think of what other feats you would possibly need. I think that's pretty much all of them. Point blank shot, precise shot. am I getting all of this wrong? I don't understand. I'm like literally hitting the same skills, and I keep getting all the wrong gambits going. I don't know if I'm like having a stroke or something, but I'm like literally somehow doing every gambit up. I'm not even like tired either. Or even focusing on chat. Or at all, really. Yours is a wonder. Any of my characters named Strim or Stram? Don't care. Ideally, one of the ones you see me play, Stramtam, or Strimtom, or Strimstream. There are lots of other ones, but ideally, it would be one of them. Oh my god, the fire. That is so bad. My performance. My frame rate. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That's okay. I'm going to heal set? Heal set. Oh my god. We'll release DPS in the boss. Assuming that we can get through this without too many people dying, we should be okay. Oh shit. Wait, what hit me? Oh, that was the dot. Thank you. Here, she threw the puddle, the acid puddle, because she's eaten too much. She killed me with it. That was exciting. I'm dead. Great, sounds great. Yeah, I agree. The music for the music for this entire raid is fantastic. It's all about in here for me. It's about I don't know what instrument that is, but it's not like a harp. It's like when they pluck the violin instead, and you hear like all the plucking, and it sounds like this like super high pitched, like I don't know. It just kind of like gets the hairs on the back of your neck raised. It's pretty sick. Yeah. So by the way, if you are ever wondering why it is that nobody runs Lore Master as a DPS, that's pretty much why. I think that if there was a way for Lore Master visual effects to only appear on their own screen, like if you could turn it off so that way you couldn't see the visuals of a Lore Master, I think that you could probably have somebody make a competent build. Yeah. Absolutely, 100%. I agree. The island visuals are great. But I think that one of the issues with the Lore Master is just the fact that because it's this big burning fire and stuff, until either, or they can make it like much more reduced or something. Because, by the way, if we get through that second phase, the raid's over. We won. So, we're really close to getting this the second time. Also, I think our tank is good. Raid is over. You won. Yeah, all we have to do is get through past that ad phase. Once we get past the ad phase, it's over. Done. Because then we have to deal with ad phase 3. Ad phase 3 is literally just kill everything, and then once the boss comes down, he just runs away. And at very opportune times, yeah. Well, like I said, I don't even think it's about moving. It's just because of the fire effects that drop on the ground. It's just too much crap on the screen. It's the problem that I have with Final Fantasy XIV, in terms of its like rating and stuff, is that it's just too much visual clutter. Like there's so much just shit on the screen, and you can't see anything. Because everyone's spells are like these giant, massive attacks. I'm thinking a question wrong, then the character is deleted because they did not properly master the lore. I agree. Did you know that that actually, I think that is still a section of the character. That isn't there like a lore master quest where you have to like know stuff about the lore? I could be misremembering this, but I remember one of the lore master quests is like a weird puzzle where you need to know stuff about the lore. DDoSing my own raid? I don't think I'm DDoSing my own raid. It'd be impressive. I literally don't even know how to do that. Also, it's a crime. One of them, like, you go to jail, and you pay a hefty fine for crimes. Yeah, I do. Because wait, does that qualify? Hold on. Does having the Lore Master Fire covering up the entire screen, does that qualify as DDoSing? Is that like considered like, you know, an online threat? I really want to get rid of the Sale of Webs. I just can't. Why did I take damage there? I was way outside the range of the spider. It does damage to your GPU. Correct. Insane DPS. Good. Is here? Anyway. Go away. Go away. Uh-oh. The captain's bound. Intentionally thrown on the word. Ah, man, my computer is broken again. I could have spent several $1,000s. I don't know why, but for some reason I'm like imagining now for a moment a world in which I'm trying to imagine a world in which like there's so many puddles here. dead. I'm dying. I didn't want to. I don't want to use my. I'm still dying. I'm dead. Close. Do not want to be in front of the boss right now. This is a really chaotic chunk of fight here. That's the wrong button. That she ate. Heal. Heal. Oh god, it's not enough. It's not enough healing in this game. The death and the pain. We watch my health slowly tick down. Ooh. Do I have combat now? So similar to the combat time I'm running? Yeah. The problem with what happens when you die. I can probably just load Super Chrono and actually use it. Probably. Go the timer? Sure. Yeah, let me just put Super Chrono on. But yeah, I'll load the timer so you can see it. Absolutely. It's a useful piece of information anyway. Did like know when things are going to be happening. Pain! Pain! Slash plugins. Oh, plugins manager? Here we go. Chrono. Load. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Super Chrono? Super Chrono. Load. It's not loading. That's interesting. I have it, but it just doesn't want to load. Alright, well I'm just gonna leave this as the time on it. I'm just going to leave that right here. So if you want to see the damage or anything else like that, the information will be here. That way it's not in my line of sight, and the timer will be down here. This may be hard to see, and I do apologize, but that will technically be there. And unless I die, it should keep track of it, but for some reason I can't get Super Chrono to load right now. I do not know why. No, it's not in the way. It's out of the way, specifically. I just don't want anything here. This is where my eyes are. Weird. I don't know where the little tab is, so I can change the size of it. Oh, hi, DeBerries. I'm doing pretty good. 60,000 fragments to win 6 Sibri shards. That is correct. Lord of the Rings is going pretty good today. We're going up against some Shelob, you know, tier 2. Fun boss, big spider. Spider causes a lot of problems for the people of Middle Earth. Actually, it doesn't. It lives in a cave in the mountains and bothers nobody. But it could. So, you know what happens when it causes a lot of problems? You stomp into its house, you put yourself in yellow instead of accidentally starting the fight in blue, which would be hilarious. And you kick its ass. Say, hey Shelob, you're not doing anything. But you know what? Good. And I'm gonna get you. Technically, it is doing something. It is technically doing something because of the whole storyline with what's his name? On Zabothak, the guy that controls him. Rukor the Pale Herald. He's technically important, and because of Rukor's actions, Shelob. It lives in a cave in the mountains and bothers literally nobody. Like, that's literally the point of what happens with Sauron. The reason why Sauron doesn't do anything to Shelob is because Shelob doesn't do anything to Sauron. Literally, Sauron can't mess with Shelob and would lose. However, he's like, you know what? I'll leave the spider in the mountain. It's not doing anything. And so instead, he just has the spider guarding the mountain pass. God, every time I see that resist, I get so excited. Would you recommend this game to somebody who knows absolutely nothing about the Lord of the Rings? When you say absolutely nothing, do you mean like nothing as in you didn't read the books? Or nothing as in you've literally never seen the movies or the books and you just heard about the Lord of the Rings? Or nothing as in you've literally never even heard of the Lord of the Rings at all? You don't understand any of the cultural references and the entire thing is complete mystery. What scale are you at? In terms of, like, when you say you know nothing, you mean like you know the same amount of things about Lord of the Rings as something else? Yeah. If they just type LOTR and knew it meant Lord of the Rings, then you're probably good. Okay, wait, you've never seen the movies? Man, that's actually amazing. I didn't even know it was possible to, like, not see the movies. But yeah, so would I recommend this game? The thing about this game is it's very, very story-driven, and it very much caters to people who are interested in the story. This game is not going to be nearly as good if you personally aren't interested in the Lord of the Rings story. It doesn't mean that you are excluded if you don't know it. It's actually quite the opposite. It is so in-depth and full of detail about every single aspect of the story that if you are interested, you'll be able to learn everything. You'll learn all the characters' names, where they came from, all these little small details, with the little towns, all the people involved, everything else. It is a very full and complete package. So, if, as I said, if that is something that interests you, if you're like, hell yeah, you like all those little aspects of story, you like really complete, full worlds, and you're all set. Lord of the Rings Online is a great game for you. Is this thing frigging blocking me? Does this know how much finesse I have? I just got partial block. Is it free to play? It is free to play. Okay. I have to reset my client after this, but I'm getting some lag. Take a break from corruption. If I don't. Crazy lag right now. Shields is blocked. What did the spider block with? It's mandibles? I don't know, it's a good question. Good question. What did the spider block with? Boosh. Boosh. Boosh corruption boss. Further on the wall. I mean, I guess that... I don't think that they say that in the movie. Maybe they do. I don't really pay attention to it. from Virginia. Oh, North Korea. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know if they have Lord of the Rings in Virginia. I'd have to check. Wait, what did I evade? Did Shelob try to hit me? I don't like that. That's no good. It's Frodo! Mr. Frodo! Oh god, yeah, it's a classic movie. But yeah, it's free to play. So if you are out here and you're like, man, I never tried it, there's nothing wrong with giving it a shot. You lose nothing. And also, if you don't know the story, this game goes super in-depth into the story to a point where, like, even some of the nerds get to learn some things about the game and the story. They also take a little bit of creative license to teach you a little bit about it as well. Oops. I don't know how I got that wrong. I'm gonna get away from it. Video game that I will play. Absolutely. Sorry, I wish I could talk more. I'm really focusing right now. Because I'm trying to make sure we don't get wrecked here by this big spider. Are you serious? One of the most irritating parts about playing Warden is when the attacks don't land. Gotta save JP. That was like way slower. I'll see you partner for a bit. Yeah. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a you can dodge a Frodo. But yeah, this game, as I said, is pretty fun to play. Important note about this game is it's not only is it free to play, it's also pretty straightforward and easy for the most part. This is a challenging section. This is a 12-person raid designed for 12 people to coordinate and play to the best of their ability to take down. The majority of the game is a solo, where you just kind of run around Middle-earth and help people out. And some guy goes, hey, I do say I need to get a pie to another town. Can you carry this pie there? You're like, I don't really want to do that. That's not really compelling gameplay. Then after you've carried 25 pies around the entirety of the Shire, you're like, oh yeah, I guess that's what it's doing. I am my play, brother. I don't know what's happening in chat right now. Get to play in the further neighborhood. Yeah, this game is free. So the cost of downloading the game and giving it a shot, by the way, is very, very small. On me each time. Oh god. My frame rates are dropping! And also there's puddles everywhere. One. as a warden, it is very difficult for me to do AoE or to do single target sometimes. There are so many monsters. With my AoE attacks hit everything. Good. Perfect. I just lost a heal on myself. Now I'm going to be doing as much DPS to cover as I can. Proto Loop cereal. That sounds delicious. Sounds like quite a snack. Oh, yeah, we need to interrupt that spawner. Can't get my skills off now. Getting crazy skill lag. Oh! We are like unable to kick these spawners. I'm dead. If we can, we have so many hatchlings we need to take care of. Ooh, yeah, we had too many spawners alive. And they just got too many stuff. We spent too much time burning hatchlings. I feel like maybe we should have used that first knockdown just to kind of add. We had good times. Even the challenge stuff, I'm gonna argue it's certain classes that are difficult and others that just get easier. I think it depends, right? It's an important note that there are a lot of different players that play this game. The majority of the people that play Lord of the Rings Online, no, the burners keep burning during the knockdown, yeah, but I don't know. I feel like we had too many spawners up there. We should have taken down the spawners. But what I was gonna say is I think that for the most part. Oh. I'm gonna restart client. I think that there is a very, very wide skill set in this game. Or not skill set, skill gap. Many players, many of the people that play this video game, play it at very, very different levels from one another. The average player is somebody who is experiencing the game for the story, which is, for the most part, the way the game is designed to be intended. And as a result, since the landscape content doesn't challenge you too much, you know, it is a situation where, since the landscape content doesn't challenge you during the leveling process, and the endgame content asks you to be very familiar with your class, to be very familiar with many different mechanics and abilities, it's a different mindset that you have to get into. And then even when it comes to the end game, there are, I guess, a lot of different interactions that people might not realize exist, or different ways to optimize. Just like with anything else, there's definitely a skill level there. I would say that probably the average skill level of players in Lord of the Rings Online is definitely lower than a game like Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft. Partially just due to, just as I said, general culture. The point of the game is to experience the story of the Lord of the Rings more than it is to complete all of the content on the hardest difficulty, versus something like World of Warcraft, where most people post actively about how they hate the story, and instead focus on just grinding out dungeons and endgame things as much as possible. Right? And so there's a lot of different pieces that go into it. And so that's why when many people will make the comments that, oh, but the raids are very easy. And whether there are more or less mechanics in comparison to a raid in Lord of the Rings Online versus a raid in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or Elder Scrolls, even though the raid mechanics are different, just general skill level of the player base is also going to be very different as well to compensate. Like, when I used to raid in World of Warcraft, it was really fun. It was fun to raid. I enjoyed, doing raid night 4 nights a week, getting in there and trying to clear off all the content on Mythic. And it was a good experience. when you get a server first, that feels like an accomplishment. You get the little feat of strength title thing, and you just feel like you feel on top of the world. You're like, yeah, man, I am one of the best players on the server. That's sick, and it feels great. But along with that came a lot of arguing, shouting, people making mistakes and getting at each other's throats. A lot of very negative behaviors that develop from a lot of people believing that they're too good, and so they don't give others the time of day, or they don't treat people with respect in terms of rating, that sort of thing. And so when it comes to the endgame rating scene in a lot of other games, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, a lot of the players can in some capacity be very hard to deal with as human beings, and that was something that drove me away from it. And it's one of the reasons why I enjoyed you can also do this in casual rating, but even casual raiders, the mindset just filters down. I found for the most part, casual rating in Lord of the Rings Online is a little bit less so. So that's one of the things I wanted to step away, is a more chill mindset. Although a lot of the people that I've interacted with in Lord of the Rings Online, who are very in the raiding crowd, like you guys who happen to raid on Arkenstone, who stop by to give helpful advice, I really appreciate that. It's awesome. There's a lot of positivity. Oh yeah. Whereas when I was raiding in World of Warcraft, if you made like a mistake twice in a row, then the raid leader cussed you out with every word you can imagine, many that you can't. And then if somebody made another mistake, they were benched for the rest of the week, and they weren't allowed to come to raids. It was a very different mentality. I mentioned this before, but now I need to look at the boss. Where are the bosses in this raid? Bosses. Oh, okay. Fel Lord Zakuun from Hellfire Citadel. This boss is a very challenging boss with a lot of mechanics, but it is also and it was very complicated. There was a lot of RNG involved in the boss fight. It was from Hellfire Citadel, and when we were doing that one on Mythic, I still remember that you brought 20 players into the raid, and we had the situation where what would happen is literally when we got to Fel Lord, we would get to Fel Lord, and because the same people made mistakes so often, of the 20 players, we had a 30-person guild, but of the 20 players in guild, literally the leader would kick out 2 people that would always make mistakes. Like before we would get to the boss, before he wouldn't even give them a chance. He'd be like, no, you don't get this boss. You suck too bad. And he would kick them out of the raid, and we would 18-man the 20-man boss on Mythic, and then re-invite them for the next boss. Because they just made too many mistakes, and he's like, no, you're done forever. But we beat the boss, but it was just, it was very negative. It wasn't a very happy environment. So the feeling of success and triumph was good, but there was a lot of stepping on people's necks along the way. I always try to be nice and kind to the other people that played, but I also didn't, for that reason, make a ton of friends, because I don't think I was as aggressive as other people. I wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I wasn't as aggressive. And our success on Shelob, beating her last week for the first time, the feeling of success wasn't lessened because we did it on a lower difficulty. It still felt amazing when we got it down. So, yeah. That's kind of where I come from when it comes to like the raiding thing. So, when it's like, oh, the raid is easy, that's right. This raid is so easy that on my server of Crick Hollow, 6 guilds on the server have cleared this raid in a year. That's how easy it is. 6 guilds in a calendar year. Right? So the claim that it's easy is interesting, but I don't know. It is easy when you have the right players, people who know what they're doing, people who are working on different things. But everybody goes at a different pace, and everybody's going to learn something at a different rate. And so that's why you need to get the right keys on the keyboard, Shrim Tom. How mechanically difficult do you think this is compared to other games? Rated in pretty much every game I've played. I would say that this is a simpler game in terms of mechanics than World of Warcraft. I think that is an easy like slam dunk for WoW. Oh, okay, that's not good. We have a web inside the puddle. I'm actually taking a bunch of damage. I don't want to be here. In terms of raid mechanics, that's a great question. So in terms of complexity, I would say that the Lord of the Rings raids aren't too mechanically complex. I would say probably the biggest things that are holding the raid back, and the raiding scene in general in Lord of the Rings from them making more mechanically complicated raids, is one, generally the player base, their ability to acquire, like, do certain challenges, and two, performance issues. Performance issues plague this game and are not uniform among all of the players. Everybody has a different experience with their performance in this game. Also, why the fuck did my interrupt not interrupt that? What the hell is that? I literally hit her with the interrupt. Morden! Anyway. I gotta focus with me. Yeah, in terms of mechanical difficulty, I would say that World of Warcraft is 100% a more challenging video game. And I'm not talking about World of Warcraft Classic. The raids in World of Warcraft Classic, almost every boss is, the boss has a single mechanic, and, you know, it's like, oh, the boss has an attack, and you just have to make sure you don't stand in front of it. That's literally World of Warcraft, in a nutshell. Classic. Don't want to bother with any game at all. Yeah, there you go. I feel you on that one. Yeah, so I think the World of Warcraft has much more mechanically complicated raids, where they have multiple pieces. They're not afraid to add and build new mechanics. They're not afraid to create items, create circumstances, teleport you, put you in different dimensions and realms. You're away from other players, split up the group. World of Warcraft has a very wide and varied mechanic system, which is one of the reasons why I absolutely dislike World of Warcraft. And basically, every single, I hate World of Warcraft. I don't like the character classes. I don't like almost anything about it. But their raids and instance design are 100% some of the best raids. Like, they know what they're doing. They hired all the best people. They literally just hired all the best people. They make unbelievably good raids and dungeons. Sometimes the visuals don't always come through. Sometimes a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, like they did a good job. The raids in Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King are much more complicated, but all of the ones in the original World of Warcraft are like insanely simplistic. I think it depends where you build a group asking for help, and it's looking good. If you just join the spam group and fail, you'll get blacklisted. Sounds friendly. That's impressive. I never played Warcraft 3. I'm also not really a RTS player. I don't really like RTS games. Yeah, so I'd say that World of Warcraft is definitely more mechanically complex than Lord of the Rings by a large margin. I think that Final Fantasy XIV is a game that isn't too mechanically complicated, but it is significantly more punishing. Thank you. So to explain what I mean, in Final Fantasy, oh shit, that's bad. In Final Fantasy 14, that entire game is like literally the design of it is, did you make a mistake? Cool, the entire raid wipes. So Final Fantasy 14 is not as mechanically complicated as World of Warcraft. I think in a lot of cases, there are some fights where they kind of lean on one character to make it harder on that one character. But for the most part, I think that Final Fantasy 14 is much more simplistic. However, it is way more like, not so much feast or famine, but there's a lot of mechanics in which, like, if you make a single mistake, you lose. But that's okay, because Final Fantasy 14 is a video game that uses less members of the raid. World of Warcraft is a 20-person raid group, so one person making a mistake and losing the entire raid is too big of a penalty. But in Final Fantasy 14, it is a 8-person group. So if one person makes a mistake and you lose the raid, well, we need to adjust that one person. Yeah. It is just, don't make any mistakes. Always do a good job. Always land your skills. Always land your abilities. Don't get hit by anything. Don't touch anything. Like, raids on Savage is literally like, just don't get hit by a single mechanic that you're not supposed to, or else you're going to wipe the raid. Do you think you don't like WoW because it's so popular? No, I don't like World of Warcraft because I really don't like the... I have no issues with the game being popular. I like the fact that World of Warcraft is popular. World of Warcraft being popular allows... Again, I don't like playing the game. Not that I don't conceptually like World of Warcraft. But, like, in World of Warcraft, one of the main issues I have is it is almost exclusively about doing, like, you're a number. Right? It's like, oh, if you play World of Warcraft, and one of the things I don't love about the design is it's all about your DPS number. Are you doing the absolute highest DPS number in your raid? If you're the highest DPS number, then you're the most important. DPS, the lowest DPS number, you're the least important person in your raid. That's pretty much it. And I just don't like it. Because you like that aspect, like to return to classic for the Burning Crusade. Yeah. Yeah. So it's nothing to do with that. Click your buttons. Press the button. You die. Because if we get through this, we win. By the way. No, every fight at the end of every WoW expansion is a very long fight. Yeah, it's the end boss. Chat has literally never been this fast before, and I'm trying to focus. Thank you, you guys. Just want to point that out. Got it. Shit. I'm so good at this game. I used the interrupt. It went on cooldown. I did it way in advance. What is this? What a bunch of baloney. Doesn't work. And that's the other problem too. Lord of the Rings has a lot of problems because the game doesn't work sometimes. So many weird bugs and things that exist. Hit it, bug. Shelob. Hit it. Super funny. So it's not, and yeah, fights, like I said, long fights are end boss fights. I have to read chat. I missed so much. Yeah, PvP. Everyone's a DPS. This is correct. Everyone's a DPS in Final Fantasy 14. And wipes hasn't been the same pull for 30 minutes. Yeah, this fight is long. This is currently the longest fight in the game. At endgame right now. There's not a lot of fights, but there's 6 raid fights. This is the longest one. Better than Everwinter, most of the raids are DPS checks. Yeah. This raid's not so much a DPS check. Seconds. Yeah, but 15 minutes. This is a very long raid for Lord of the Rings, exactly. This is a very long fight. Weird though, I think Zelda's a cool game. Played every Zelda. Sunny Pound, you're aware that Zelda is one of the most popular video game franchises on planet Earth, right? That is not a weird thing to like Zelda. That's be like, I'm so weird. I like Skyrim. Yeah, everybody likes Zelda. Everybody likes Zelda. Unless you live in North Korea, then it's very weird that you like Zelda. Devastate for 6,000 months are dead, yeah. Max with like a 30-minute fight. Yeah, absolutely. Brone had some long fights too. Yeah, me too. I like my issue with World of Warcraft, like I said, is the class design and like just the general feel of the game. Again, something about Lord of the Rings is you control your momentum in midair, and you can like there's like a weightiness to your character. So if I let go of the button, my character still staggers a tiny bit. It just feels there's like a weightiness to it that not Final Fantasy 14, World of Warcraft, and what's that other game that isn't World of Warcraft? Star Wars: The Old Republic do the same. They have the same problem. Thing. We farmed 26 hours for giving up because they had to fall. They only had it down to half health. That was Final Fantasy 11, Matus. Yeah. Oh, somebody already corrected you. Good. Remake the end this way. Cloud gaming. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. This T4 or T5? This is T2. Octopus 7717. If this was T4 or T5, I would love that. That'd be sick. Oh yeah, I also drink water. You like Rift's combat? Yeah, I played Rift a very, very small amount. Never enough to get really immersed in it. What's up, Faded? How you doing? How do you feel today? That is correct. Swapped it out. Good concept for the Super Nintendo completely raid focused. Yeah, I never really got into it. I know some people that just started playing Rift. Although, as I said, I don't know much about it. I couldn't tell you whether it's a good or a bad. The old Rift. Boogie. But yeah, so that's why when I talk about, in terms of like complexity, the Lord of the Rings raids aren't terribly complicated for the most part. I think Shelob is one of the more mechanically complicated raids, but even then it's not too bad. But performance issues as well as just weird bugs that just don't get fixed hamper the experience. Another issue is that plagues Lotro's experience in terms of raiding is like kind of not so much lack of variety, Well, kind of lack of variety. But there are a lot of... There's a big gap between the best classes and the worst classes of their design that they could probably close, and they should work on actively, which I think they currently are working doing. But they need like double the stamps that can do it double the speed. An easy solve. Also, I'm gonna get the web the entire fight. Well done. Captain OP. Yeah. Well, it's a layered problem. It's not just like Captain OP. It's also like, oh my god, that's bad. It's not even just like, oh, Captain OP. It's also, like I said, it's dead specs. Blue and yellow hunter, blue burglar. Actually playing warden as a ranged class, like ranged warden, as a salient is supposed to be designed to do. Everyone just plays yellow and melee. Confusing. What else is there? Dead specs. Okay, dead specs. Why did I do that? That was a mistake. I did not know the way of steal them. I don't know what to do that. By different point of rotation. Yeah, so there's a lot of things. Oh yeah, blue champ. Another. Why did I do that again? Like, I'm not immune to it either. You know, as I get older and I become more boomer. I didn't even swap some stances for that. Horrible play. Yeah, as I become older and I get more boomer, you know, I make more and more mistakes. And I'll say that at least some part of that is likely due to the fact that I play a lot of video games. I just have to pray that something catches me. Yep, everything's down. Don't let the boomers hear you say that. Ah, they know. They know what it's like. The boomers know what it's like. Yeah. Sometimes make a few too many mistakes like that. I wasn't patient enough, and I didn't wait for. I didn't realize again this skill didn't go up. Dick. I kind of wish the warden histories were immediate, so you didn't have to wait for the attack timer. That like really would have been. You can use champ tanks, because the champ tanks just aren't as good as the other. Not like you couldn't bring a champ tank into the raid, or you couldn't use a champ tank for certain things. something I've learned recently from talking to other people, other servers, some very talented players, is that you can use a lot of different things that people consider not to be very good. There just are some things that don't really have a lot of clear design goals or flow. I think the main issue about champ tanking not being good is more so that champ tanking is just unsatisfying. When you play a champ tank, first of all, if you're rolling champion, you're not rolling a tank character. So why is this even an option? And if it is an option, what are you supposed to do with it? What is the goal of playing champion tank? Are you supposed to be like the most defensive of all of the tanks? No, that doesn't make sense. Like, what's the goal of playing a champion tank? How do you sell champion tanking to say, yes, champion, you are now tanking. Why? You can rage boost and a pure fighter for Blood Feast? Yeah, you can. Just play as a shifter. Play a shifter or shifter fighter. It's one of the reasons why shifter is an extremely good race. Though people think that shifters are not an extremely good race, because you can get access to Blood Feast in endgame, which is extremely valuable. Good. Alright, good enough. Looking getting into it? That's a great question. That's a difficult one to answer, and I wish I did have an answer for you, Faded. Because I honestly am not sure how much money you need to pay to get access to a lot of content in this game. Somebody else might be able to help you with that. I am not 100% am not free to play, so I actually don't know what a lot of the cost is. I promise a lot of the cost is also baked into weird stuff. So, for example, I baked into weird stuff. Some of the things are quest packs. Some of the things that you buy in Adventure Zone, basically. And some of the things are not quest packs. Some of the things are, in fact, expansion based. So there's an expansion pack that you can get. An expansion pack that you can buy that grants you, for $60, access from all content from level 50 to 95. And, yeah, so it grants you access to all content from level 50 to 95, as well as content from 105 to 115. But you have a straight up gap from 25 to 50, as well as 95 to 105. Southwest. Coming in. Weavers. Yep. Shield. This seems kind of bad. I want to play Low Trip, it's been 2 days since choosing raid class and you still don't know? That's interesting. Have you ever played any other MMOs? Have you ever played any other MMOs and appreciated a class? Or, for example, have you ever played another MMO and really appreciated the playstyle of one character over another? have any of the spawners though. I'm dead. Oh, we got a double. Back up. Oh. Yeah, we were a little discoordinated there. We didn't go to a specific location. But DPS aggro, making it. Yes, it's there. In all honesty, I'd play this up. Yeah, basically, if you wanna play the game, I'd recommend there's the pack that gets you the expansions, then just sub. You're French. I think I'm just gonna choose a fun DPS. Well, if you like healing in video games and you also like doing some DPS, Runekeeper might be good for you. It's a healer and a DPS, so it's got kind of both angles going. Another example may also be Minstrel. Minstrels are really fun to play on the landscape and do a bunch of stuff. And there is also a French client. Yeah. Unless you have friends who are playing on the English. It's so hard as fuck. He doesn't give a damn about getting hit in the face really because he's so focused on beating his opponent. I don't know. I envisioned champion tanking being something along the lines of dealing damage improves your survivability. So, for example, imagine something like when you were critically hitting on a champion, a percentage of the critical hit damage that you did protected your character as like a morale bubble. Like the more damage you did, you got yourself your own personal morale bubble as like a percentage of the damage that you dealt. Kind of like basically Death Knight from World of Warcraft. Yeah. Runekeeper is not a. I was just throwing it out there. Runekeeper is not a starter class, but yeah, you have to buy that one. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm trying to think what else is there. There's a lot of good classes in the game. A lot of them are fun. It depends on exactly what it is you're looking to play. The Lord of the Rings classes don't really have a direct one-to-one analog of something else, which I think is complicated. You have, there's a lot of different character classes in like World of Warcraft, in Final Fantasy, in Star Wars, in Rift, in all these different games. And I think Lord of the Rings does a good job of separating it out and making its classes feel slightly distinct from the other ones. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because sometimes classes can get pigeonholed into certain roles. But Lotro also has a fourth capacity of support classes, which is kind of interesting. Test of Will devastate damage from Test of Will damage? Yes. Because you don't always devastate with Test of Will. Unless you do always devastate with Test of Will, and I don't know the difference. Yeah, Minstrel is also really good. I've just leveled up my Minstrel. Yeah, if you always devastatingly crit, then it's fine. Yeah, if you can get 100% devastate chance, let me know. Send me an email at shrimptom@gmail.com and inform me of how you did that. And when we all know how to do it, we're all good. Room we don't have to bring. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I want 100% devastate chance. That'd be sick. That would really improve my ability to play this game and to increase my damage output. Free grilling crit rating? Nah, it caps at 10%. At 1.1 million, I think. Yeah, it's like I think it's 1.1. Oh, you guys gonna make me check the chart? Did I turn that on? No, I didn't. I'll get the chart. Here's the chart. Uses to check out your stat and your ratings. So, Devastate. It is 1,260,000 crit required for Devastate. Be at 10%. So, for example, if I set separate. Oh no, these are all the same. So if I set this at 63, so this is the crit cap, then it puts you about here in terms of Devastate magnitude. You're still missing. You're at 6.7% Devastate if you're at the crit cap. Could be higher. Would be like watching me die. Everyone likes watching them die. Might be sad about devs. Maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. You can use this to try to figure out what your breakpoint is or how much stat is worth it. Like, for example, if you're at the crit cap, then for magnitude, you're not even close to the magnitude cap. The magnitude cap goes all the way up to 3 million. Now, should you have 3 million crit? Probably not. But could you? Probably. Interesting idea. Anyway, oh, you guys can't see it. That's why I was wondering. I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, you guys can't see my chart. Yeah, so here's the chart. This is useful for calculating stuff. Use this to determine what your crit ratings are, so you can plug in numbers, and then the chart tells you exactly what your ratings are supposed to be. So over here, you have your Devastate chance, your critical chance, your Devastate, your magnitude. These are the caps are on here, so you can see all the caps. Or rather, these are the desired percentages, but also the caps are input by default, and then you can kind of see where you are in relation to that. I know. So I was using some of this to do some math with Burglar to see where you can get some damage applied in, because you have 6,300 crit, or 630k, 630,000 crit is your crit cap, and it's 32% magnitude. But if you replace this with like a cool million, then you get an extra 10% crit damage, as well as 2.2% Devastate chance, which increases your damage even further. You get closer to the Devastate cap. But would you want to have a million crit? I don't know. It gives you 10% extra critical magnitude, though, which is not too bad. Although you're still several million off from the cap. So you can see effectively where you're supposed to go. You can use this for all the different stats. Kind of useful. Like mapping out some stuff. I don't know, it's just kind of neat. So I use this oftentimes to check, see where I am, and if there's like a better breakpoint. Or if it's worth it to get one stat versus another, what percentage exist. I'm looking at gear. So I often use that chart. Should be a Fiend Warlock who does the Iron Fire Bomber in Blown Bits solo R10. Nerd using that? Yeah, look at this nerd. What an idiot. He's using math. Saying math or met? Why am I drinking an energy drink at 9:44 p.m.? I don't know. We all make decisions. And to act on them. I don't know how to answer this guy's question, so I will do that at some point. Actually, something I wanted to talk about and bring up is important. One of the important details about playing these combat sections is that a lot of the things that can also help you out is like team comp. So team comp can definitely help you out a lot in terms of overcoming some of the different challenges here. So you know, if you have access to the right team comp, you're going to be able to beat different raids in different dungeons and that sort of thing. So right now, we currently don't have a bear healer, which is usually what a lot of groups bring to this raid. A lot of like cross-raid damage that comes out, and there's a lot of healing that needs to happen, which is one of the reasons why bears can be quite useful for some of their crits. Fortunately, we just don't have one available, it looks like. So we are a little short. We're a little hairless. We're barely hanging on without one. The symbols, what do they mean? I have to stand here, under this shield. That's what they mean. They're all the torchbearers, by the way. This person marked as a torchbearer. Anyway. Blue spawns. Donut is missing a giant valley. Oh. That's something you gotta be careful of. Oh wait, what? Anyway. Yeah. Hope you all are doing good tonight, having a good evening. You know, I'm saying now. So, fighting some people up. Okay, I've already got the kills. I'm feeling good. I would like to get some more people through, for sure. But as I mentioned before, that's one of the hard things that can... Why does that... One of the things that you can do in terms of, you know, just general improving your gameplay is having access to all of the different character classes. This is a horrible parse, by the way. I think this is my lowest one that I've got on the first pull all night. The Rising Dawn. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna lie, there's a Warden Legacy called Critical Strike, Critical Damage. And I was like, wow, that has to be like the best Warden Legacy ever, because it increases your Critical Strike, Critical Damage by such a huge amount. Oh dude, so much Critical Strike, Critical Damage. Then I realized that Critical Strike is the name of a Warden skill, so Critical Strike Critical Damage increases the critical damage of the skill Critical Strike, which is not the same thing as what I thought it was. Oh, how sad I was. I was so convinced. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this amazing skill, everyone's gonna think this guy's amazing. I know. Champs are good, by the way. Did you know? Did you know that champions are really good right now? I don't think it's because of that, but yeah. Just critical damage multiplier. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's the legacy. They're garbage. Get 2 people back? I think I'm gonna die. Maybe? Nah, I lose. Never surrender. Clutch. I'm dead. Is it just me or is the stream at low volume today? Oh, no, I think I'm just speaking calmly for the most part. Oh, well, we all died. That's a wipe. I'm just speaking calmly for the most part. So yeah, it is literally me. I am low volume. I don't know. Trying not to get like too agitated, wrapped up. It's really easy to get like excited and agitated for wiping on raids. Go try to stay calm. I used to listen to like when I used to raid in World of Warcraft. I would listen to like what would this do? Like a whole bunch of just like calming, like really relaxing, like hip hop and stuff. The background, something that's just like very, very low intensity, very slow. Some easy, relaxing beats. Arcade Legacy is pretty disappointing. No, you guys don't get to talk. You know whose legacies are disappointing? Warden legacies are disappointing. Look how many DPS legacies I have on my javelin. Let's see. Shield, spear shield, gambit damage, fist gambit damage. That's all of the damage legacies. I get 2 on my thing. For a class that has 2 DPS specs, there's 2 DPS legacies on the spear. What about on the melee weapon? Surety of Death, light damage, spear gambit, range damage, and then I got nothing. Double mark target, I guess. Gambit life tap damage doesn't affect the healing, so that's why I didn't max it out. And fate. But this was on the weapon from when the character was level 7, or no, when the character. This is like a really old thing. I don't know how old this. Yeah, not 75, but this has been here for a while. I could change it. What would I turn it into? Nothing. The attempt. Feeling good. Yep, Arcane Lightning Legacies. Actually, because you don't need that many Arcane Lightning Legacies, I actually use 1 Runestone for blue and yellow. Because it's just, I'm like, I don't need to change it. It's fine. I use the same stats on both. Alright, Shelob, you're going down. Yeah, sprint evade. Yeah, that way you can run away and dodge attacks at the same time. I don't understand how you can't see that being useful. I fail to recognize what you fail to recognize. I don't know if it's Legacy Heaven, but yes, they actually have enough legacies that you want to have, like, if you have to choose, you have to make difficult decisions. You don't really have to make difficult decisions because you use weapon swap a lot. I hate weapon swapping. I want them to get rid of it. Weapon swapping is stupid and it sucks. I would like them to get rid of it. I would be very happy with that. Oh no. That thing's still on there? Yep. Yeah, weapon swapping is, one, it takes out the decision making of your legendary. So instead of having a like you have to pick which legacies are cool, you just literally get all of them. So that's a problem. And then also, it's just straight up not fun. It just is not fun. You know what's cool? Casting my spells. You know what's cool? You know, moving my character and running around. You know what's not cool? Using my user interface to increase my damage. Yeah, they need to get rid of weapon swap. Arcade weapon swaps. Arcade 100% weapon swaps. You weapon swap for the ice thing. For the Blizzard Flurry of Words. Sorry. Flurry of Words. You have to do that for. don't die. I want to live. Place your bets, place your bets. Oh, you did the prediction? Nice. Thanks, Howard. Appreciate that. Look at this guy. Yeah. Well, I guess yes. Technically, they do make it harder to see, but because it increases the crit chance, so you weapon swap to make the storm last longer. Oh, nobody bet? Oh, rip. So you earn Sunblast by watching the stream, and usually I would do some predictions, but I didn't do any today because I'm just, I don't know, low in energy right now, I guess. And, which is weird, because I literally just drank an energy drink. So, but yeah, if you click on the Sunblast icon when the predictions are up, it should have a message on chat. Like, it should literally say in chat. Oh. Okay, we can't top it. Okay. You just hit the Sunblast, I think? Oh, yeah. Apparently one of our players is bugged out, so we can't activate any of their skills. Ah! Yeah, we have an issue right now where the player who has the Vial of Erendil's light can't do anything. And the light's now in the air. Oh shit, we got the topple? Yeah, one of our players got bugged and he couldn't do anything after getting out of the web. That was cool. Again, sometimes there's just a lot of bugs in this game. Not always, but yeah, always. Oh god. Skills. Well, it's so funny sometimes on Warden when you mash skills. Oh, perfect. Okay, so now the person who picked up the light after the person died to fix the fact that they couldn't use skills after getting released also can't use the light. Oh no! The Stone Cold Stunner? Oh, that's a great idea. I have not tried this. No Stone Cold Stunner yet. Get her. Get her. Probably something like that, yeah. Yeah, and then you can participate in predictions. We run a lot of predictions during Dungeons & Dragons Online, and if I was paying more attention, I would. But for some reason, my attention is, like, difficult right now. I think it's also because I really have to go to the bathroom. It's impacting my ability to focus, unfortunately. You guys know, to you guys who are like better than me at the video game, if Shelob has a pattern for who she binds. saves the day. Like a joke I don't get. Oh, wide mouth Gatorade. Right. I don't know how I didn't pick up what you're putting down. You're like wide mouth Gatorade. I got you. Sorry. I'm like such a bad gamer. I do live in a basement. I'll admit that. I haven't been outside in like a week. But I definitely am not good at picking up on that level of joke. Oops. Too many. Scenario. North. Get it. Got south coming in. Like, look at that! Look! I devastatingly critically hit it with my stupid shield bash and I didn't interrupt it. That makes me so sad. I don't know why. I devastatingly crit it. It was devastated. My crit was devastating. That's what the development team just said to me. They said that critical strike devastated your enemy. But they didn't interrupt their focus enough to be able to stop them from casting a spell. What did I do to him? Oh, yeah. Oh, whoops. No. God, I wanted to help that. I cannot. Also, I'm getting crazy performance problems in here. The monster's loaded on screen. This. Oh, go! I don't care if I'm not facing the target. It's a 360 AoE. Whoa! Sheila hit me for 1 billion damage. Ow! That wasn't actually. Was that 1 million? No, it was not quite 1 million. But the damage is already gone because of all the dots I dropped. 946,982 with sweeping attack. And an Ungol Hatchling also hit me with a partially evaded hit for 4,480 damage to morale. DD, best IRL money you've spent on Lotro ranks to shared storage. I actually don't have that one. I've never really cared too much about fast travel cooldown. Only quality option is 1080p for some reason. High quality failure. That's what I'm talking about. Best I can do. I'm going to quickly hit the washroom, and then I'll be back in just a second, because if I don't do that, I'm going to explode! Please enjoy an advertisement. I'll be back in just a 1 second. Then we're going to talk about the raid and what happened. Why life is pain. Good, too. Water, because my water's in. I'm back. You have on just for the area you're questing and a few more hubs. So yeah, so let's talk about what happened there. Let's talk about the experience. First, I have water literally all over my face because I get excited when I drink water, and sometimes I will literally just start pouring water. Like, I'm drinking it, but then it's too much, and it starts coming out of both sides of the face, and I pour water all over myself. I don't know if that's a problem. I'm a grown-up, and I shouldn't do that. I don't know. Life is strange. Anyway. Yeah, so I wanted to discuss basically what happened in the raid there. For those of you that are missing, am I a cat? I have a cat living in the house that doesn't belong to me.
Now then.
She's very cute. She belongs to my roommate. Washroom water on my face? No. That'd be very funny. No, I went and I chugged a whole cup of water, and then I brought an extra cup with me. That way I'd make sure I get enough water, because I usually don't drink enough during the day, because I'm very... What the hell is this? Look at this fishing rod in this man's hand. What a psycho. That's crazy. Anyway, I'm going to do some weeklies while we discuss the raid. So essentially what happened there was a combination of many different things. Kind of put everything into perspective. So in case you're following the intense and epic saga of what the heck happened in that raid there, and you want to learn how to understand what was going on. There were a couple different pieces that kind of came together to make the experience that we kind of had as a collective. So number one, we didn't have a diverse cast of healing. We were using 2 minstrels as healers. Having 2 minstrels, while not being directly a bad thing, it's good to diversify your healers because you want people that can cover the weaknesses of the other healer. It's one of the reasons why you bring 2. There isn't strictly a best healer in the game right now. Instead, it's more about pairings. Because some classes, like minstrels, can provide additional buffing along with their healing, and on top of that, have some just very good single target healing that can't really be matched by other classes. You've got a tank, you want somebody to keep that tank alive, Minstrels are really good for that. Granted, Runekeepers are also pretty good for single target healing, especially combined with bubbles. However, their raw output of just heals per second into one single person, not including bubbles, is lower than a Minstrel, and your bubble has a 25-second cooldown, I believe. There is going to be a time where, you know what, sometimes the Minstrel just comes in the clear. On top of that, they do have some shields that they can put on people, which is pretty cool. But when you have two Minstrels, you're missing out on a whole bunch of things. Just to start, you're missing out immediately on you're missing out on some of the other debuffs that you could possibly get. For example, if you bring a bear healer, the bear healer has the ability to armor crush their opponent, increasing the amount of damage that all of your allies deal to it. Isn't that cool? Think about that. Monster's now taking 15% extra damage because you brought a bear healer? Weird, huh? So it's kind of interesting that it has that. On top of that, bears also happen to have very, very good single target. However, they have cooldowns that they must manage. So while they get some really powerful heal over times in the terms of Hearten, as well as their encouraging roar, they unfortunately do have to deal with cooldowns. And there is dead time on bears where they literally are basically just sitting there unable to get some heals off, which is kind of unfortunate. Whereas Minstrels don't ever have that dead time. However, bears get abilities like Rejuvenating Bellow, which allows them to heal both groups. So instead of just healing one side of the group, the people that are in your group, they can heal cross-group, which is amazing for sections like what we were doing in Shelob, where all of a sudden you've got a whole bunch of damage comes out. You know, maybe it's one of those big flops or everyone's dying at the same time. They can just go boom, press a button, and then all of a sudden almost everybody is back up to full health. And having that type of combination, a lot of groups like to run Minstrel and Bear because Minstrels can cover up for these single target weaknesses that Bear might have in terms of just being able to have the raw output when you need it. But Bears have this crazy AoE that they can output. It's really, really strong. And then Runekeepers on the flip side have external cooldowns. They get a bunch of external cooldowns that they can apply to players to decrease the amount of damage that they take. So, for example, if you have to play as a Runekeeper, they can use abilities such as their Rune Sign, Word of Frost, which decreases the damage that somebody takes by 10%. You can throw that on a tank before a big ability or a set of abilities. On top of that, they also have the Our Fates Entwined Runestone, which reduces the damage of every single person in the group by 20%. External cooldowns are very, very rare in this game, and Runekeepers happen to carry 2 of them, which makes them very potent. Again, they can kind of combo. And on top of that, they have bubbles, and the bubbles can be cross-raid, giving you extremely, extremely powerful abilities that you can then just make it so, oh, there's a big hit coming in? Don't worry, even though people only have 400,000, I'm going to pretend like they have 550,000 morale and stay alive anyway. So it's kind of neat what some of the things you can do. And yes, we are ignoring captains for this example. I'm sorry, Captain. You are my favorite healer. You're getting ignored. Now, after I've said all of this, this must bring to mind, okay, so since every healer can do so many different things, it would make sense to want to bring multiple different types of healers to make sure you can cover all your bases during combat. And in fact, that is the case. A lot of groups, well, pretty much every group, is always going to be running different varieties of healing classes that you bring to your group. And since you are in fact doing that, and you are bringing lots of different, or you want to be bringing different healers, it's just kind of the same thing with tanks, where you don't want to bring 2 of the same, unless they're captains. Ha 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 ha. So yeah. My captain is. Captains can get the highest throughput heal per second out of any of the healing classes, and they only heal one group. Like a captain can get 180 heals per second on a 3-man. 180,000. It's really crazy how much healing captains can do. The problem with captains is twofold, and why there's essentially 2 reasons why captains can't make proficient healers. So reason number 1 is they can't cross heal at all. Captains are all AoE healing, but it's all in group. So if somebody is not in your group, they're in the other raid group, You just watch them die. That's how it works. So that's a problem number one with Captain. Problem number two with Captain is they don't have any direct, just straight up cast a spell, heal a person buttons. The only one that they have like that is Words of Courage, and when you press that, it's a heal over time with a very, very, fellowship, whatever it is. You know when you have like a raid group and you have 6 people in a fellowship, they can only heal the fellowship. They can't heal, if somebody's in another one, so you have a raid of 12 people, you can't heal anybody on this side. You can only heal the 6 people with you. Oh, yes, of course. So again, the issue that Words of Courage runs into is that Words of Courage is a heal over time. So if somebody starts dying, you go, no worries, guy, I got you. Words of Courage for 17,000 base healing, and if it crits with all my critical multiplier, my captain's going to heal you all the way back up to full, because I can heal you for 55,000 every 3 seconds with that crit. And they're like, but Captain, I'm dying. I'm taking more than 55,000 damage every 3 seconds. And the captain's like, don't worry about it. I'm not healing you more than that. I physically can't. And they're like, but please, I need help. And they're like, Words of Courage, you got one? Wait 30 seconds. Thank you. Exactly. The captain is basically saying, when they say, Captain, I'm dying, they say, duly noted, I will remember this for your, for your next quarterly review. So, and this also applies to main tanks. Captains are awful tank healers, because if the tank starts taking damage, the captain cannot single target, just choose to heal the tank and pump a bunch of health into it. That's not how it works. They don't have like a single big hit or heal. They don't have a single consistent heal. They don't have just a button you can press to heal somebody. They have buttons you can press to heal everybody for small amounts. So if I was to fix Captain and make Captain good, I actually don't think I would change that. I don't think that captains need to have a like all single target heal. I think that for the most part, captains are pretty good because they're interesting. Like at least they're interesting, Yeah, reform the lines exactly. Kind of the best overhealers. They're extremely good at group healing. Areas where everybody in the group is taking shitloads of damage, they're so good. An example of which is Shakalush. I've done Shakalush tier 5 on my captain, and I've done it as a blue captain healing the group, not tanking it. And the reason is because Shakalush is all about, like, a lot of the biggest damage things are AoE damage effects. And since it's a ton of AoE damage, it's just, like, you just sit there and everyone's just sitting at full health the entire time, because you're healing everyone for the same amount. It makes it work really, really well. So there are situations where Captain AoE healing is fine. If I could fix Captain, I would change just a couple things about Captain. Number one, I would make it so that the flag, the blue flag, can critically strike. I don't know how exactly you do that, but I think that the answer to make the blue flag work with the critical strike is kind of do it how Rukor the Pale Herald does his ooze effect, where if you step into the flag, you gain the heal over time as a buff on you, like it's as if the captain had cast the spell on you or something. I don't know, but the blue flag needs to critically strike or have a higher healing multiplier, so even though it doesn't crit, it still AoE heals. And the second thing I would change is captains have an ability called Valor. And what Valor does is it makes it so that when you use your heals, each heal has a 20% chance to give you a stack of Valor, and at 5 stacks, the next time you use one of your skills, Valiant Strike, it does a big AoE burst heal. The problem with this is that it's 20% chance, so you can't control when you get the stacks, and when you get the actual Valor bubble, you also can't really control when you're using it, because you always use the skill Valiant Strike. It's your biggest heal. So you can't just sit on it and wait and be like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like, you can't just sit and wait. Like, yeah, and also the ability sucks. So my suggestion is replace Valor, get rid of that mechanic entirely, and make Valor a cooldown. And the way that Valor would work is when you press the skill Valor, it lasts for 15 seconds. It gives you it gives you a 15-second buff. And in that 15 seconds, all of your healing hits everyone within a certain radius. So all your healing hits everybody within 30 meters. Doesn't matter whether they're in your group or not in your group, everyone within 30 meters. Now you might say, okay, and then it has a cooldown of 30 seconds. So you can press this every 30 seconds, it lasts for 15, and then it goes away. Now the idea behind this is all Captain Heal over times, all the big ones, Inspire and the Valiant Strike, the Rallying Cry, these are 15-second heal over times. So you can only get one Rallying Cry. You can only get one Inspire. You can only get one Valiant Strike. But you would be able to propagate that amongst more than one person. So then you can hit this second group. You have to think about it. You have to think about how you're going to use it. You know, something like that. It would make it a little bit more interesting. Well, it would be blue only. You wouldn't be able to use that in yellow. Because it's a top tier. Tier 5. And again, you wouldn't have anyone who is able to heal the tanks. You wouldn't be able to use 2 captains. Because the tanks would just die. Because you need somebody who's able to heal tanks. Arrow. What am I being messaged? Yeah, just anything that can make the thing work and do the stuff it's supposed to do.
The leader of
I mean, you could even, if you were worried about somebody playing a bunch of captains, you could just make it so that you can't have 2 stacks of, like you can only be affected by 1 Rallying Cry at a time. If you're worried about it. Yeah, so anyway, there's things you can fix about it. But captains are fun to play healers that are interesting, they're dynamic, they buff people, they've got some interesting mechanics. One of my favorite things about captain healers is they're healer buffers. And I don't mean like they heal and they buff. Friggin' every healing class does that. What I mean is they specifically buff healers because you can use Songbrother and force all of your, like whoever you're healing with, you can make all of their crits or all their heals become crits for 10 seconds. So you can get that crit, and then all of a sudden you're with a Bjorning who uses, Rejuvenating Bellow, and everybody gets crit. So everyone gets healed for like 500,000. I don't know. To me, that's awesome. I kind of love that idea of just the combination of these 2 classes.
Will you hear my plight?
But, as I said, whether these things will actually happen or not, neither here nor there. Something that may never happen, I don't know. But I'd like to see it. I'd like to see Captain, kind of regain not so much the former glory. Wait, am I out of space? Oh! Crap, I gotta take something out of here. This attack damage? Sure. Let's get rid of the attack damage. Yeah, I need to start cleaning up this folder. Ugh. You're too into DDO? It's a good game. Highly recommend. And no one died. Everyone was full for virtually the whole run. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Even if it was like something where you could front load the Valor proc, I don't know. Or like Words of Courage. I don't know how exactly they fix Captain, but it would be cool if they did that. However, I don't think Captain Healing should be like a priority. If I was to pick things that should get fixed and be made to work, Guardians have 2 specs that are useless. So that's like a problem and a half. So they should definitely fix the useless Guardian specs. And then I think probably also like Hunter specs. the hunter specs could use some redesign. Probably Lore Master too. All this could use redesign. I'm not talking about like buffing as in tweaking numbers to make it good, because I feel like tweaking numbers to make it good is not a terribly difficult task. You just look at the numbers and go, this is off by X numbers, and then you put the numbers in. Numbers are fixed. Class is good. Boom. Let's go. Everybody go home. Guardian's the best thing because they just give him 20% more health. Bam. Guardian's the best tank. Let's all go home. Whatever. But it's all about like making it actually something that is compelling that you want to play. Not just like buffing the damage. Like they should just buff the damage. I'm just making that clear. Like Red Guardian should do more damage and fix some of the problematic interactions where stuff doesn't actually apply the way it's supposed to. But I think that they 100% should also, on top of buffing the damage, they should also up. But also making it so that the red line is compelling and it makes sense to want to play it. Same with the yellow line. Make it compelling.
The Gate of Winds, that a decisive battle of the War of Three Peaks is
like the Yellow Guardian has no reason to exist.
Loyal to Gorgar the Ruthless and Hramil Frostheart, the Gabilika, hope to deal
like in my headcanon as to how to fix Hunter, what they should do to fix Hunter is they should take all of the good stuff that's in yellow, all the traps, all the cool things, everything that's like sick about the trap tree. Take that and put that in blue, and then turn yellow into something else. No, I meant Guardian. Are you wait, you used Yellow Guardian in raids? I was under the impression that Yellow Guardian was not good. What do you like about Yellow Guardian? Do you tank with it? Do you like DPS with it? I'm gonna see if I can get a group. Anytime? Yeah, you can. What are the debuffs that you actually apply? Because you're the first person I've ever talked to that knows anything about Yellow Guardian. I ask people like, what does it do? What does this spec do? And I get like no real good, clear consensus as to what Guardian actually physically does in yellow, what the buffs, debuffs do, all that stuff. I like don't know. Can you give me like a 4-in-1 on what the Guardian does? Because like I look at it, and Yellow Guardian applies mischance, but bosses are immune to mischance buffs. Like you can hit them with a dust in the eyes, but it doesn't affect them. I was also under the impression that bosses are also unaffected by attack duration buffs, which is again another thing the Yellow Guardian does. So the implication there would be that the Yellow Guardian debuffs wouldn't work on bosses. Whether they do or don't work on bosses, I don't know. They have a lot of cool sounding abilities. Cataclysmic Shout? Are you kidding me? That sounds amazing. But like I said, having something that could work, imagine hypothetically. Like I said, in a perfect world, the way that I see it is that one of the other problems that plagues Lord of the Rings Online is that the game is much less about class specialty, and instead, or sorry, the game is not so much, it's too much about class specialty, in that some classes are just literally gods at one thing, and no one else can overcome them. And then anything else that tries to do the same thing never has the opportunity, like, never given any breathing space. So what I mean by that is, think about the fact that Yellow Guardian is supposed to be debuffing stuff, but you would never say, oh, do we need a Lore Master? No, it's cool. We have, like, a Yellow Guardian. Like, that doesn't make any sense. We would never say that. Right? And so the problem is, you have classes that are all kind of designed to do similar things, that could do them in different ways, and have so much interesting possibilities for the design, but end up not doing any of that, because they can't, because they aren't balanced in the right way. So in my mind, imagine hypothetically a scenario in which you let's just pick debuffing classes, right? Let's just say you have a burglar, a guardian, a hunter, and a lore master. And in yellow, they all have similar-ish debuffs, although the way in which they are applied may be slightly different. So when you are in your raid group or dungeon putting it together, you go, oh, we need somebody to debuff this boss, and someone says, no problem, I have my yellow guardian set, I will do it. Instead of, does anyone have a lore master? No? Alright, guys, raid night is canceled. We don't have a lore master. We weren't able to bring our group. We weren't able to get it done, sorry. Why am I not holding it? I think it's because I suck. Similarly, the inverse problem exists with other classes, like Captain. Hey guys, do we have a red captain? No? Anybody know a red captain? Right, well, everyone sift through your guild and friends list for a red captain, because without a red captain, we're not doing this raid. These are problematic ideas. Not to make things homogenous, to remove class identity, but to do the exact opposite. To improve class identity by making the individual classes have by making roles defined and then assigning those roles to classes, as opposed to making classes have unique roles based on the individual class, if that makes sense. Yes, to literally every raid. Exactly. And what I would love to see is in the world of Lord of the Rings, that kind of changes. That over time they can develop a system, which obviously this is super pipe dream to the point where, like, you know, I'm trying to even imagine that they have, like, the team or the budget or the people to be able to get this done. But that's what I would love to see. You know, like, essentially consider Lore Master, right? So one of the problems behind why you need to bring a Lore Master and why you need to bring a Yellow Burglar is problem number one. Their debuff stack. This is insanely problematic because you can bring them together. Similarly, all of the burglars debuff stack with other burglars. Again, insanely problematic. Because now you have an issue where if ever in the future somebody finds a way to stack one class or one effect, you can have really, really crazy outcomes. One of the reasons why you can have two of the same captain mark, but for some reason you can have an unlimited number of burglar tricks. We streamed it on Thursday, where we brought 5 burglars into the raid, and we just had 9. Yeah, it was 7 enrages on the boss. It was like, why not? Why not just have 7 enrages on the boss and hit him for an extra 35% damage?
May the frost and cold bring you
So, stuff like that. It's like, so the fact that these debuffs stack is a problem. DPS. Wait, higher tier fights essentially are DPS checks? Not necessarily. It depends on the tier. I think it depends on the tier. Right? Because, like, think about it like this. There are a lot of bosses that aren't necessarily DPS checks, but feel like it because of available tools. In fact, I'll give you an example. A great idea is like, or a great boss that exemplifies this is the second boss of Remerkant. I can't remember the name of it. Thaussaloon the Massive. In Thaussaloon, for a lot of guilds and groups and people that play the game, general population, it's a DPS check. You have to do half of Thaussaloon's health to bring it off the wall, and then once it comes off the wall, you can fight it. If you don't do half of its health, then all of a sudden, it gets to summon its second daughter, and if the second daughter comes out, well, you know, oh, too bad, so sad, we didn't have enough DPS, so now we gotta try again. But that wasn't the design of the fight. I don't imagine that they didn't want you to fight the second daughter. They wanted you to fight the second daughter. But there are tools missing out of the player toolkit, either because of, you know, whatever it is. Different types of classes that you bring or whatever it is, right? That make it slightly harder to actually do the mechanic as intended. So as a result, the players never do that, and the fight is a DPS check for many, many, many groups, when the original intention for the fight is obviously you fight the daughters, and then once Thaussaloon comes off the wall, then it becomes a race to kill Thaussaloon before Thaussaloon can kill you, because now she's like all aggro, AoE damage, and all that other stuff. So, you know, it is meant to be like some type of balancing act where you're bringing in the daughters, so you're shifting on the boss, now shift onto the daughter, now shift onto the boss, you're dealing with the Eds, you're dealing with the beetles. It's got all these different angles of something to come at. But because of the player tools, we can stack so many damage debuffs, so many damage effects, so many other things. Why would you even waste the time to fight that other boss? Why would you even waste the time to try to make it through with that second daughter, to regroup and to move somewhere else? Don't do that. We have so many DPS stacking effects, and you can do so much damage, it is irrelevant. So it is a combination of, like I said, multiple different, certain specific classes having abilities that are so strong, they overshadow everything else. And then also, it becomes, again, like a stacking problem, which then feeds into a mindset. Like, the fact that players want to just out-DPS mechanics is very, like, that's just a part of players, right? There is a game, actually, that managed to solve a lot of these problems. It's a magical game some of you might have heard of called The Elder Scrolls Online. It's a very cool video game, and I didn't even put my banner on, or my mark on, whatever. It's a very cool video game. And the way that they solved this problem... Thanks. The way they solved this problem is by making it so that they took every buff and every debuff in the whole game, and they gave them all a category. So if you apply a debuff to a monster, it's called Maim. If somebody else applies the same debuff, it's also called Maim. And they don't stack, because they do the same thing. So you just need to have somebody who can apply the debuff, and it doesn't matter who that is. As long as one person is doing it, it's good enough. Imagine a hypothetical scenario. Fire Lore, okay? Fire Lore reduces monster melee damage by 40%. This is an insane problem. Could you imagine having a game balanced where you're saying, okay, the monster, because you know they have a Lore Master, and you know the Burglar doing double disable. So the monster has 40% less melee damage, and the Burglar reduces damage by 30%, so that's somewhere around like 65% less damage. So the monsters are overstatted by 65% to accommodate for that, which means if the debuffs fall off, your tank dies. This is like a really problematic set of stats, and it all kind of comes together. This is a major issue, because these are different buffs that stack. Imagine that instead of these things coming together and stacking, we had a debuff called, you know, Disable. And Fire Lore applies Disable. And Trick Disable applies Disable. And both reduce melee damage. Exactly. You lose a little bit of skill diversity, but then people don't get excluded from raids. Right? And that's the big thing. The game is really fun when we can all play together. You know how many Guardians and Wardens who, and even Bears, would love to go tank and do stuff, but might get benched because they get overshadowed by somebody else? That just sucks. Or how many character, like, well, whoops, why am I in tank? This is stupid. Or how many players literally just, they want to play a certain spec, but they can't. You know? It's partially about balancing, and it's partially about certain classes having such a ridiculous strong monopoly on individual skills and individual powers that you can't bring anything else. And so if Lotro is evolving in the future, and they're going in a certain direction, the direction I would like to see them take for sure is the direction of, okay, you homogenize a few skills between different classes, but you don't make them exactly the same. Burglar has Trick Disable, which applies to a single target, or it's AoE while they use their Trickster buff or whatever, which is not always up all the time. You have to be kind of choosy with it, whatever it is. The Lore Masters is automatically AoE and is cast at range, but they're rooted in place while they want to cast it. The Guardian can only cast the same buff, but he needs to get a shield response or something, or he has to do a different thing. The idea is that every single character that might have the same debuff is applying it in a different way that feels sense and is both thematic for that class, and also, like, imagine if the Guardian version was a AoE taunt around yourself. Burglar is like single target, Lore Master is AoE at range, Guardian is like you do like distracting shout, and your guy like goes like that, and that applies the debuff in an area around you, right? They're all applying the same debuff. It's how they do it that's different. The character feels thematic. Guardian still feels like Guardian. Lore Master still feels like Lore Master. Burglar still feels like Burglar. But instead of saying, do we have a Lore Master or we wipe, you're saying, do we have a debuffer or we wipe? Exactly. The pet rotation, right? Pet rotation is a 0% fun idea. It's like -% fun. It's literally the worst. It's just weapon swapping on another level. Right? It's just weapon swapping, but way worse. What it should be is, you know, pets have unique and different things, and you should feel good about using the pet that you use for whatever reason it is. Like, you should be able to swap pets in Quest, but the pet swapping and that each pet's like, what it should be is each pet skill should have a set cooldown. Pet skill 1, 2, and 3 all share a cooldown, so you can't just swap pets and keep summoning all your pets. Does it reduce the abilities? Sure. But now you can make all the pet skills stronger. They're all more thematic. You can say, okay, well, I can't apply the Raven debuff and the Bear debuff and the Light heal over time, or like heal return all at the same time. I have to choose one, and that one is the most potent. Exactly. So you don't do any, and 100%, it doesn't feel like a Lore Master. You're just like relegated to mashing and summoning and unsummoning. No, don't make it so it can't be out for 30 seconds. Just make it a shared cooldown. Pet skill 1, pet skill 2, and pet skill 3 all share, like, because each pet has 3 skills, make it so that pet skill 1 is shared amongst all pets. So every pet skill 1 is a 30-second cooldown. Yep, exactly. No, it's that you need to have the bear out ahead of time. Yeah, you just can't cycle. You have to pick the one that's most appropriate for the fight. And then you get to use your pet appropriately. Do I have a whole bunch of hunters? Maybe it's best to grab the Raven, because the Raven is going to debuff fire mitigation. Maybe it could be useful. We have, hypothetically, this is by the way, the psychotic future that does not exist, where none of these things are going to happen. But in this future, you think, oh man, there's the hunters with the fire oil. There's a assailment warden with fire assailment skills that they're using. Maybe there's a fire lore master in group, and I need to think about that, and I should bring that. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It would literally make it so that summoning a bear for a panic, taunt is straight up worse. Sounds good. Should have had the bear out. It gives people the opportunity to learn how to play their class. Basically, it's getting rid of the ugly side of the game, which is just get rid of the animation canceling, the weapon swapping, the pet grinding, where instead of it like no one plays Lore Master when they see the video, when they first get it, when they see the guy with the sword and the staff, they're like, Gandalf. I get to play Gandalf in this video game. That's so sick. You see the scene where he's on the horse and he's got the sword and the staff? I want to play Gandalf. And then you get into a raid, and you're sitting there and you're like, okay, this pet, now this debuff, now I cast lore, now this debuff, now this, whatever. And your character's not even doing anything the whole time. Not just like hitting the monsters, but like, you're not like surveying the field, using your herb lore to heal an ally or to protect them from a special magical thing or to do whatever. You're literally just rotating through your pets, and then your pets are doing the job, but then you're unsummoning them and resummoning them. Right? And so, to me, I think one of the things that Lord of the Rings does really well is class identity in terms of the imagery that they evoke with your class feels so strongly. Right? The champion abilities feel grandiose if you let all the animations play out, but you don't because you animation cancel everything on champion. The captain abilities are so thematically well named. The rallying cry to get people to want to get back with their morale. The inspire, right? A lot of these abilities are so thematic. The fact that they drop a flag and everything else. It's all so good. It's just missing the meat. Well, it's not even that. But what spells get all of the cool animations? Well, all the DPS spells get cool animations. I guess Fire Lore is like an okay animation. But most of the other animations suck, man. Yeah, Lightning Storm looks awesome. I don't do that in a raid. Yep. And you don't want to drop Catmint, because Catmint's pretty good. Yeah, so like I said, there's, I think that there's a really, Lotro has a really, really good shell. It has a great framework which could be built upon of so many cool abilities and cool things. It's got a great shell. All it needs is the meat to go in there. So good. So good. I don't know, man. I think about this stuff literally all the time because I'm a total nerd and I play this game all the time. I'm not an absolute top tier player, which is why, I literally ask questions all the time. I'm not the best, and I'm very viscerally aware of that. But I think all the time about, like, the reasons as to why, you know, I think about the human experiences that I've had in this game. And the number of times that there's literally people in my guild that just haven't been to a raid because they don't have the right class. That just sucks. Right? Like, for every time we progress on a boss, we can't just bring a guardian. Yeah! Literally! Literally! Rip crashed! What are you supposed to do? Do you play one character? Well, you should have it all. And that just sucks. It's like the one good thing about World of Warcraft is that at the very worst, even the worst spec in the game is just a slightly lower number than the best. Yeah, and then they get to endgame and everyone tells them, no, you can't play that. That sucks. There's so many problems. Yep. And it's a twofold problem. Like I said, it's as we talked about, it's the lack of class diversity in endgame content. Because every raid is made of the 6 same characters, plus whatever you happen to have on hand for DPS. And you know, you've got your captain tank, you've got your red captain, you've got your lore master, you've got your burglar, you've got a bear, you've got a runekeeper or a minstrel. That's 6 players of the raid decided. Done. Right?
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cabin.
Need to research SWG. Wait, what's SWG? Oh, Star Wars Galaxies. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think that, but yeah, I agree with you, though. It is very annoying that, I think it's very annoying that, you know, there are so many restrictions on what you can bring to a raid. It is a problem. I can't even think of like, even other MMOs. I can't think of other MMOs that require you to do that. And just to put it in perspective, the reason why I say it's not really that big of an issue of balance and more of an issue of just general design is because I play the game Dungeons & Dragons Online. It's similar to this one, except Dungeons & Dragons Online is crazy fucking imbalanced, okay? That game is all over the place. Some character classes literally do 11 times more damage than others. As a real non-fictional number. Like, it's crazy. Some of the classes are so much better than others. But many more things are viable because of the amount of diversity in the skill sets and the things that you can use, and because a lot of classes do similar things to allow people to kind of fill in the gaps and do other things. Yes, they can't handle crit. There are... Exactly. It's so imbalanced because of this crit problem. And yet, pretty much every class gets represented all the time. So, it's not just a numbers problem. If you make, like, let's just say you make Yellow Guardian, you know, you just give them stronger debuffs and more health, and they can tank now. What does that do? Does it make you want to play Yellow Guardian? No, it makes you say, well, Yellow Guardian's better than blue, so I guess I'll play yellow instead of blue. You don't go, that's cool. You go, that's better. If they're super imbalanced. Yellow DPS and only clear trash. Yeah, exactly. It's all about having proper theming, as well as the, like, you know, things being a proper. Oh, need heals? Oh shit. X heals. Why would you take that DPS class that does... Why wouldn't you take that? Well, because that DPS class might be a melee, and maybe that melee gets killed in a certain raid or scenario. That could be a problem. Or maybe that melee class that has a whole bunch of damage is missing. Well, one of the main issues, essentially, it's like it's Paladin. It's Paladin is what I'm talking about. Paladin and Dungeons & Dragons Online. And Paladin's really good. You might have something that does way more damage, but it might be limited in that maybe it can't effectively raise the dead, or it doesn't have any oh shit skills, which is another big one. Yeah. Abyss mega melee unfriendly raid, yeah. It's not even like melee unfriendly. It's like you need like a balance. You need like ranged and you need melee. You need like different classes do different things. But Dungeons & Dragons Online is a little bit different. It's literally a 3-dimensional game. So they just put stuff that they'll be like, oh, melee can't get there. It's on like a ledge. You need to have a ranged guy take something down. It's like, oh yeah, there's a guy, there's a sniper who's up here and you gotta shoot him. If you don't shoot him, you lose the raid. Not quite like that. They have like these large pillars. I raided a bunch of raids earlier today that are similar to that, but yeah. But the reason why that there's so much diversity is because everything is so... There's so many small components to every single class and every single chunk of what you're doing. Either free to play, is it hard to get into? It's only hard to get into if you don't like learning stuff. It is very, very complicated. So you know how in Lord of the Rings, you pick a single class and you level that up to level 130, and you make no decisions about what skills you get? The only decisions you make is this tree. That's all of the decision making. Okay? All of the decision making in Lord of the Rings. In Dungeons & Dragons Online, not only do you pick your class and race, there's no restriction based on class and race. Any race can be any class. But imagine that you didn't just have this. You also had another tree here. Another tree that was your racial tree. I'm not talking about this race traits crap. A whole tree for your race. So you can pick it. You just got to choose what you want to pick. On top of that, other than just your 3 class trees you might also pick up, there's also 4 extra universal trees of skills that any class can use outside of that. Whether you want to be a falconer and summon falcons to attack your enemies. You can summon a familiar and cast magical illusion spells. You dual wield crossbows, you're a special knife fighter. Oh, I forgot about the Harper Agent spy stuff. So there's actually 5. Totally forgot about that. On top of that, you don't pick a class. You can pick up to 3 separate classes and combine them together. 3 trees? Why not? Why don't I be a 45 guardian, 45 captain, 30 champion, and get access to all 6 or all 9 trees? And you can put points in all of them. Also, customize your stats. Choose what weapons you want to use. It's huge. It's a good game. Really good game. So it is never going to be popular or the mainstream because it is not so much hard to learn, but there is learning to it. Yeah. Can you change stuff afterwards? You can change everything afterwards. The end game system, there's 2 systems. There's one which is just doing raiding. And by the way, the raids are way harder in DDO than they are in Lotro. And I don't mean harder as in like they are more mechanically interesting. But literally just the difficulty goes higher, where there's a difficulty mode where every single thing one-shots you. So, in like pretty much including your tanks. Actually, definitely including the tanks, especially in raids. Yeah. Good old Reaper 10. So yeah, you can change stuff afterwards, just not for a little while. Your first character you make is probably going to be awful. It's probably going to get bricked because you're learning the game, but that's okay. There's the 2 endgame systems. The one is the traditional endgame system. Get to level cap, get your gear, do the raids at the higher tier difficulty, and then feel really good after you beat all the raids at the highest tier difficulty. Tell all your friends, put a picture on Reddit, don't leave your house. All the classic MMO stuff you can do when you get to endgame. But DDO has a special reincarnation system where when you get to level 30, you can dump your character back to level 1, reset all your skills, change what you want, reset your classes and everything, and you get a bonus based on the class that you played. or the race that you played. So not only can you rebuild your character, you can also rebuild into something totally different, change everything about your class, and you get bonuses every time you do it. And the bonuses literally just kind of keep going up.
Let us not tarry.
Oh, my thing expired. I gotta go my town services. It's very, very cool system. One of the reasons why it's actually kind of great is, have you ever played a scenario? You ever played a video game? And let's just say you play Lotro. Do you guys remember the level cap 75? Oh, level cap 75. There was a class called Guardian. And Guardian, no, it has a cap. Also, you have to get to level cap every time, so it's based on your time as well. But there was a class called Guardian. And Guardian had this thing called, they had their red line. They had the overpower stance. They had all these bleeds. Oh, man, you could do some bleeds on Guardians. Not only was it good in the Ettenmoors for smashing people out, but you could conceivably bring a Guardian to your Tier 2 challenge raid. As we did for our Tier 2 challenges on in Orthanc. Man, what a time to be alive. Tier 2 challenge Red Guardian? Awesome. Then you know what happens? Guardians get nerfed. So now you're sitting there and you say, well, I like my Guardian. I want to play a champion. But my Dwarven Guardian, he has everything. He has all my items. He has all my gear, my cool swords. He's got the cosmetics. He's got the mounts. He's got the mount from beating the raid on the Tier 2 challenge. He has the challenge mount. I don't want to give up this character. So you can just re-roll him as a champion now. Same character, re-rolled, and you get to keep all your old stuff that you got. Your accomplishments, your mounts, your titles, everything. Warning, there's no titles in DDO. But that's the idea. It happens to me where I'll do a raid, and I'll get some sick raid gear. And I'll be like, man, this raid gear is so good. I'm going to make a new character to roll into this raid gear. Oh, am I playing a two-handed sword guy? A paladin of some kind? And I pulled the best caster staff in the whole game? I guess I'm re-rolling into a caster, and you set your character back to 1, and you do it again. And yes, DDO should add titles. My understanding is it's like an issue with the or like there's an issue with the system, like adding it to the user interface. Yeah, it's just New Game Plus all the time. Or could you not just build this with systems of equations, just set values for the differentials of each class and then balance? Yeah, it oversimplifies it. Yeah, it does. Well, again, the main issue is there are so many variables in a lot of these games. And also, this is assuming all of the code works, which it doesn't. DDO is just like Lord of the Rings Online. Basically, nothing works as you think it does. It is very fun. Especially when you discover, like, wait, this does what? Like when I found out the other day that one of the abilities procs a Paladin Smite effect, but it's not a Paladin Smite, and it's a totally different ability, and it means you can smite on a Bard, which is a class that can't get access to Paladin abilities. Hilarious. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. That's way over my head. And it's, so again, that's essentially, the way that they work it is they give you so many options. They literally just drop you into the ocean. In front of info, exactly. They just drop you into the ocean. So there are so many conflicting options. Sorry, my client is currently crashing. It just crashed. I have to log back in. But there are so many options in that game that it's impossible to know what is the best. And the reason is that patches will go through, and patches will go through, and patches will go through, and then somebody will discover something that was added a long time ago that just turns out it was the best, and people just didn't experiment enough or put the right pieces together. There was this big patch that came through. It buffed up paladins, it buffed paladins and made the two-handed fighting really, really strong in that game. It made all two-handed fighting characters super god tier. Everyone's playing two-handed fighter. Everyone's playing two-handed fighter. It's the best thing. It's doing the best damage in the game. It's out-damaging everything. It's better than everything else. And then someone finds a better build. It's a dagger thrower build. And all of the pieces existed 9 months before the paladin thing came out. Oops. Guess we didn't figure that one out yet. Cloud coding is the future? Yeah, probably. Yeah, dagger throw build. Both my tunes in DDO are both bards at the moment, and both are completely different. Yeah, exactly. You can make several characters that are literally the same class, and they're completely 100% different. Almost nobody's build is the same, except for all the people that follow my builds, because they follow my builds, which means they're all playing the same thing, which is very funny. Yeah, dagger throw. Swashbuckler, Charisma, Charmer, Charisma to hit and damage will be the R10 meta. Yeah, except they nerf charms because charms are too powerful. Oh yes, and the other problem is when you charm monsters, by the way, they aren't the R10 version. They go to the charm monsters become the elite version.
Friend.
If you didn't know.
Could you help me with something?
They used to stay as the R10 version, but when you charm them, they lose the R10 buff, and they become elite monsters. It looks like I'm missing an item. A necklace of sorts. R10. So, you know how in Lord of the Rings Online, there's tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? So, in this game, there's normal, hard, and elite, which is basically tier 1, 2, and 3. And then Reaper mode is the next difficulty up. Now, obviously, this does not sound friendly. Reaper mode is the implementation, the way it was described, is the Dungeon Master, so there's always a narrator in the background. But the idea is the Dungeon Master on Reaper mode is trying to kill you really bad. So monsters get extra special powers, all the stats across the game change, and extra monsters called Reapers will spawn based on different things and have ridiculous powers. Like, there's one type of Reaper called the Plague Reaper, and if he hits you, you can't heal for, like, 5 seconds. Which is pretty problematic. Because if you can't heal for 5 seconds, what if you start taking damage? That's a big deal. And there's 10 tiers of the difficulty. The difficulty starts at Reaper 1, which is tier 1, and then it goes all the way up to 10. Yes. Also, welcome raiders from Druid's Fire. Welcome. What's up? Hope you guys are having a good time. I'm currently describing Dungeons & Dragons Online's ridiculous difficulty curve to a bunch of people who've never experienced it. So, you know how like when you go up to tier 5 difficulty, you're on like the hardest difficulty of the raid in Lord of the Rings Online. Why are my stats so low? I didn't put anything on, that's why. So you're on the hardest difficulty, right? And you're like, man, this is tough. The monsters have more health and they deal more damage. That's crazy. Imagine that. Cool. So, oh, I'm in yellow. Whoops. That explains that. So you're like, this is awesome. I'm gonna smash some. We're gonna beat it. It's really hard. There's some added mechanics and what have you. In Dungeons and Dragons Online, when you turn it up to Reaper 10, the monsters don't deal like, I think it's like a 200% increased damage or something on tier 5, whatever. On Reaper 10, it's 800% increased damage because the idea is every monster is supposed to kill you in one hit. That's cool. Also, self-healing is reduced by 96%. So if you start dying, you cannot fix this problem. It is impossible to fix. Also, your damage is reduced. So not only are the monsters stronger, but your damage is reduced. By how much? Not too much. In Reaper 10, your damages are only reduced by about 86%. Also, crowd control effects are capped on their duration, and nothing lasts more than 6 seconds. If you try to take control of a monster, it gets dumped down to its non-Reaper mode ability set, so it can't hurt the monsters or anything like that. Yeah. And then monsters just gain additional abilities. Imagine if there was a Scion in Lord of the Rings Online that had an ability that said something like, oh, ignores block, parry, evade. So you're a Guardian and you pledge, or Juggernaut. Sorry, Scion ignores block, parry, evade, hits you anyway, and you die. Did 2 quests in R1 in Hardcore League 3 and noped out? Yeah. 100%. So they add Dungeons & Dragons Online has harder raids, not because they are more complicated, but because for some stupid reason, the game lets you keep cranking that dial and making it just stupidly harder. Did people die at level 30 in Hardcore League often? Yes. Dude, I died at level 30 in Hardcore League. How do you even do that? Most people don't. So, you know how we were talking about how on Crick Hollow, the server that I play on here in Lord of the Rings Online, there are 6 different guilds that cleared Shelob on Tier 2. Our guild has only done it once, and tonight we made several other attempts, and we were unable to do it a second time. Get that repeat kill. If you'd like to see it, there's a video online of that. Of doing that. In fact, I will link it in case you're curious. If after you're done watching this and you want to see what that looks like, to see a guild who is not cutting edge, but is trying their best, take down a boss, you'll be able to see that right there. It was pretty fun for all of us. Wait, what? Hack. Excuse me. The regular player doesn't even usually engage with Reaper mode if they can avoid it in Dungeons & Dragons Online. The Reaper 10 quest game, which is kind of like basically the landscape, is completable by many different players, but when it comes to the raids, Reaper 10 raids, the hardest content in the entire game, is so coveted and sought after, very few groups in the game have even done most of them. In fact, one of the hardest raid in the game, Too Hot to Handle, has only been beaten because there is a bug that lets you avoid all of the mechanics that will surely get patched. Like, it is literally impossible without that. There's impossible content in Dungeons & Dragons Online because it's too hard. So the question is, how do you do it? You don't. You just watch. You just go, oh, okay, well, we can't do this yet. And then maybe items will get added or a new class comes out or something that can help you do it. Yeah, the point in Reaper mode is to give you extra challenge. Similarly, it's the same thing with the way that they're doing the new difficulty scaling. If you don't know this about Lord of the Rings Online, by the way, I talked about this in the interview I did with Staying Stone Games, but they changed, as with War of the Three Peaks, and with future updates, they've changed the scaling system that they plan on using for raids and other type of content. The goal for the future systems is to make it so that the tier 1 of all of the content is accessible to every player. So that way, every player is able to do the dungeon. So if you're a casual player and you've never done group content, but you own the War of the Three Peaks and you might be at level 130, checking out the Stair of Battle or Amdan Damul the Raid, these dungeons were designed effectively with a story mode built in. So that way, maybe you don't have as much experience as some of the other more experienced players on your server, and you're worried about how you're going to feel in a group, but it's been tailored so that you can just go in, experience the raid content, see what the story is all about, and kind of finish it up. And then also, if you're interested, it's the springboard into learning more about it. Right? Shelob tier 5 was impossible until the Li upgrade. When did they nerf the Runekeeper millions of damage bug? I don't remember when they nerfed that. The Fate bug. Yeah, the Fate bug that existed allowed people to do the content extremely easily. Because you would just bring a bunch of Runekeepers and you're completing raids in like, or you're completing fights in like minutes.
Will you hear my plight?
So yeah.
High above the Morgul Vale, nestled in a cleft upon the slopes of Agathras, lies
I'm scratching my ass.
Direvol, the Shadow
But
Beast.
yeah, so that's kind of the way it is, right? Where the difficulty right now has been set up in Lord of the Rings, so that way the tier 1 is meant to be like the springboard, the new tier 2 is meant to be what is expected of like either a pug group or like a basic and casual guild, and then tier 3 is what's expected of, you know, if you're like, you got a real guild, you know, you got people who've been playing the game for a while and you want to be like cool gamers, then yeah. Also, have a good weekend, CEO of Lame. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. I hope you're doing good as well. I'm having a great weekend so far. Trip. Wait, he turns around anyway? What a bunch of lame trash. But yeah, so the idea is it's meant to be accessible so that, of course, you can access it and have fun. But then also, at the same time, it's like that kind of springboard, and it moves players along from the path of casual, I only enjoy it for the story, to casual, I actually enjoy some of the endgame content a little bit. Dungeons & Dragons Online, they just add difficulties without asking whether it's completable or not. They don't care if it's completable. That is completely outside of the realm of interest of the development staff. They want elite difficulty to be completable. But if it's literally physically impossible on Reaper mode, they don't care. That is irrelevant. It's meant to be so hard that you have these people who are coming up with builds and re-rolling entire characters and building up entire sets and doing all this other stuff with the vain hope of one day being good enough to do it. Random question. Do you think Scion of Arborea is best for melee? In a lot of cases, and not all of them. Depending on your melee power, it's actually better to go with Scion of the Plane of Shadow. Or Scion of the Scion of the Ethereal Plane. If you have more melee power, then the extra melee... Or, like, if you already have a ton of melee power, the extra melee power isn't as good at scaling your damage as getting extra sneak attack damage to scale with the melee power. After Elias and Quest Lamukir is a fire arcade? Not an issue. Yeah. Well, the thing about the raid is you can take one tank and one healer into Amdan Demul Tier 1 and just smash it out.
Quest received.
Which is great. Also, Runic Wolf and also Zaylin and also Druid's Fire. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. It's a lot of melee power. If you're above 300 before, Sign of Arborea, you should take Ethereal Plane.
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cavern below.
Yeah. But like I said, the reason why I've mentioned this before, I don't have a personal vested interest, even though I want to be good at the characters and know how to play all of them. How do you have over 300? By getting good, by playing good classes. One of the classes that gets the highest melee power. Actually, I'm going to give you one chance to guess a class that can get some of the highest melee power in the game. You get one chance, Warhawk. One chance. Let me see if you can figure it out. You get one chance to guess. But one of the reasons why I don't go for the ultra high difficulty in Lord of the Rings Online, I usually play this game a lot to relax. I find it's just pretty fun to play on a regular difficulty. I just enjoy hanging out and talking to my guildmates and stuff. And I don't like the idea of benching a class because the class isn't good enough. What I would much rather see is, do you want to play DPS Minstrel in the raid today? Then do it. Practice, learn, get a good rotation, come to raid. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Somebody shows up to raid because they have a class. Let's practice, let's play, let's have a good time. That's what I want. That's all I want out of the game. Somebody shows up to raid, and like because one of the best things that happens in Dungeons and Dragons Online is you go and you join a group, and you see some guy, and they're like 8 levels of bard, 4 levels of fighter, and 8 levels of cleric. And you're like, what on earth is this guy's character build? And he joins, and he has a throwing dagger in one hand and like an axe in the other. And you're like, what? And you're trying to figure out what he's doing. And then all of a sudden, he's killing everything. He's crowd controlling stuff. And you're like, that guy's build is cool. I don't even know how he does it. That's so neat. Wow, man. I would love it if I show up into a raid group, and then in the raid group, all of a sudden, there's some guy, he's a hunter, and I watch that hunter drop down some traps. And I'm like, whoa. And then the hunter throws out an explosive shot, and I'm like, explosive shot in my video game? Is this guy playing Yellow Hunter? Holy macaroni. And then this guy just shows me some cool shit. He, like the person, or not, doesn't have to be a guy, could also be a woman, whoever, they play the game and they show me how this character class works. They show me all the different powers and abilities that it has. They go like, I get to learn something from somebody else, and I get to be impressed and just go, wow, I didn't know you could do that. That's such a neat way to look at it. Even something that is underrepresented, not bad, just isn't maybe perfected or used by everybody, where you get excited about the prospect of someone playing something cool.
Shalgoth, the leader of the
That's what I love
Kurgan
about video games.
worshippers,
Is watching, is like learning from other
hides
people and
in
having
Gorthon
and just having a great time with your friends.
He and his followers
Anytime where those opportunities get taken away, I'm not a big fan of that.
and must be stopped.
Now, to answer the question I asked before, what class gets the most melee power? Of course, it was an on-the-nose question. Warhawk is currently playing Paladin, and after asking me, how do you get that much? The answer is, of course, Paladin. Great job, everybody. Great job. That's right. You did. Now, I ask myself, am I a good person? Do I do nice things? I don't care. I have fun. Also, I think I lost in a roll to Warhawk anyway. Yeah. That's actually not because of the melee power. Although that melee power is literally a multiplier on damage. It's because of confront any foe, and there's a bunch of abilities they get, yeah. In the world, you barely get 200. It's because you use Divine Crusader, man. Divine Crusader doesn't give any melee power. Dreadnought gives 70 more. It's okay, don't worry. If you ever want, you can submit a build review, and I will build review the heck out of your Paladin build. But you have to write it. That's the core feature there that needs to happen, is you have to write it. But yeah, I like the idea of people showing stuff up. When I played this character and I leveled this burglar, I leveled it, for those of you that watched it, that tuned in, I leveled this character actually as a blue burglar, because I wanted to play it. That's why I have, of my legendary weapons, sure, I have the Prank Shank, the yellow, and the Tricks Are for Kids for my yellow set. I have the red sword Silence, and no, I don't want to get now, as well as the red bag contingency plan. But the weapons I started with, because I boosted this character, I had the Pocket Ace and the Money Bag to play as my Gambler character. And try as I might, and do the math, and work through some of the problems, Gambler's just not good enough. And there's just, you can't really fix it. It doesn't fill a niche, it doesn't fill a void, it doesn't have anything unique and special that makes it, that you go, oh, we should bring a Gambler here. This would be a good place for a Gambler. Or that guy's playing Gambler? Sounds good. It's just kind of worse. That's it. It's just kind of worse. Yeah. And so, and that's one of the reasons why, again, in Dungeons & Dragons Online, it's so muddy what your character can do, because everybody's character can kind of do a little bit of everything. Where it's like, well, everybody's character can raise the dead, and everybody's character can get access to cooldowns, and everybody's character can do all sorts of stuff. So how do you fix all this? Like, how do you make it balanced? You don't. You just add so much crap that it's unbalanced, and then people make their own balance, and you figure it out. But in Lotro, it's so hard to convince myself to say, oh, I'm going to play my burglar, and I'm going to play it in blue instead of red, even though I know yellow does better debuffs than blue, red does more damage, and you can access a lot of the good stuff in blue just because of how many points we have to spec across in the trees. Maybe even the problem is the fact that we have 94 points. I don't know. Look at this red tree. I get perfect performance for an extra 4.5% extra damage to the whole raid. Is that balance? Should I be able to go this far up a second tree? I don't know. We can. We certainly can. Which new class? Are you talking about this one? Give up my 4 Charisma Book of War and take Dreadnought. I'm not saying you should use Dreadnought at all. I'm just saying that there are ways to get more melee power. Melee power isn't also a direct determination of damage.
What can I do for you?
And as a paladin, you probably should be using Scion of Arborea anyway. All right, let's get some earrings. You know what we're gonna do? Dailies, because that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the dailies on every character. It's so fun. Shrimp T Poggers class. Now the Brawler, man. The Brawler coming out next, or not next year, later this year, presumably, unless plans get delayed. But they said tentatively at some point later this year we should get the new Brawler class. What is the Brawler class? We don't know. What weapons is it going to use? We don't know. What races is it going to encompass? We don't know. What stats is it going to use? We don't know. What archetype is it going to do? We don't know.
Let us help you bring glad
Is the Brawler going to get its own custom opening just like Bjorning? We don't know. Is it going to have its own custom resource like Bjorning? We don't know. The information is a little thin. It's thin. Will it be overpowered? Actually, I think that if Brawler comes out and all 3 trays work functionally as a class, I think it will be kind of overpowered. Brawler uses an energy resource. I can smell the monk. Or rogue or whatever. I believe it's not overpowered. I don't know. My hard prediction is Brawler is going to be it is going to have one of its specializations be healing. Hard prediction. One of its specs is going to be healing. Because Brawlers are all about sustaining morale in a fight. Like the idea of like a bar brawl, it's the way I think about it. Unless Brawler means something else in terms of what they want to think about it. But a bar brawl or somebody who's getting into brawls on the battlefield is somebody who is an expert at sustaining morale and outlasting opponents through sheer like force of will, effectively. And I can see that being something where the Brawler is kind of like an in-between combatant who is managing the morale of their allies. Maybe vampires and they just splash the victim's blood to drink beer. I don't know, but I'm guessing that they will have a healing spec somehow that is focused around healing. I don't think they're going to come out with another combo class, because if they're going to do that, they should fix Warden first. Healing and debuffing. I can see the debuffing too. I can see that angle. I know where you're talking about. I see what you're saying. Yeah, what about Tank Warden? Where's my Tank Warden? Give it back. I like playing Tank Warden. I played Tank Warden when the cap was 65. Played Tank Warden when the cap was 75. But Warden doesn't have 3 functioning specs. It has 1 functioning playstyle, which is melee DPS. It has the Assailment stance. Assailment, which is defined in-game as a ranged combat stance for doing ranged combat, and the class is described as having the capacity for debuffs. In fact, let me just pull it up. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, let's pull it up. Let me just pull it up. Why not? Let's pull it up here. Get a little description there. Ranged Assailment description. A ranged support line that debuffs enemies while dealing significant damage from afar, useful when fighting either alone or in a fellowship. Any of you that play Warden, how accurate does that sound to Yellow Assailment? A ranged support, oof, big oof. Just big oof. Ranged support, uh-oh. Problem number 1. There is supporting, no one does it, because it's not very good. That debuffs enemies. Technically available, awful. Significant damage from afar. Afar! Imagine playing Warden at range. What an idea. And what skills are significant damage? Warden, even if they wanted to, they should have made the assailment skills do higher direct damage instead of dots. But instead, they don't do that. They still just have the dots and melee. It's okay. I'll explain it to you someday. Master's Blitz, top left. So, Wardens have one functional playstyle, which is melee dot DPS, that can be used with the Recklessness melee DPS tree, which is a powerful damaging build that stacks single target bleeds with the potential for sweeping AoE blows. Perfectly accurate. And then, you have the yellow, where people do the same thing, but then use an ability that is designed for ranged combat in melee. Did you stack Blitz? No. Warhawk, the way it works is when you get a stack, it adds to the duration. And the stacks tick down individually. Ooh. Skills have a minimum distance. I remember not being able to fire skills reading too close and decide that wasn't for me. No, there's no minimum distance in assailment. So in case you don't know from my crazy talking, I was streaming raids in Shelob earlier today. The raids that I was streaming, I was doing exclusively. I was doing all of these raids exclusively in Yellow Line, and I was very much melee in Yellow Line. Yellow Line is melee only. You do not do it ranged. Yes, when you press it, it lasts for 30 seconds, and you have to hit targets, and every time you get a stack, it adds 15 seconds to the timer. But it's hard to pick up and put down, so it's debating just working on something else. Warden is something that on the landscape is not terribly difficult, because you only need to know a few combos to actually play the game and level, and it's really fun. When you get to level 130, you need to actually log into the game to practice. Like, you have to log into the game to practice to play Warden at level 130. So, if you want to do like endgame instances and raids. If you're just playing solo, you just do the landscape, you do the tier 1, you never need to do any of that, and you can just play it, and it's a very cool feeling class with cool shouts and all sorts of stuff. I don't know if anybody's healing this dungeon, but I don't know. I'm not. Talk about practice. We're not talking about the game. We're not talking about the game. We're talking about practice. I don't know why that meme is still in my head. On top peeps. I don't know if we have a healer. I'm also doing the wrong button. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. I should probably buff my allies too. Need a tank or a healer. Are you healing Velos? Good. I have to ask this guy. But yeah. So, but it's really cool. Okay. Woo! Woo! Allen Iverson. Yeah. I like trying to not die here. Animation canceling. Somebody told me that animation canceling is like dead on Minstrel. I'm so confused by that. You can animation cancel everything. Yeah, you can like whatever you want. As long as, again, I have strict rules about linking, which is basically, if you link something that will make me need to ban you, then I have to turn it off. SOS? Okay. But yeah, maybe, but man, there's so many things going on here. You can animation test all over the place. Yeah, pop Blitz for your own group and hope that you gain stacks. Yeah, try soloing a quest, but pop Blitz before you go into it. Can I do this? How tough am I? Well, I'm not this tough. I'll tell you what. I can bubble myself and get a self heal. Okay, this is fine. Everything's good. Yeah, don't do it at the start. You have to pop. It's an in-combat skill, 100%. Oh god. And also, don't take the dodge version. Yeah, the dodge version is awful. Just take the PRO. I don't know, I'm canceling a lot of stuff. Oh god. I think I'm good. Yeah, you can absolutely link stuff. I don't have any rules against linking. It's not like a bot bans you or something like that. In learning it all and then having it nerfed. Well, 100%. I used to play Warden Tank all the time, and they changed it so much. Again, same thing with Warden Tank is like just even the same words. Warden, a tanking build which boosts defenses while healing. While healing, eh? Oh, unless they got rid of the while healing aspect. That'd be a shame if they did that. Oh, I'm out of animation cancels. Oh, sorry. Were you casting a spell? Guess you're not. Ah. Yeah, look at this. Hey, first one. Teammates better by practicing. Wait, is this? No way.
By practice. How the hell can I make my teammates better by practice?
That's so funny. I just that clip, I don't know how I know that. I'm not a sports guy, by the way. 0% sports. And for some reason, I find that joke so funny. Talking about practice, not the game. I just find that so funny. I don't know why I have that memory in my mind. Oh, I'm still maxing this out? Yeah. Oh, look at my book. It's almost done. I just need one crystal, and I'm done the book. When did I do that? Oh. Yeah, so I think that Warden is, again, in a similar scenario where it's like, Warden is so freaking cool, man. But it's not, it just doesn't have a lot of what it originally had, you know? Look, like I said, I can do like a little bit of damage. 116k. Baby, look at me. Mamma mia, that's a damage. Okay, I can do this. Oh, the slow animation, dude. No! At least I can animation cancel. Oh god. But look at this. It's so bad. I'm so slow, Sticky Tar. Also, when you don't crit with Call of Fate, you just feel so sad. It's such a disappointing thing because you literally have Call of Fate crit multi. And then when it doesn't crit, you're like, why? I also like the Dido Sterling. It's good. Do I have a Discord? Absolutely. Just below stream, or you can type !Discord in chat if you want to join the Strim Tom Discord channel. I have a Discord channel which has a whole bunch of stuff about Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. Anytime, or as I'm continuing to play and learn how to play all these different classes in Lord of the Rings, because I boosted every class to level cap like an idiot within the same like time frame. I'm posting my information about how I am playing and what I am learning as I go along. And on top of that, because I'm a big Dungeons & Dragons Online guy, there's tons of Dungeons & Dragons Online information, as well as the StrimTom community is always there to answer questions if you might need help. So if you just listen to me rant about all sorts of garbage, and you're like, hey, StrimTom, you know, your Dungeons & Dragons Online seems kind of cool. Where can I get some more information when you're offline? Because I'm in Europe, and you might be asleep at 3 in the morning when I'm playing at 7 a.m., which is the only time I can play before my kids are awake or something. Then guess what? You can definitely do that by just checking out the Discord and getting helpful expert advice from all sorts of people you don't know who are still great and want to assist you in any way they possibly can. You get your package? Yeah. I did. It also includes the stream schedule, which is also on Twitch, but it also includes the stream schedule. Oh, I'm gonna go tank this guy? Yeah, I'm gonna tank this guy. You think you can fight me, Shitarka? More like Shitarka. Oh, snap. Okay. I'm getting wrecked by this thing. Not bad. So the only thing I don't know how to do on Minstrel is Coda. I don't know how to Coda. Why am I in combat? R9 stream hadn't helped me. Soloing it on R9. Yeah, R9. I don't have the welcome message turned on. There's like a thing you can turn on Discord where it's like, so and so joined the chat, welcome them. I'm like, I don't want to do that. What if people want to sneakily join in and don't want to know that they're in the channel? Lots of people want that. And actually, I will say the easiest, biggest reason why I don't do that is because there are, in fact, members of this Lord of the Rings and DDO staff team that have joined and left my Discord at various moments. Because I've done projects with them, whether I've done like a made for YouTube interview or whatever. Because Discord's really convenient to use as a communication platform, and also for sharing various bits of information. And I don't want to have a scenario where somebody joins the Discord and they look down and they're like, "Oh my God, it's whoever's name, like Cordovan is in the Discord. What? Oh my God!" And then people get excited. What is the not dubs tag? Because they're subs, not dubs. What are you talking about? What is the not dubs tag? They're subs, not dubs. I thought everybody that... I was under the impression that every single person that isn't me is like a huge anime fan. Now I'm confused. I don't know anything about anime culture, but I do know subs, not dubs. Are named by my stream YouTube prefix, but I had to make this dwarf Arborland. That's a good name. But yeah, that's why they're the not dubs. So if you are subscribed to me on Twitch, by the way, it'll automatically add you to the category of not dubs. Right away. Again, I don't watch any anime, but the term subs not dubs I find really funny for some reason. And so that's just the title on there. I could also add it as the stream team, which is the colloquial, or not colloquial, the overarching term that I give to the people that watch the channel and are subscribed, the stream team. It's not too bad. Devastate for 303. Oh, baby. Get him. You're not dubs? Should be not dubs. Did you link your Twitch account with your Discord account? If you didn't do that, I literally can't help you. Al Borland, just the hair and the beard. That's funny. That's fine. Don't feel bad. Well, okay, maybe feel a little bad. Yeah, so there's a lot of good information. More DDO information than Lotro. Also, it's important to note that many of the members that are part of the stream team that want to get information about Lotro usually look to me, which is why I want to be knowledgeable about the subject, so I can be like, yes, this is how it works. I don't want to mislead people.
What are you doing, you imbeciles? Kill them!
You know what? Wait, can I go resonance? Hold on, because of this thing. Wait, hold on. Because this is a thing. Now I can do Fellowship's Heart. And then swap back into Dissonance. And bam, a minute. Oh shit, that was the wrong button. God. Fuck. Punch me for 100,000. I should have used my shield. I was so focused on both using my Cry of the Chorus, so I coded with the ballad buffs to get the extra... Wait, do I have the damage coda buff? Yeah, I have all the damage coda buff and Boldening finish, so I get 15%. So then I can get the buff. I need to track and Boldening finish, I think. Need to type faster and change subjects more often? Absolutely. My brain is like going on talking about different things right now. Oh. Dead. When he wins at life. When I win at life? People ask me Lotro questions from your Discord, which rather amuse me. Well, it's because there's, like, my thing is Dungeons & Dragons Online. You know how I can tell? Because on my YouTube channel, I posted a video of Lord of the Rings, and it is the lowest amount of views on any of my content that I've gotten. Yeah, lowest amount of views because it's Lord of the Rings content. No one cares. Oh my God! Wait a minute, Break. You're stealing, not stealing, but you're taking members of the guild to raid. That's kind of cool. Wait, Break, do you also have a Discord server that I'm not a part of? I didn't know that. You should add me to your server. What did you say about me taking your guild members? No, I'm currently in the Discord because I forgot to leave it. And a bunch of people are like, oh, I gotta go raid with Break, and then they left. I was like, damn, this guy's like got groups going on. I don't have an excuse, but I am also going to Discord. Hey, everybody. Everybody in the Discord channel literally just left. They were all just like, I have to go do this, I have to go do this. And I'm like, I don't have an excuse. I will leave. Oh, sure. What are you raiding and what do you need? I have a fully geared Healing Runekeeper, Red Captain, and Blue Captain. I can play Warden, and I have a 4-set Yellow Burglar. And then I have this character, who's wearing the Hero's Ring at item level 402. And doesn't have all the sockets filled. But we're getting there. Look at that. Look at that piece. Initial silky arm guards of timeless favor. This is how I know that also sometimes this is just sadness. Check this out. Look at this item. DPS set, minstrel set. Timeless echoes of battle now it heals the minstrel for its duration. Why heal minstrel for duration? Why? Why heal minstrel for duration? I'm gonna be honest. I did not clearly understand the title. Oh, perfect. So yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it doesn't come through. It's all behind the curtain. Secret. That's right. I now have people listening to me, but they don't know. It's great. Anyways. But yeah, so I don't know, I just think about I think about the game a lot. I think about the game a lot, and I'm really passionate about it, and because I love this game. I got an essence box off the final boss. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm just really passionate about the game. You know why? Because I spend like 40 hours a week playing this freaking game. If I wasn't passionate about it, I'd be so disappointed. I'd be like, what else am I doing? Ooh, very close. Is that Ark? Is what Ark? Arkenstone? You were in that camp? Yeah, this is a good camp. Captain, all the flavors. Warden, all the flavors. And Runekeeper. I can bring it, yeah. I got all the gear. Yeah. Wait, 2? Wait, Ludicrous, what's up with the 2? Also, thank you for the bits. Oh, is that the 2? Is that the roll? I'm just listening to figure what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. What was gonna do here? Wait, why doesn't this stack? Oh, because this is not stacking. But yeah, there's a lot of like I said, there's a lot of options in this game for different playstyles, and I want to see more of them explored. Again, because I'm a total nerd.
Be wary, my friends. Evil spoils these grounds.
2 is one of the weird TTS memes. Is it? Oh man. This is why I need to watch more Twitch. So I can very clearly very clearly be able to, like, I don't know. Oh god. So I need to watch more Twitch streams so I can, like, understand a lot of these things better. I feel like a lot of the Twitch memes just go above my head because I don't spend enough time watching enough, and also because I'm not part of that circle. Like, I feel like when you're part of, like, the larger streaming circle,
let us not tarry.
You get to wait, there's a sign-up list? No. I don't see anything. I don't know. I'm just waiting. The largest DDO streamer in the world? I don't know about that. Is that true? I feel like there are other people who are, like, larger than me in terms of like just general size. I have to be, man. You gotta stay grounded in reality. The only reason that I get to live stream and continue to make cool content and do fun stuff is because other people enjoy it, and lucky.
It is said to be home to Katlob, the terrible winged brood mother of the fell beasts of Mordor, whose countless children become favored mounts.
When does form? The official. Yeah, I know that, but still, it's just like I don't know. It's weird to think about. I don't like to consider the idea that I have any form of influence. Really weird. You know what I mean? It's like I originally started making videos and stuff as a hobby. It was fun. And then now I can do this all the time. Who knows? Can I do this forever? Will I do this forever? I don't know. I will say one of the things I do find very, very positive and enduring, and is like, is that why I'm super lucky that I get to be in the position that I'm in, is that I've had like pretty much every single day I get somebody who messages me and is like, I have somebody who messaged me who's like, man, I watch your videos, they help me figure this stuff out, that's great. It's almost exclusively followed up by then a question. But it still feels good. Star Trek Online looks good. I've never played Star Trek Online. I also haven't really watched Star Trek. I'm sorry. I just haven't not watched Star Trek. I haven't really, you know what I mean? Star Wars The Old Republic? Star Wars The Old Republic runs into the same problem for me as World of Warcraft does, which is that I don't like the game that it runs on. I find the game is not that fun. Well, there are no nerds in this chat. Look, everybody is a nerd about something different. Also, I as somebody who is a huge nerd in comparison to like a lot of my friends, at least in very specific ways, I love making the claim of like, oh, but nerds being like, oh, I don't know all this stuff because I'm not a big nerd. Like, oh, look at all you nerds sitting and watching a Twitch stream at, midnight Eastern time. It's funny because it's both true, and also it's like the inside joke, because it's like there's no one's getting hurt because like, yeah, we are nerds. That's literally what we're doing. That's why we're here doing this thing. But yeah, what else am I doing? Yeah.
Let us not tarry.
No, I don't play then saying they look good on paper. Oh! Okay, yeah. So, important note about Star Wars The Old Republic. The gameplay is literally straight up nerd being an insult again. No. We're not talking about nerd being an insult again. We're using the idea that nerd could be an insult as a joke. Later, Yolus, have a fantastic rest of your evening, and I'll talk to you later. And also, you gotta increase your nerd cred. Like, who's the biggest nerd? What was I gonna say? Important note about Star Wars The Old Republic. It's literally just World of Warcraft. But also, who am I sending a tell to? Wait, who am I sending a tell to? Who am I sending a tell to? That's too much work. Also, you sent me a tell. There we go. Yeah, World of Warcraft and Star Wars: The Old Republic are basically the same. Yeah, Star Wars: The Old Republic, it's super the same. But the big difference between Star Wars: The Old Republic is that it is a BioWare game, and it has a unbelievably good story. Oh my god, the main story, the main campaign, like you slog through the parts of keyboard and mouse that are no fun to get to the part where you interact and dialogue with all the people. The dialogue is so good in that game, and it's just like, you just get so sucked into it. If you ever get the opportunity, if you could pick one story, my favorite one, by a huge mile, I can't even choose now, because some of them are so good. You have like the operative story for the Empire, which is like, it's just twist into twist into twist, and it's so good. It's so good. And then you have the Sith Inquisitor story, which is good, not because the storytelling is that great, but it is funny. It's so funny. Every character is just, oh, they're all just spouting lines constantly. The whole storyline with Kem Val, it's amazing. It's fantastic. And the worst storyline was the Sith Warrior. Because I played Juggernaut as my first character. And the Sith Warrior storyline is horrendous. 0%. Would not recommend. Am I locked? What did we raid on Thursday? Oh, burglar raid. Yeah. Okay, now apparently now I'm raiding again. I don't know how this happened. I don't know what time it is. I don't know who I am. $201 daily players versus the daily players. Yeah. I think it depends on also the accessibility and availability of a lot of these games. So, I think that's one of the hard parts too. Is like, so for those of you that did not get the chance to see it, and you might not know much about the game, the progression of the game. Say you're just sitting here and you're very new to Lord of the Rings Online or Dungeons and Dragons Online. You're new to both of these games, and you see them, and you look at this, and you're like, what is this graphics? What is this? Look at this texture. Gross. This texture is so old. Ugh. This is in my video game? This game is so old. It's going to get shut down. The game is dying. That's what I see everywhere else. The game is dying. I saw somebody talk about it on, there was the World of Warcraft subreddit. Somebody posted something about like, wow, it's funny to think that all these WoW-killing video games are all now all dead, and World of Warcraft still stands at the top. And then as you're looking at it, people are talking about all these other video games like, man, all these video games are dead. All these other games are gone. And it's like, it's an interesting idea to assume that because the game is not destroying WoW, that it's gone. But, important note, that's not the full story. Oh, I was going to zoom in. I was going to do the crash zoom. That's not the full... Damn it. One more. That's not the full story. The thing about these games is that even though they're small, as it turns out, we learned this from looking at, there was an acquisition. There's a company called EG7, which is a big European company, and they got majority ownership of Daybreak, which is the publisher of for Standing Stone Games. So they publish Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. EG7, because they're a large publicly traded company, did a big investor meeting with all of their investors and stuff about the acquisition, and they discussed all the money in detail. And what we learned by looking through that presentation, which you can find online, it's in my Discord and other places, is that basically Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online make, I think the technical term is, a complete and absolute shitload of money. These games make tons of money. They've got healthy player base, they are growing, and they make a lot of money. So this is very positive. This is really good. The future of Lord of the Rings Online and Dungeons & Dragons Online currently is in no sense of jeopardy. It's not like a lot of people think that old games are in free fall, they're not being updated. But these games are actually, like, growing. More people are playing them than before. More people are joining in and getting part of it. And also, they're super profitable. So, Is this going to stay forever? No, this is not going to stay forever. However, you can tell that they're making at least honest efforts to get to a closer game state because, as I've mentioned this before, you can actually find out a lot about how a company is doing based on their staffing actions. Companies that are attempting to get larger or continue their operations generally hire. Companies that are doing the opposite are generally laying off. Right now, SSG has 3 spots that they're hiring for Lord of the Rings Online. They're increasing their staff. They're bringing on more people. They're doing more stuff. So if you just started and you're like, am I going to be able to play this game for a while? This game easily has another 5 years left in the chamber, if not more. And if they just status quo and just do as good as they've been doing now, they're never going to turn the game off. Which is so cool. I have no idea how long this raid is going to take to form, so that's why I'm just kind of chilling. We'll see. Never played some games. I would not care. If I missed EDO, it would, yeah. Yes, in a game company. Hiring is a big indicator. How long do you think DDO has? The same amount of time, basically. It's important to note that DDO is a game that is deeply loved by the people that own the company, Standing Stone Games. And it is likely possible that DDO could lose money and they would still make it at a loss because they just love the product. So that's an important thing. I don't think they would do that, but the people that make the game really like the game. I've had the opportunity to sit down and chat with executive producer Severlin about some of the stuff in Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online. And he's a huge fan of Dungeons & Dragons Online. He really loves a lot of the game mechanics and the systems. His favorite 2 classes are Fighter and Ranger. And the 2 times I've had conversations with them, when I did like interviews and stuff where I was like, hey, tell me about what kind of class you're planning on playing in the expansion. His answers have always been Fighter and Ranger, which is great. It's very consistent, which I like. Oh, 100%. I was talking about like the top guy. Chief. Executive, the executive guy. Executive producer. But yeah, the Lotro devs, having the chance to get to talk and meet with many of them, they're super passionate about the project. And overall, just like fun people to chat with. But the Lotro devs are a little bit different because it's actually really funny having I've had the chance to go to the SSG offices, and the 2 teams are so different in terms of just the way that they interact. The Lotro team is a bunch of people who are very interested in the lore and are very like not so much reserved, but you know they're like, yeah, you know, we make Lord of the Rings. They take their job very seriously. They're, you know, they're all not like buzzkills, but again, they're like, you know, they're focused on making their product. And the Dungeons & Dragons Online developers, like, it seems like they're always thinking about what is a silly or ridiculous thing they can add into their game. Like, they put less thought into you know, staying within the confines of an idea and more about getting outside of the box of an idea. And the Lotro team has a box, which is the Lord of the Rings, and they have to work constantly to stay within the idea. So it's very interesting. It's a different product, different system. But all the people that work on it are super passionate. That's one of the things that like that I struggle with sometimes, you know, is when I see people when they're like, oh man, these guys, they literally don't even care. And it's like, could you imagine working for a small game company and then not caring about the game that you work on? Yeah, it's like, that is such a ridiculous and crazy idea to me. That even like comes up. How could they not care? Just more balloon mechanics and DDO? Yeah. By the way, if you play Dungeons & Dragons Online... Oh, why is there a lens flare coming through the ground? Why is this an option in my video game? I don't go outside for a reason. I don't need this. Wait, does that mean the sun Is the sun not in the sky? Hold on.
In store for those who would seek to usurp it.
Wait, that means the sun is here? Look, there's the sun. Okay, well, yeah, that's true. At the end of the day, I guess lots of people treat jobs as jobs. Media server gets shut down. Back to League. Big scam with game with win trading. I imagine that most of the people at the high ratings don't win trade. They probably play the game. Win trading is in every competitive game, and they do their best to ban people when that happens. No, that's not win trading. That's people being bad human beings. Yeah. Is that I criticize this game a lot. If you guys heard me talk about how so many classes are useless and it's kind of a disgrace, you know, I don't hide it either. I'm very critical of this video game, and I'm a big okay. But Sunny Pound, you have to understand that saying that there is a YouTube video of somebody doing it is very different than saying that is the majority of players and the majority of people's experiences. Having a piece of evidence does not make a whole claim. Is what I'm implying. Anyway, I'm very critical of this video game. And are we? I think we're leaving. Oh, I think I'm leaving. Oh, I can't. But I'm very vocally critical of the video game, and of the designers. The most recent patch, update to 28.3. When it was on Bullroar, and when we were looking through it, I was talking about how I know that the developers play the game, and I know that the developers play the game, and I know that they're passionate about it. But the changes to the way that they were implementing the scrolls, even though I know a lot of people are upset about the way that it ended up turning out, but the way that they did it the first time, where the scrolls were completely useless to all the players in the game, was such a poorly thought out and bad change that it's literally impossible to make the claim or to defend the claim that the devs don't play the game, because it's literally what it looks like. Because it was either a big typo, which does not seem likely because the numbers match up perfectly with the legendary server, B, an attempt to take away an access to an already long grind to make a long grind longer, while dangling in front of the crowd that there's going to be a rework, which is bad. Or C, they literally did not know because they don't play the game. That's literally that's what happened, right? And so I do everything in my power to talk about the positives and to be excited and everything else like that. And I know that there's very smart people that work on this product and work on this team. But sometimes things just happen where you're like, there's nothing you can even do or say. I would love to dissuade people of these ideas, most of the time. But sometimes I'm just like, what is happening? Who's proofreading these patch notes? And his work? What is going on? Also, important note. They're hiring a new team lead for Lord of the Rings Online. Maybe these things are related. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. And the problem is acknowledging that they didn't realize that the SOEs were capped is one of those things where you're like, oh, okay. Well, at least they admitted that they didn't know it. But that's also you would know if you played the game. Yeah, I agree too. I would hope that it was a decision that was made by somebody who doesn't have their finger on that type of pulse or something. Yeah. League has win trading, but it's only at the highest and least desirable levels of the game. Most ranks don't see that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's win trading in silver or gold or platinum or diamond. People are just straight up, like, boosting. It's way faster. Oh yeah, iron. I forgot that was a thing. Why didn't they call it wood tier? Why didn't they call it wood tier? They should have called it wood. But yeah, iron. Oh man. I used to boost people back in the day. I don't feel any shame about it. I made a bunch of money. I straight up used to boost people in League of Legends. It was the best. This is in like 2013 and 2014. When they first unveiled, there was like, if you got to gold rating, you got a frame and a special champion skin. And if you didn't own the champion, then you got the champion and the skin. So they had like the championship. There's Championship Morgana. I think there was Championship another one. Anyway, for 2 of the championship skins, I straight up 100% boosted people's accounts. I have to explain why it took so long for someone to respond to pages that outrageous people. Again, as I said, it's just a bad situation, and there is no explaining their way out of it, and it just adds fuel to the fire. As I am, like I said, I'm such a... I like to think myself as a positive person, and I'm very... Let's be happy. Everything is good. Yeah. But sometimes it just doesn't work out like that, you know? I'm excited and hopeful for the future of the game. Game's great. Game is so good, and it's so fun. The content is so good. Just think about it like that. Think how good the content is. You can say what you want. I really like this raid. Amdan Damula is awesome. I like the storyline of the 3 Peaks. That was delightful. Oh, good. But yeah. Either because it's been so long since a new weapon working as intended. Absolutely. No one does. Only people that are struggling the most know what the imbuement thing is. All games, and your flash is on F and heal on D. I am so confused with your message, Sunny Pound. I don't get it. One, because there's a lot of spelling errors. It's hard. Oh, I get it. When your keys are on the different button. Sure, yeah. Yeah, again, but again, that's a very uncommon thing, and it only affects certain people. And that's the game company's thing to figure out. It's a problem that infects like the upper 99th percentile. I don't think people are doing it all the time. Also, I will say, it is a funny thing, because to me, it seems like less of a problem in terms of, like, it's more of like a fragile ego problem. Like, your ranking in a video game doesn't matter. Like, that's why I made a bunch of money. A bunch of people really wanted that skin, and they really wanted that border. So, I just did it. But it was like, it doesn't matter. Okay, stop using all caps, or I'm putting you in timeout. That's not how you type in chat, by the way. I read your point. Is he banning people for calling other people's poopy heads? Absolutely. And also some harsher terms. Don't worry, I played Call of Duty. I played Call of Duty. I played League of Legends. I saw the chat that people would use when they got upset with you. Yeah, you should. But yeah, it was the reason why it was an effective strategy to cash in was because people were just like very upset about the rank. They wanted to be at a higher rank and they felt like they couldn't be. Although it is ironic. There's a lot of people who were concerned with the idea of Elo Hell, where they were like, I can't win because my teammates are too bad, and then I lose games. But then they would pay somebody to boost for them, which is insane, because then somebody would just take control of their character and then win games for them. Just take control of their account, win games for them, which literally proves that they weren't in Elo Hell. Also, dude, thanks for the bits, man. That's literally crazy. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing good. Again, I'm a big fan of good moderated discussion. I like having discussion, and I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying that typing in all caps is not how you make a point. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Again. And timeout is like, you take a couple of minutes to cool down. That's the most important thing, especially if something ever gets too heated. The whole point of timeout is not to prevent somebody from talking, to force somebody to think, I guess. Like, think as opposed to do. But yeah, it's just communication is a fun and important skill. Yeah, like I said, I just found it interesting. I knew so many people were like, Elo Hell is the worst. And then, can you carry me? And I'm like, yeah, I can. But if I can carry you, then you're not in Elo Hell. Why, what happened to Twitch? Something's wrong. Also, our damage is like pretty good. So the Pog Champs. Where's my Pog Champ? We had the reincarnation cash code first thing. Yeah. I'm very lucky that I get the opportunity to interact with some of the developers, and on, I wouldn't say like on a semi-regular basis, because I'm on the Players Council, and they tell some stories about their user interface sometimes, and the frustrations that they run into, of like working with a product that was made like in the Stone Age. Real people as the face of emotes is a bad idea. I actually don't think it's that much of a bad idea. I think it's perfectly fine. It makes sense from Twitch, from a content creator's perspective, because they want to showcase creators, and also it's kind of like almost like a legacy thing, I guess. Standing in Stone Age, literally. Literally the standing in Stone Age. I mean, you know, DDO's code was probably first being put together after they designed a new engine based off of the Asheron's Call 2 engine, which they probably started working on easily in like 2002 or earlier. The harassment recent Pog hate faces have received. That's true. There have been content creators. Well, okay. Hold on. Actually, I would like to backpedal on what I just said. I don't know the process. Do people choose? Like, do people choose to have their face used as PogChamp? Like this person's face? Did they submit that to Twitch? Because if they submit that to Twitch, that, you know, it sucks that somebody, it is bad and always bad that somebody receives any form of online harassment. Don't harass people online. Just chill, everybody. Hang out. You want to harass somebody online, you've got low blood sugar written all over you, have a sandwich, consider your actions. But also, if you submit your face to get promotion on Twitch, and then harassment comes, it is not so much like you get what you pay for. People should not do that. It is not the person's fault that they get harassed on Twitch. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works, though. I literally don't know. I didn't get an email from Twitch saying, can you make a PogChamp face so you can become the new PogChamp? I just remember that they banned it. Because I assume people would have had to submit it. I'm reading optimizing code from companies. A lot of legacy code, and I swear it's really great. No game would crash. Well, yeah.
Our goal is in sight.
That's literally Azure Skies. They're bad at rolling. 2 out of 1. That's funny. Oh yeah, like I said, my rules in chat are pretty simple. Like, you can get on my nerves, and that's fine. I'll just talk louder. But you can bully me all you want in chat. You just can't bully each other. That's pretty much my biggest rule. And then also, if either we finish talking about a subject and we move on and it keeps getting brought up, or if you bring up a subject and you do it in a way like repeating yourself, capital letters, that sort of thing, then it's like, all right, cool. We need to chat more effectively. Communication. Whose face was made unsavory comments. Oh, okay. I didn't even know. I just know that they removed it. I didn't even know why they removed it. I see. You mean America? I gotcha. Good old America.
We cannot go back with the bridge destroyed. I don't think we have much choice but to obey them. Aye, we must face whatever Orcish trickery this is with courage.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I didn't submit my face in terms of onto Twitch for getting to become the new PogChamp. Sadly. Alright, I have to listen to Raid Strategy now.
I will do my best, Ingor.
Welcome, little princeling, to my arena.
You read all your comments. Yeah, I read all your comments.
You will face overwhelming
The chat's slow, so I can do that.
and they smash for the pleasure of my soldiers. Ready yourselves! The first bout will begin soon! Order, if this little game of yours fails, Warlord Gustavo will not be pleased. You should just kill them.
Yes. I just heard Strim can stay on the boss the entire time. That's right. Word's the best. Hit the boss. Hit the boss. Oh yeah. Do I have to kill ads? Nope. I just hit the boss and do numbers. That's it. And my value is only prescribed by the amount of numbers I do at the end of the fight, and that's it. Ha! What a good class design. It's just dot classes in general. Also, every game has this problem. Any dot class has to stay on the boss. It's the same in like World of Warcraft. All the dot classes. I think there was a point in World of Warcraft's history where I don't know if you can still do it, but Affliction Warlock, you layer a bunch of dots and then you could pull the dots off and then spread them to other monsters. I don't know. Be more toxic if you could see who was doing the most damage. Would DDO be more toxic? I don't think so. I don't think it would be more toxic. I don't think that having access to data breeds toxicity. Those people already exist. You'll just hear them instead. An easy example is in Lord of the Rings Online when you have your DPS. So I can leave my DPS open if you guys want to see it. But when you have your DPS up, what will happen is people will use this send to chat button and they will post their DPS like literally all the time after every poll because they're trying to show up everybody else. But the fact that the numbers exist is not what causes that problem. It's people wanting to show that they're better than everybody else. I think these things are two different ideas. Also, what's up, lady? How you doing? Most monsters, so not sure why you would change any actual numbers. Yeah, exactly. Eat some food. Yeah, no, I don't think that if you could post damage numbers, that the game would become more toxic. Again, I don't believe that information causes people to become toxic. How's the population of the game? Pretty good. And increasing, Light E done. If you've played the game before and you're returning, or you haven't played the game ever, the game population is currently going up. And it's nice and healthy. If you'd like to pick an active and high population server, if you're in North America, you can go ahead to grab Arkenstone. It's the highest population server. Or if you want to, if you're not in North America, you're in Europe, the high population European server is going to be told to me by Twitch chat because I don't remember. Also, what's up? How we doing? How we doing today? Evernight. Boom. See? What I'm talking about. I don't need to know anything. I'm an idiot. Everybody else does. I'm good. We have a lot of damage. Feeling really good. For those that don't know what's going on, this is Tier 3 Threshold. And there's a lot of ads and a lot of monsters. Here. This. No bad. That poison spear really hurts. You want to get it off of whoever it's on. Yeah, Arkenstone. It's the highest population for North America. For the US. I say North America just because I'm very Canadian, not American. Not America. Not United States. A different person. And I get to play on, I can play on Arkenstone if I want. That is very smart, by the way. Happen. Person who ran in first. The fact that that is already dead is really good. Free-to-play good? The free-to-play is... I'm not sure. Wait, why did I lie down? Yeah, I'm pinned in the air. I got targeted. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure people could find the pin. I am still pinned even though it's gone. Looks so much cooler. Yeah. Well, this is Bad Rook, the Kill Beast. And so the way this fight works is there's a bunch of ads. You need to kill the ads. The mammoths are the most dangerous ones, but these ones right here. The mammoth causes a pinning spear. I am pinned. I don't know how long this lasts. It's long enough. And I am literally just waiting until eventually this pin will wear off and I can move. I don't know how long it's going to take. There we go, it just went. That's how long it's going to take. My job is to stay on the boss, so I'm not supposed to swap to anything else or attack anything else in this fight. stronger, Lord of Stone or Lord of Blades? Technically, I don't know. Actually, so think about it. I think that technically the Lord of Blades is. They're both technically gods. Oh, okay. They're both technically gods. I hate getting pinned for the entire first section of the fight. It's very annoying. And yes, Lord of the Rings has a different art style than Dungeons & Dragons Online does. So it is going to look, in some ways, better. That is just a true fact. That was like a reasonably good attempt. This boss would have been down an extra 7% if I wasn't stuck. Well, what are you gonna do?
What a pathetic showing by the dwarves. At least the beasts will eat.
Have they fixed anything with the money sink for X-Packs? Sort of. They combined a bunch of the X-Packs together into the Super X-Packs. They took the Quad Pack and Mordor and put it together into the Super Mordor pack. That's about it. Yeah, the raid bosses look cool. So yeah, sorry, I wasn't explaining the raid. So in case you guys are actually tuning in, you're like, how do you do this? So the long and short of it is there's a bunch of ads that are popping out here. So I'll get rid of this screen. Okay. There's a bunch of ads that come out. This fight is all about ad control, okay? So the way this works is that there is a boss, Badrook, the Kill Beast, and he needs to die. However, the most dangerous things are not Badrook. Instead, it's all of these monsters that come in. There are bats that come from up high. When the bats come down and they land in the center, they're going to they have 3 different spells that they cast. One is a sticky bomb that they throw on players. One is a poison bomb, or like acid bomb that they throw on players. And then one is like a fire bomb. Now the way they work, if you get the sticky bomb, it sticks to you, it explodes, does damage to people nearby you. The fire bomb drops a fire puddle on the ground. And the sticky bomb, it targets you, you get a little eye above your head, and you have to get out of the raid when they drop like before they actually throw it onto you. However, you don't have to get out of the raid if the bats get crowd controlled. The casts of these bats can be interrupted by stuns, among other things. So as long as when the bats come down, you crowd control them and take care of them, they can't actually do any of their special bombs. You can kill them before they do anything, and everyone can stand in one's place instead of having to get out of the raid. The general idea. On top of that, the mammoths that come in. The mammoths have 3 different abilities. Number 1, they have a trample. If you stand underneath them, you are stunned. The stun is like a really big deal, so you have to make sure you're not standing underneath the mammoth so you don't get stunned. Number 2, they have the poison spear. They turn and they throw a poison spear at somebody, dealing a jillion damage to you. That's a very scientific number. That is exactly how it works. So you get hit and you take a jillion damage. And the third ability they have is called pinning spear. Pinning spear is they throw a spear at you and it hits you and pins you to the ground. You can't do anything until people kill this pinning spear. It's just like the webs from Shelob, except it's a spear instead of a web. The web is actually pretty interesting because or the pin is interesting because it has like several million health, and you need to be very mindful of it. It's also interesting because on the lower difficulties, the pinning spear is exceedingly dangerous. But when you get past this section of the raid and you go to the higher tiers, the pinning spear isn't actually as big of a deal because you can take care of it. The bigger problem is the poisoning spear, because if you get hit with the poisoning spear, it can one-shot people. So it is exceedingly important that people are not getting hit with the poisoning spear. Electro expansion trope, correct, that is it. So the pinning spear is a big deal. And then finally you have Badrook. He has a couple melee attacks. None of them really matter. The only thing that matters is he has a scent ability. And the scent ability is basically he causes somebody to bleed. And he causes somebody to bleed, and when he causes somebody to bleed, if he hits the person that's bleeding, he gains a damage buff. So what you have to do is you have to have somebody taunt the boss, they get the bleed, and then the boss goes back to the tank. And then, because the boss can't hit the person who has the bleed, because of the person who has... Oh, on T4, the poison spreads if you enter a puddle? Hilarious, I didn't even know that. Oh man, that's even worse. Yeah, so the poison becomes way worse, and way harder thing to deal with. That's very interesting. My skills are like not going up. I might have to restart my client after this. And have a little bit more patience. Range resounding challenge? Good. Hit bad roof. Drop the spears on him. Yeah. So whoever gets the bleed basically just has to... That's bad. Whoever gets the bleed just has to take it and deal with the fact that it's on them. That's not good. And then, yeah. So he doesn't get buffed up. I have to get rid of this. Important to note that the boss actually has a whole bunch of extra range. You can hit him from really far away. As a warden, you can't, because warden mechanics are stupid. The way the warden works is you have to be within melee range of the boss, or else are not able to hit the boss with your melee attacks. So like your AoE attacks. So your AoE attacks have to hit the actual dead center of the character model, or else they don't work. Yeah, I did not know what it was. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, as long as we keep the Az under control, we can pretty much beat this guy. I'm not too worried about it. Oh my god, I have infinite spell cast.
What? Let's see.
Also, somebody followed, and I can't see it because I didn't load that thing up. Excuse me, video game. Also, by the way, I would just like to point out if you're watching and you're like, man, this guy is not the best warden I've ever seen. Yeah. I don't think I'm that bad, but I'm definitely not the best that you've ever seen. Oh, get on trim. On my target. Okay. Once they get the pin targeted, then I move on. So Warden on R10 WoW raids. That's funny. The nice thing about Warden, though, is that when you get caught in a situation where you're, like, stuck and you can't do anything, at least my damage over time effects are still ticking. It's like, take that, boss. That was a Runekeeper class. Runekeeper class is very fun to play. It's actually one of my favorite classes in terms of mobility. You're a spellcaster, but you're also like super mobile in combat, which is kind of cool. So I actually really like Runekeeper a lot. I think Runekeeper is good. On top of that, it's got like fire, it's got lightning, the healing is really fun. I highly recommend Runekeeper if you're looking for like a class to play. Not him, my target. Very focused right now. I should have got out of the break with that. Gamer form. Thank you. I wish that was true. Another problem I have is I can't see a lot of the dot effects in this game, but the ground effects are green. The ground is gray. I'm red-green colorblind because Fate is cool. I'll say that. Well, at least I got kicked out for that stupid bump. Oh, man. I just poached because I'm like, I don't give a shit. We're so close. Like, it doesn't matter if somebody can move me. Just, I lost any amount of health. Push him right away. Spear sweep. Bless you, spear sweep. Bless you. I've never killed this boss. 1, 2, 3. This is exciting for me. This is in a raid for with the smash. Good. Oh, we beat it! Yeah! That's my first time beating that boss! Oh, hell yeah! Holy shit! That's actually so exciting! Woo! Look at my damage. I did 293k. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. It could have been way better, by the way, if I had been improving. I could have easily hit 350k if I had made fewer mistakes. But shit, I never beat that boss. Cool, dude. I apologize if I missed some chat. I didn't miss any chat. Maybe it was a lore match, or if I wasn't paying any attention. Oh ho! That's so cool. Oh, haha! So by the way, I'm going to be I'll put up a video because we just got a video, so this is gonna be another video on my YouTube channel. Woo! Of how to do it. Basically, instructions as to exactly how to do the boss. That's exciting. Okay, come on. Good loot. Good loot. Good loot. I got fucking earrings. No! No! I got earrings. Oh no, agility tank neck. Oh my god. No! I got earrings. So, the reason why earrings are funny is because the best earrings in the game come from this dungeon called the Shadow King, and I already have different sets of Shadow King earrings, so all earrings that drop are useless. So this item is useless. That's so funny. That's so funny. Shit, dude. I was not expecting to get this at this time of night. Well, that's the plan. When I get... So, right now, the way I'm currently working, I'm rolling about 25,000 embers a week. And I'm putting all of that into scrolls and crystals. Because I boosted a minstrel, a hunter, a burglar, and a guardian. And I'm trying to get all of them, all legendaries maxed, and all done. I did the burglar. I did a red and yellow bag and dagger. And then my minstrel, I did the red weapon, I did the book, and I'm doing the blue weapon. And then after that, I have Hunter Bow 1, Hunter Bow 2, and Bernhard Hunter Bow, and weapon. And then Guardian, I have tank weapon, tank one-hander, DPS one-hander, because I'm going to do sword and shield landscape red, because I like red landscape, and red shield. And I want to do Guardian belt. I don't think you need 2 belts. You might need 2 belts, maybe 2 belts. But if I do, in fact, if I am able to get the barter for gold jewelry, then what I will do instead is I will, or if that ends up being the case, then I will end up doing, getting all of my gold jewelry first for every character set. So I'll get the agility gold jewelry, agility DPS gold jewelry, the might healing gold jewelry. And the reason why I want the might healing gold jewelry is because I did the math. I nerded out. And I found out that if you have the might healing gold jewelry and the threshold bracers and proper itemization of your sets, did you know all 3 of these things together, which is actually like 30 pieces of gear, you can get on Captain mathematically max crit, max outgoing healing, and max physical mastery? That's right. Your morale is like 300k. But hey, I don't care. I'm going to be the best blue captain ever. Nothing you can say about it. That's right. Invest now. That's the plan. Talking captain, outgoing healing, physical mastery, and crit. 300k. Take it or leave it. Just don't get hit. Don't get hit. I'm telling you, don't get hit. You want to stay alive? Don't get hit. Also, if you laughed at that joke, follow me on Twitch. Right now. Helps out. Also, I missed Young Sean's follow during the fight. Whew. Got a video. Got a video if I want to invest once I send to Discord. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, so that's the plan. Start saving embers. If we get it, that'd be exciting. I don't think we're gonna get it though. Also, by the way, that is mostly a joke. It wouldn't be max out. I would not actually go into any type of dungeon or endgame raid without 400k morale. 400k morale is kind of like the gold standard for what you need. No, it's all good. I just missed it during that. That's why I've got a tracker so I can catch up in the past. But yeah, it's kind of like the gold standard for like, do you want to do raids and stuff? You kind of want to get there. But seeing if you can get you distracted? No. I am extremely easy to distract. I'm extremely easy to distract. Invest Jimmy now. What is this? Okay, I will watch that after stream. But yeah, in case there's any music or anything that is that's TOS. Yes, that's the plan. Because the thing is, like I said, if you have it like at least 400k, you're good enough to do tier 2. You're good enough to do the tier 3. That's all I care about. Do I want to do tier 5 threshold? No. I have zero intention of doing tier 5 threshold. I have full intention of getting my gold gear so I can walk around in town knowing that I got it. I did the raid. I did the numbers. You saw my I had this damage up the whole time and fully admitted I made mistakes many times. But that I contributed, I helped the team, and then I can go and sit in town and just stand there next to vendors and other places, and then people go, oh, look at that guy. They inspect, they see all the gold jewelry, and I can just stand there. And they think I'm like AFK. No, I'm just watching my screen. I have my character model turned like this, and I'll walk up and I'll stand next to somebody, and I'll just be like, you know, whatever. And they'll be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, he has all the jewelry. Whoa. That's why I raid, guys. That's why you raid. Like, this item set is so cool. This dragon scale armor set, I do remember standing in town in Galtrev, except for these gloves, they don't match. But anyway, the standing in town in Galtrev, and having people literally be like, wow, your armor is like so cool, because they knew it came from the raid, and they were like, that's so cool. You can't really do that anymore, because most of the best outfits come from like all the events and things, and it's all about mix and matching and putting stuff together. I think we're doing the next boss. I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Since I'm going to be going to the washroom, enjoy an advertisement for a Kia Sorento. I don't know other Kia cars. Let me explain something to you guys. Before, was the time for, celebration. We beat the boss. I'm very happy. I look at that deed that I got complete. Deed. But, it's important that you don't stay happy forever, because then you get complacent. So now it's time for self-reflection. So the idea here is we're moving on to the next step, which is what went wrong? How could we have improved? Because did I do some damage? Sure. But as I said before, I could have squeezed out another 500,000 DPS. Over the total of the fight, that would have been a big number. I'm not going to do the math because I'm not a big nerd, but it would have been a lot. So how do I fix that problem? What do I do? Well, there's a couple things I could have done. First of all, there were multiple situations where due to impatience, I missed out on my gambits. One of the problems that the Warden has, in my opinion, is that these skills are not immediate. They're actually based off your attack timer. So if I do have this, and I want to use my skills, let's say I want to use this skill, then this skill, then this skill, if I go 1, 2, 3, it does this one, this one, this one, it applies them in, and I get my big unerring strike. It all goes in here, and everything's cool. It's all copacetic. But if I do it too fast, I got the first one, the third one, and I skipped the second one. It didn't go in. And sometimes, in combat, when you're out of combat, it's not too bad. But in combat, it actually goes with your attack animation. So what that means is if my character is attacking, or if I used a skill, or if I got knocked back, or if I'm moving somewhere else, sometimes this can get locked up. And you don't always get your skills in. Oh, I'm listening. Strategy. Oh, good idea. I am now restarting my client. I'm just going to be listening to the strategy. What's a good solo class to make a new guy? All the classes are good at soloing. When you think Lord of the Rings, what type of character would you want to play? Yes, can I make a dwarf paladin? No, there's no paladins in the Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is low magic.
The final battle of the War of Three Peaks has begun. Prince Durin Stonehelmson of the Longbeards leads the Gabilakar, a great host of united dwarves, to the very gates of Mount Gundabad. But Gorgar the Ruthless, son of Bor,
I haven't played in a long time. PvP class? Hunter is very good. Hunter is pretty good. I would recommend Hunter for you if you're looking at that. No paladins? No, the Lord of the Rings is low magic, and also basically no religion either. There's very few churches or clerics, or temples. Yeah, no paladins. Yeah, all the classes, like I said, this is super low magic world. I'm just kind of listening. Yeah, captains are the closest things to paladins, by the way. Oh, hit the boss. Okay, so I just got told what I have to do is hit the boss, so I don't need to listen anymore. Yeah, this is tank mechanics. But yeah, so the classes in this game, there's the 7 starter classes. This game does not use health, because in Lord of the Rings, there's no magic healing, because there's no magic. Elves are magic, but that's basically it. So there's no real magic in this game. So it wouldn't make sense to actually have a healing class, because you can't, like, magically mend somebody's wounds. In the movie, Frodo gets stabbed, and it takes them literally a month to heal. So, with elf magic, right? So it takes a long time to heal. So instead of that, you have morale. The idea behind morale is that it is your ability to continue fighting before you are defeated and you must retreat. So you don't technically lose or die, you run away. You go, I can't do this anymore, I must escape, I must leave. And so you have to go. As a result, the healing classes are classes that raise morale. Captains are a healing class in which they inspire their allies to heal, kind of like a paladin, who heals people through magic. Minstrels are a healing class, where they play songs to heal their allies. They don't actually heal, they raise the morale of their allies so they can keep fighting. It's all very themed and delightful in that way. Everything is properly named and attributed and what have you. So of the basic classes, almost all of them are martial. So you have the Hunter, who is a bow class, who uses a bow and dual-wields swords. See if this is a Hunter here. Yeah, you got a Hunter right here. Got a bow, dual-wield swords, bing, bang, boom. You shoot stuff with your bow. That's it. You hunt. Usually elves, because everybody plays elven hunters. You've got the champion. Champion, again, dual-wield swords, or uses a big-ass sword, heavy armor, gets on the battlefield, slashes people up, AoE, single target, cutting people, all sorts of crap. Really good. Next, you got burglar, another martial class. Stealth class, dual-wielding. You're going to notice a lot of classes dual-wield, by the way. Dual-wielding, attacking people from the shadows, stealth. If you want to play stealth class, all melee, all the time. Hunters are all ranged. Burglars and champions are all melee. Then of the other martial classes, you have Guardian. Guardians, big-ass shields, big-ass one-handed, well, not even big-ass one-handed weapons, realistically sized one-handed weapons. And they fight, and they tank, and they do everything they can. Which is super cool. But yeah, so there's that. Guardians, they defend people. They also have an attack thing where they bleed, but they wear full plate and they stand in front of things and they take big hits. You got captains, who are two-handed fighter classes, and they lead the charge. They raise morale. They have all sorts of shouts and chants that they do. They have all sorts of different buffs and special abilities. They're a buffing class for the most part, where they buff people. They're also currently the best tanks in the game, because the whole idea is literally that they lead the charge. Whirlwind attack? Yes, that's champion. That's literally what you want as champion. I'm just going to zoom out really far and say, if any of the champions in the raid are listening right now to my live stream, do a cool AoE attack. Unless you're not in yellow. It might not be in yellow. I want to display it. Let's see. Oh, maybe not. No, no cool AoE attacks. Their AoE attacks sound amazing. They also go like swing, 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 and they make great sound effects. It's fantastic. I love champion sound effects. They're really cool. And that's the last of the martial classes. Then you have the two non-martial classes. You have the minstrel, who plays songs. They sing. They use their lute. And they create magic-esque effects with their songs. I imagine that a lot of it's theater of the mind. Like, the visual representation of the damage that you do is, like, it's a representation, not what's actually happening in game. Because one of the attacks is, like, you call a beam of light from the sky. You don't actually do that. It is a representation of what your song is doing to the enemy. So it's all up here, mostly, than it actually doing something. If that makes sense. And then after that, you have Loremaster, and Loremaster is kind of like Gandalf, but you can't be Gandalf because he's a wizard, and people aren't wizards. So instead of being a wizard like Gandalf, yeah, so instead of being a wizard like Gandalf, because you can't be one, because he is literally like a lesser god, instead you are a man, or whatever, man, human, or elf. And the idea is that you are practiced in secrets of the world, and you know lots of things about secrets of the world, and you can use these minor secrets to perform things that seem like magic, but are actually just, minor changes to the environment. Such as, you know how to create a black powder that's basically gunpowder that no one else can. I am on Crick Hollow. I was about to say Arkenstone. I am not. They also wield a sword and a staff, and they can call lightning from the sky, but that doesn't matter. Very cool. Yeah, lore masters are basically like scientists. Mostly pseudoscientists. Okay, I'm gonna be hella focusing, so I apologize. God, why me? I don't know if that's good or not, that went off in the group like that. That wasn't me, so. So my damage is very bad right now. About to get worse. So I'm just kind of hitting the boss right now and trying to do as much damage as possible. Push this guy. Damage on the boss. Don't worry about anything else. Do damage on the boss. Okay, that's bad. As I said, if I just focus a little bit more, you can get a little bit, I can squeeze out more damage. So yeah, we're just getting him down to 30%. At 30%, we go to the phase 2. If you're like, there's always a phase 2. Yep, that's correct. Great. So when he marks you as a target, you have to get out. But I got him with my dot, you piece of crap. Eat resounding challenge. Haha. I mean, I'm still damaging him. Take that. I'm dead, and you're still taking damage, Gorgar. Gorgar the useless. I don't know if the enrage is longer. Does anybody who's watching know if the enrage is longer on the higher tier or if it's the same one? If it's the same one, that's going to be a friggin' problem, I think. Minutes? Uh-oh. I feel like we're pretty behind on this. Okay. Thank you, Loaf. I appreciate that. How are you doing, by the way? You having a good weekend?
Have it your way. I leave you to die.
Here we go. I gotta say, I really like flag comes down first, because for me, as a warden, flag is essential. Because the flag increases the base damage of all my dots. I think we can actually beat this. I'm only doing AoE because I'm physically here. Ow, that hurts. Yeah, thanks, Big Banner Huge. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good time. And thanks for tuning in pretty much the entire day. You were at the grocery store and you're watching the stream. That's crazy. I'm always surprised to find out how much time people spend watching the live stream. And I am eternally grateful that you do take the time to do that. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Oh, I will. If we beat this, I'm going to be exceedingly excited. I don't see it happening, but I like it. Later, buddy. Have a good night. Up early at 7 a.m. Yeah. Because you're in Europe. So far away. It's early in the morning, man. Are you just like an early riser, or are you working? Like, what's the dealio? I don't think I'm an early riser too often. Sometimes. I have to get up early tomorrow. The weekend? That was bad. I wish I could say more, but I'm like really focusing on my rotation because I want to do a good job here. I just want to get my action really done. On DPS, let's go. I'm doing my best to throw out AoEs on the wargs when I can.
Stand with us! We will shield you from the flames!
Oh, that's bad. Nice. Oh no! We 100% have this, by the way. If we just have like a slightly cleaner run with less deaths, this will trade with losses 100%. Potions, everybody. I have stacking them. Really just chugging potions like crazy. Like, we don't have this on this attempt, but it's currently enraged. Yeah, goodbye. But yeah, that's 16%. We have that 16%, by the way. Yeah, we have that 16%. 100%. Looking at that, there's no way we don't have that 100%. Like, I know it looks bad, like we're 16% off, but in the first part of the fight, people died. We had 3 people die during one chunk of the fight. I feel like there was an off timing with like an Oathbreakers that was there. I think we definitely have it. Randallure, 172 million damage. With that resounding challenge damage. That skill is so friggin' good. It's just literally my most potent skill. And then quick sweep, medium bleed. I got a lot of these off. I'm actually surprised that hit as often as it did. Yeah, that felt like crazy good, that attempt. I'm feeling good, man. You ever run through a map in PoE and miss a tiny corner you're supposed to go to? In PoE, I used to. Not anymore, though. Eventually, you put enough hours that you just implicitly know where to go during all of that. But yeah. Yeah, we just need to be like a smidge faster, and we got this 100%. I actually gotta do this. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. I'm just gonna squeeze out some more DPS. Squeeze. I have this 5% morale item. I could use that to make myself stronger. I don't think I have any other items I can throw in here. Mark Acquisition? No. The Bound Scroll. Fiber Jug? That's important. Get that going. Glittering Band of 3 Peaks? Ew. Why do I have this? That up. Tome of Defense, 10%? Yeah, I'll probably use that. I really want the skill. Why not? In the inventory, might as well use it. So I pretty much just upped my survivability by a little bit. Yeah, right. Ooh. 4. Never Surrender for 5% additional tactical and physical mitigation. If you didn't know this, if you play as a Warden, you can get the blue set from the Warden, and then put on the items, turn on Never Surrender, and then take the items off. This gives you an extra 5% mitigations, which is really, really potent. Effectively just, reducing all damage take by 5% is really big. And I'm going to swap back, swap configurations, keeps. Oh, note on Red Eyes, no need to move out of the group, easily healable just in case anyone did move out. I did. Thanks. Info. Wow. I 100% did move out of the group. On Red Eyes. Challenge. Put on my food buffs. Okay, here we go. Do it. Don't make any mistakes. Mistakes will come. I did make a mistake. I didn't want to, though. Okay. I have to shift exactly where. I hate that I literally can't see it. I don't know where they are. I hate being colorblind sometimes. I get that just kind of, sometimes the way these things go. But I realized a new way to improve my rotation. improve the rotation. I can say you good morning. Hey, good morning, young man. How are you doing today? What you got going on Sunday? What's up? Oh god, I gotta get out. That was really bad. I learned a new way to do this. This is the guy who dropped the funnel in the face. Ooh, we faced it. We saved a whole lot of time on that, by the way. And I didn't die, because I keep all my buffs. Of course, as always, I will hydrate in just a sec. I gotta stay focused. I gotta stay focused. Okay. If you're wondering what's going on right now, I don't have a good answer for you. Also, I'm trying a new rotation in combat, and I am making some mistakes, but it's actually working better than I originally thought. This is manageable. No, go away. I have no desire for you. I'm dead. Look at my damage! I did so much damage. Okay, now I can hydrate. Cheers. Thank you, buddy. So I don't know why everybody else died, but we were on way better pace that time. We would 100% have the damage to beat this, by the way. Just straight up. This group, we can beat them. I know this is my first time clearing it, but just looking at how far we got into the second phase, like I said, just as long as no one dies to something like that by accident, then we're all set. Literally all set.
The time has come to bring this war to its end. Muster your allies
it's okay.
and prepare for a fierce battle.
I'm excited. That was the first one against Gorgar. Oh, look at that pull. 377? Oh, that feels good. I don't normally do damage like that, so that is surprising to me. I think with my new and improved rotation, basically the idea is, instead of using my spear sweeps as often, I'm going to try to skip a sweep. I want to see if I can use I think I'm supposed to also... Oh, I should be using, Oh, I'm actually making another mistake. Okay. I don't know, I'm thinking about optimizations and how I can get slightly better and improve my odds just by a smidge. I'm not going to swap blue. I don't have enough time. Forgot to do that. I'm going to put on the stats, get my buff. If I die, I'm just going to die in one hit. I don't think it... I have a problem. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm feeling it, man. Feeling it. Wait. Oh, interesting. Those my new boots were not part of my set, so I was wearing the wrong boots the whole time. Okay, good. We're gonna talk about making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. And a people.
It's always boots with you, like the ice skates.
Like the ice skates. That is very accurate, actually. Oh, that is so bad. Oh, I need people around. Okay, apparently that counts. Oh my god, another one back here? What is happening? Man, that sucks. Quite damn it. I was actually doing really, really good DPS. My new rotation is improving. It's getting better. I'm working on it. I will put the boots into my gear set. Put the boots into the gear set. This also sucks, because this means I won't have my extra 5% mitigation from Never Surrender up for the next fight. Be wiped. That kind of blows. Hopefully I don't need it. Yeah, we 100% have this. Why am I not sleeping? Oh, whatever. I was supposed to stream till 1 in the morning, but then this group opened up, and I'm like, well, you know what? I could go to bed, or I could just literally raid all night. Is that going to affect my sleep schedule tomorrow? No. Oh, and for those of you wondering, so I mentioned that I'm going to turn the first boss, whether we get this tonight or not. I'd like to get this, but whether we turn, I'm going to turn either the first boss into a, I'm going to turn it into a video. Just like I did with the Remerkant, in case people want to know how to do it. However, don't think that the content that I'm going to be producing is only Lord of the Rings content. On Monday morning, I will have another video, Dungeons & Dragons, about the build that I've been playing, which is good. So the Druid build, exciting. It's an easy leveling thing, so it should be nice and fun for those of you that are interested. Then I have another DDO video that I needed to edit some photos for, so I did all that work. Now I just need to actually do the recording and then put it all together. But I'm lazy. I haven't done that yet. That's the struggle with being lazy. Also, thanks for the bits. How we doing? I appreciate that. I need a haircut. Also, I have to get up early tomorrow. It reminds me of that, the clip from the Rugrats, where Timmy's parents, or Tommy's parents are in the kitchen. There's like Stu is like making pudding. So it's like, oh, like, Stu, why are you making pudding at 3 in the morning? And he just looks away from her. It's just like, because I've lost control of my life. I'm like, that's how I feel right now. What are you rating right now? I've lost control of my life. No big deal. Should. That's what I should do. This. Loaded. I actually haven't done the iron anything. Oh my god, and I have 38 Raiders from Bloodborne. Holy guacamole, as I'm sitting here dead silence focusing on my rotation and trying not to screw up. Welcome everybody, welcome to the stream. You have a fantastic evening. I'm your host, Scrimtom. I'm doing my best to play Warden and not make as many mistakes as I usually do. I really want to beat this boss. This is tier 3 of Pandan Damul. I hope we're all, what stacks are we at? 3? I think I can stay here. And tier 3 of Pandan Damul. Having a pretty good time so far. You know, playing some Warden, hitting the monsters, doing what you normally do. What's good, man? How was your stream? I unfortunately didn't catch it. I was streaming for an extra few hours today, but I hope it was good. What did you do today? Oh god. That's okay. Everybody gets it. Oh, that's what I should have done. Waited. I've already crowd. The mount is not going to be on me. And mount, so I should be good. I just need to stay here and hope I don't die. Unless the dragon is onto me. Did you guys see that? Did you see that prediction? God, I'm such a live victory. So for those of you that don't know what happened, basically, the boss is going to do an attack called Command Mount, where he commands his mount to charge at someone who is not one of the primary aggro targets. When he does that, him and his mount charge directly to that person, and they hit him and explode everybody around. It's a distributed attack, so you actually need to stand within the party. However, when you get to, and it applies a debuff that increases the damage everybody takes. at 5 stacks of the debuff, when he charges in, it causes everyone to die. So everyone eats the debuff, everyone gets hit, and they all get 1 stack of debuff. Then they get hit again, and he gets 2 stacks of debuffs. Then they get hit again, it's 3 and 4, and etc. But once there is 5, when you get targeted, unfortunately, game over. Your job is to run away and get killed. Ideally, I think in a perfect world, you want to kill him before you get to 5 stacks, but this ain't perfect world, so sorry. So instead, when we get to 5 stacks, the goal is you run outside, you get murdered, and then somebody raises you and you come back in. The next person has to do the same thing, because everyone still has their stacks. The second person gets murdered, no problem, and then all the stacks fall off, back to normal, and we reset in the middle, although the boss should be phased by that point. That's kind of the strategy for that one. So it is important when it's your job, or when it's your turn to get knocked out, that you do that. Now that being said, you know, there's a lot of paying attention and little notes that go in here. I mentioned before, I like this boss. It's very cool mechanic. I actually like the way the puddles and the eyes work. The only thing I don't like about this boss is there's one point where he puts an eye above your head, and it's a green eye. And it causes a fire pit to go underneath you. Basically, the archers target you with like an explosive spear or something, or maybe he does it. I don't know. I don't look at the boss. I'm looking. My eyes are here almost 99% of the time on my action bar to make sure I'm not screwing up. But anyway, he throws the thing and it causes a fire pit. The problem is the fire pit has a very thin red line that you can't see on this gray brown ground. Well, maybe you can, but I can't, unfortunately. I have a deficiency with my eyeballs with the red and the green color blindness. So I have to pray that people leave the raid so I don't get it dropped on me. Because if it gets dropped on me, I run into major problems. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This is my first time ever doing this on tier 3. This boss, second boss. The first boss, we got it, which was great. And this boss, I think we're going to do... we can definitely smash it tonight. I'm so excited. I'm ready to just... I'm ready to do it. It was kind of collecting. And then once this is done, I'm planning on taking this and doing like I did earlier in the week. For those of you that don't know, I produce content for Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online, and I do that both here on Twitch and also on YouTube. I try to post, for Dungeons & Dragons Online, a lot of build guides and maybe helpful tips for different types of raids or puzzles or things like that, because Dungeons & Dragons Online is a game that's full of weird puzzles and things you have to figure out. And then for Lord of the Rings Online, I don't have too much Lord of the Rings Online content, mostly some basic guides for like legendary weapons, things like that. But after streaming some of the raids, last week, my guild Forged in Flames, we managed to kill Shelob tier 2 for the first time. Now for many people, this isn't the biggest accomplishment, but for Crick Hollow, we were the 6th guild to get it down, and it was really exciting. So I wanted to take that opportunity to share it on my YouTube channel, the experience, and also kind of go through the actual mechanics as to what we have to do. So that was essentially what I did there. I'm planning on doing that as well for the first boss here, for the Beasts of Slaughter. I did make a few mistakes, and I'll make sure to point those out in the video and how I could have improved my gameplay, because nobody's perfect, and there's always ways in which you can improve and do better, and I think it's just important and fair to point that out. And hopefully, if we get this here tonight, I'll be doing the same thing. I'll post the video about what it is we're doing here, and, you know, if there's ways I can improve, and also just the basic mechanics so you guys can get a bit of an understanding. Or if you already know how, then, I don't know. It's just cool. It's something to post and give people information and details, and what I like to do. So I do the live stream, man. So I do the live stream. Share the experience. I'm just trying to fill time because we're waiting, and I don't know why. So. And also, it's like 1:51 in the morning, and I should probably go. But that's okay. It's Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday. I don't have much to do tomorrow, except for prepare for my Dungeons & Dragons group. I've got a Dungeons & Dragons game that I'm running with some friends. They just saved some farmers from a band of orcs that were setting ablaze to the farm, so that's exciting. They're hopefully going to have a chance encounter with a man who is a businessman who wears a city guard attire, or looking attire, looks like an old city guard uniform, but it's not quite the standard, so you can tell he's not with the guard. And he's going to complain to them that there was a shoddy deal, and someone took his money, and he needs some help getting the money back, and send in the party to negotiate. And when the party goes in to negotiate, they're if depending on how they end up negotiating, either with blade or with tongue, that came out wrong. No, it probably came out right. They're going to deal with these series of bandits known as the Quickfoot Bandits, and depending on what actually happens, the decisions that they make, you know, maybe they'll make friends with the bandits, maybe they'll convince them to get the goods that this man wants. However, the goods that this man wants is going to be a special brooch that is going to be dirty and broken, and when they return it to man, he's going to refuse to pay them, which they don't know. So it's all good. I'm excited. Send them into delirium and drinking with beholders, all in good time. The party is currently level 4, so all in good time. That should be exciting. So I got to finish up, polish off a little bit of the work on that for the campaign. Yeah, so that should be good. Scale it down. You said the word beholder. I am limited on what I can scale down to. I get the boosts. Exciting. They're the well fed, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna eat again. This should be good. And pray.
If you know
my rotation. Boss. I will attempt to engage, but for the most part I'm focusing on rotation. Mistake. I especially don't want to forget and get a big debuff on me. One of these big javelins that causes everyone to die. This. Yeah, I feel good. I feel like I think my new rotation is really strong. Feels really good. I'm actually really excited about this. I'm very much focusing, and I'm checking my DPS numbers to make sure I'm doing a good job. Which I should not do mid-fight. I should ignore the DPS numbers and just focus on the physical mechanics of the fight that's going to come into place. You know, it's hard. Oh, I just made a mistake. I don't think I'm in the area of this fire puddle. Good. Go. Yes, Mentor. Now we're at 5 stacks. So we want to pay attention. And if for some reason somebody's gonna die, so Oh my god, it did a lot of damage. 387k? Holy moly. For me, that's a lot of damage. Use this opportunity to eat a second time, the 9-star pie. This gives me extra in-combat morale regen, so why not? Just in case. You never know what's coming in. Got double damage. Yep. Okay. Fuck. I don't have attack. Oh, the attack speed buff. Manage. Warden is very sensitive to attack speed, because your gambit speed, based on your attack speed, like how often you can actually cast rid of builder things. No, there. My job is literally hit the boss, do nothing else. Focus recon, no mistake. I apologize if I'm quiet, because I'm really focusing and I really want to get this done. I think could definitely be doing my damage the better. It's important to note that because my character is a couple different spells here that can this. That you can melee this guy from really far away. So depending on what I have access to, I can sometimes melee this guy in a very, very large distance. This is a big hit. I just got a really massive move. I got a supercharged speed, bring the Oathbreakers and everything going. I've like made almost no mistakes in that rotation. Feel very good. Okay. I made a single mistake in rotation. Big mistake. Big mistake. I made a big mistake. We should get it this time, though. Okay, fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're just going on the boss. You said you did not take any risks? Don't take any risks. Kill the boss. You got this. Page. Percent. 1%.
The War Chieftain is victorious! Well, I guess you get to live, mongrel!
That's so close, dude. 1% and it phased. 1% and it phased. But we were all dead, so it didn't count. If we had one less death at any point, or if I had made one less mistake, that possibly would have saved the whole thing. Oh, man. We'll get him next time. If I had made one less mistake, that would have been fine. I did 327,000 DPS, 183 million boss damage. Oh. Oh. It's so close. That's what I said. We can get this. Yeah, next time, 100%. Also, hydrate. I need a water. Yeah, I need to get a... Oh, and I went to the wrong spec. I'm just gonna go get a water real quick. Yeah. One less DPS mistake. So. You know what? I have this one extra point. Might as well just spend it. I'm feeling it. Feeling it, guys. I am feeling it. Where's my damage breakdown? Yeah, I got so the change in strategy that I decided to use, I got more ticks of my big bleed, my medium bleed, my resounding challenge, and my quick sweep. Also, apparently, in that whole phase, I got 2 procs of the small quick sweep. 2 procs. How many times did I use Onslaught? Oh, that's so unlucky. That's extremely unlucky, dude. Oh well. A lot of RNG and Warden attacks, so sometimes you're gonna have a good pull, sometimes you're gonna have a bad one. We got this, 100%. Eat my food. Check my books. I don't care if I have to use more consumables. It's not a concern to me. I think I do. Yep. They're high tier consumable. Don't care. Gotta get it down.
Easy there. You best cooperate. If it's good. To battle!
Let's fight. Right on me. Yeah, it's me. Guess what? I don't give a shit, Gorgar. I think if I just stay calm, I do so much better on my rotation. Manage my better, I guess. All would feel, I think. Knowing when the skill lag is coming, just gotta sense it. Like a hawk. The skill lag. I see some excitement in chat right now. I too am excited. Upping the damage. Cool. 5-round lure. Got this. By we got this, I mean I want to get this. Oh, thanks guys. Also, I apologize that I'm literally saying nothing. I'm really focused, and I really want to beat this. So, that is going to be literally the thing. I'm impressed with the spam, though.
Question received.
Also, Plutex YouTube, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Go. Get this boss done. What's my PR? I don't know what PR stands for. Can you give me a reference? Like my public relations? This is just a term I'm not used to. Okay. Got 5 Ash Wagers. I have no idea what you're talking about. I apologize. Must have missed the memo. Yeah, I got nothing. Nothing for cash wagers. Just success, hopefully, as this freaking dog goes down. And ran over. Be cracked. Nice, man. That's good. Hey, you know what? You gotta be you. That's how you want to be, that's how you gotta be. That's the plan. Mandalore. He is supposed to be some type of king of wargs. He has fire powers. Dude, I don't know the story. All I know is this guy is keeping me away from the gold jewelry. How do you feel about gold jewelry? Let me ask you that. You like gold jewelry? This guy is the one who's keeping me away from that. This freaking dog hog is out here keeping all of it to himself. How rude, right? How insanely rude is that? None of that. Taking it. That's it. That's it. You know what? I'm a dog guy. I like dogs every now and then. Fun pets. But when the dog takes all the jewelry, no, unacceptable. You gotta get it back. Burying it in the yard. Selling it on eBay. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm so friggin' tired. I'm really determined. All I gotta do is stay focused and make no mistakes. I am very methodically doing what I'm doing right now. I'm literally just doing the same thing over and over. I'm hoping I don't make a single mistake. There's no lag. Like a machine of some kind. Is that fun? I don't know the answer to that question. That's good. Got my lock. That's really bad. I'm gonna get the AM earrings. Yeah, that's good. It's a good set of earrings. I feel you on in terms of getting the earrings, man. Go. I'm doing way more damage than I was before because I'm being much more consistent and I'm being slower and more deliberate. Slower as in not I'm acting slower, but I am intentionally talking slowly to force my brain to be more calm so I make fewer mistakes from being nervous. Not nervous that you guys are watching. I don't care about that because I have no shame. Instead, just nervous that I'm going to make a mistake of doing this experience for every single person in my race. But I'm not going to do that. I am moderately fine at the video game. And mistake definitely instead. Shit. I'm very dead. And I think that's the raid wipe. Rats, dude. Damn, that sucks. That's it. That was my best pull, too. Single target damage. It's very delicate. So what's happening here, and what happens is there's basically these frenzied wargs. They come in, and they have a frontal breath. They breathe out this shadow breath, right? He walks over you. See, they're coming in. He calls them. He says, "Children to me." How does this guy have so many children? He's like the progenitor of wargs, chieftain of wargs. I don't know. Anyway, so they come in. I think wargs are more like cats than dogs.
Well, I guess you get to live, mongrel.
God, we are so close too. Oh God. I'm like wired right now. I'm so jacked up. I'm like hyped to get this. Full rem set and gold AD stuff. This is it. If I beat this boss, I can get all the gold Amdan Demul stuff that I want. And I want. Trust me. I have desires, man. I need that golden jewelry. Anyway, it's fine. Fine. All is good, all is well. And we're gonna beat him. God damn it. I'm like so all over the place right now. I hope everyone's having a good night out there. I'm actually surprised. I don't think I've ever maintained over 50 viewers after 2 in the morning, which is just surprising. Ever. Even when I did the 24-hour stream, there was seriously, we went down to like, around this time of night, we were down to like 25 people watching the stream. As I was like mentally unraveling and we played Loading Screen Simulator. Yeah, late night gang, exactly. % from all the golds. You are reminding me that if I had simply made one less mistake or started this, the rotation that I'm doing right now, I literally made it on the fly. If I had, and it's given me about, I don't know, 2% more damage. If I had done this before and also been consistent, we also would have got it. So I feel partially responsible that we didn't get it. It is irrelevant to the fact that team members had died, and if they hadn't died due to other circumstances, that we would have got it. What matters to me is that there was something I could have done, and I will do it. I will succeed. We will get this. I want it so bad, man. Flashing blades, we would have had it. Yep. I know. We were all in it together, right? Every single person is thinking to themselves, man, if I could get one more hit on the boss, we would have got it. That's what everyone in the raid is thinking. Not just me. But yeah, we'll get. Oh. Wait, why are my stats all over the place? Am I not wearing something? The bug? Why am I missing like 100,000 physical mastery? That's not good. It should not be like that. I had my stats set up before. Oh, I can't have that. I don't know. Why is my crit low? Actually, my crit is where I need it to be. This is fine, because it's 594 for crit. Why is my physical mastery so low? I'm not sure. Also, I still have this Bracer of the Winter Bear, but if we get this, I don't need this stupid Bracer. I am going to, out of possible fear for my stats being off somehow, I am going to swap out a single essence on my boots for an extra physical mastery, just in case, to make sure I have the damage to get through. I don't know why it wouldn't be there, but just in case. Lock this too. Okay, I'm above now. So now I don't have to worry about it. Oh wait, why am I above now? Oh, it's because I didn't have this weapon on. Which is all the critical rating plus agility, physical mastery, crit, finesse. Yeah, I'm feeling, like I said, feeling not too bad. Like, before I died, I did 91 million damage to that damn warg. Unsubscribed from Tim Tom because he did 2% less damage and didn't delete his account like he knows he's supposed to. Absolutely. Pesky account not deleters. The food in. Doing meal. Hell, maybe I should just even stack crit. Screw getting extra other stats. Just get as much crit as possible. Go way over cap, get extra damage.
Easy there. You'd best cooperate. If you know what's good for you, Bog. To battle!
Attack speed buff. Oh. Fine. Yep. Made of mine. Move even slower. Don't worry about stance. Keep up boss. Max keep up. Worry about it. Getting the boss. Got all my stacks. Pretty good. That jerk. Let me drop an eye right on us. So 9 Raiders from Noel Day. Welcome everybody. I hope you're having a great new day. I'm sorry. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, I hope you're all doing good. I was thinking of Nouvelle in French. Okay. You're all doing good. My name is Strim Tom. Today, I am doing Amban Demul Tier 3, a raid I have not completed before in Tier 3. But something that I definitely want to do because I want the items. What am I doing up this late? That's a great question. I don't have an answer for that question. Mostly that I just want to beat this raid. Like most people in the group right now. Bulls keep coming. We get really close. We got this boss down to... He phased. He died and phased, but we were all dead because he killed us all during a rage, and so it reset. That's how low we've gotten this boss so far. It has been a roller coaster of emotions.
Can stand against Gorgar the Ruthless. None can stand against Gorgar the Ruthless.
It kicked me out of the raid? Like, when I died, it literally kicked me out. No, yeah, I didn't click anything. Literally just when I didn't even die on my screen. It just, he hit me and then it was loading screen and I was outside. Yeah. So, I don't know what happened. Literally, I just got, the dog kicked me out of the raid. Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't an instant kill. That was an instant get out of the raid. Could you imagine? Holy moly. What a bad boy. Give him some Ruth and he won't be so sad after all. Some Ruth, what is that? Is that short form? Is that drug slang? Did I know that? Yeah, he literally yeeted me out of the raid. Or is that like Baby Ruth, like the chocolate bar? Good shit. Anyway, I did 355,000 DPS. Could have been better. We need some Ruth. Oh, he's ruthless. Not drug slang. Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, we need to do one more. I don't know what the heck happened. Although I don't... Yeah, that one doesn't count. That raid... I want to beat this boss so bad. We got so close. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know what's going on, I'm playing the Warden class. It's really fun. We're trying to do it at this high level. I think I'm okay at this. I think I'm doing an okay job. I'm trying to manage stuff. The cool thing about playing Warden is that everyone else has like stuff to do, right? So when you play Captain, you have to keep buffs up. You have to hit the boss to get the to debuff it. You got to put up bleeds. You got to heal people. You got all sorts of things going. Everybody else has stuff, but I'm playing Warden. My job is literally, no joke, hit the boss. That is literally my job.
To battle!
So you're gonna see me just hitting the boss and doing nothing else for a long time. By the way. Warden's not too bad. It does get a little agitating sometimes when I find that my skills sometimes don't land. And especially as we get deeper into the raid night without resetting the plant, I find that it starts to get a little slow and gummy. It causes some skills not to go off. Not ideal. Is this me? You gotta be careful about that. Make sure you don't miss a skill. But other than that, that's why I'm trying to stay calm. If I get too excited, I will press my buttons on my keyboard too quickly and miss something. Oh, I'm second on aggro? I do not like that. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, someone got the eye in the raid. People getting tired and not paying attention. Then you miss like an eye here and whatever. Missing a debuff has kind of disastrous consequences sometimes. I'm not at 5. Luck. Don't ask questions, just do the raid. Questions, just do the raid. On your roll, best you can. Dies. Back in. Word. This build was a little slower than before. Loading. Get out of combat res going on him. Gonna enjoy a heal. Hungry. Get some extra health regen in combat. That might help me out a little bit. I don't know. See what we can do. Find Gorgar. Go. Make sure to use that skill from inside the banner. Yeah. Damage if I got. Hands up. I almost did that a little too fast. I will say, like, it's nice that I don't have to actually put the ads sometimes, but it kind of sucks because I do have some gaming skills that I use. So the closer that he is to ads, often I can put them for free. Like here, I can hit them both. And a little bit extra damage. Already dead. Tank's dead. I have aggro for sure. Oh no, bear taunted. Extremely fortuitous. Bear is dead. I am dead. Hit. And Scorching Flame. No! Also, Big Ed Mustafa Raiders, welcome to the raid stream. I've been raided so many times today. This is what happens when you just don't stop live streaming and everyone else is like, it's time to go to bed. Aha! Take that! That's what I... You guys didn't continue to throw your life away to the evening. Oh, God. Hey, what's up? I hope your stream was good. I hope you're all feeling good and living as, you know, it's end of the night sort of thing. Coke Zero. Oh man, I don't know how many hours ago was that. I went on some psychotic rant about the differences between Coke Zero and regular Coke. Anytime, man. Thanks for watching and supporting me by tossing me some viewers. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing really good.
Quest received.
Yeah, this has been a fun day. We've been going for 10 hours here today. This is exciting. Started out with some Dungeons & Dragons online raids, transitioned to Lotro raids, then ranting about class design, and then first boss completed. Then we got this boss down to 1%, and he was talking, and then we didn't beat it. You saw this was another Big Egg rant that gets us all assassinated? No Big Egg. Big Egg gets off scot-free tonight. Ooh, but that was exciting. Well, the raid is dissolving, which means actually I'm going to go to bed because I'm very, very tired. So that's how we have to do that because I have a ton of things to do tomorrow. So thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you had a fantastic time. I apologize that some of you just tuned in and then that's kind of like that's the end of it. I don't really have a choice, but we were so close on this one. Oh, hey, Bob. Well, how are you doing? I hope you have a good night. We were so close. Also, because you asked me like 3 times, for me personally, performance is so crazy up that the only time I notice it is I got to reset the client every once in a while. Don't know what that's about. Probably just the standard DDO Lotro memory leak. But yeah, that's amazing. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. Appreciate all ya. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel so that you get notified when I live stream, or ding the bell for notifications so it goes directly to your phone. What's a phone? It's this archaic device that you used to use when you would go outside to contact your friends or to be like, yo, I'm on my way, because you'd be on the subway train heading over to someone's place. Now you don't use it anymore. It just sits, you know, idly by as we all sit inside and can't really plan or do anything. Get notifications on your phone to ding that bell, and that way you get some use out of that device you paid a bunch of money for. And if you really like the channel, consider subscribing. I love streaming here, providing content for people, and each sub helps me continue to do that every single day. I don't stream every day. Technically, though, this counts as a Sunday stream, so that's 7 days, baby! And also, new YouTube video about coming out on Monday on youtube.com/StrimTom. YouTube video is going to be about my druid build that I've been playing, easy leveling druid in Dungeons & Dragons Online, something that you can play on a first life character, no items required, and it's going to get you through the game on the regular elite difficulty, which is pretty exciting, or if you have some gear and some past lives, Reaper mode, which is what I leveled with. On top of that, later in the week, I'm going to be taking the completion that we got of the first boss here of Beasts of Slaughter on Tier 3 and turning that into a YouTube video. The YouTube video that I put up of Shelob Tier 2, where I did kind of commentary over top of the actual run and explained what was going on in detail, seemed to get a lot of positive reviews. A bunch of people really like that. So whenever I get a new completion, I think I'm just going to put it out. It doesn't really take that much extra time to do, and if it's really appreciated, I do want to do that. So that's going to be coming out next week, so make sure you go to youtube.com/StrimTom if you like getting that type of content, and subscribe there. Anyway, I'm done shilling myself, and so now I need to raid somebody else and pass the buck along. And Big Ed Mustafa says, I'm supposed to raid French Girl Gaming? You got it! I'm not even going to ask a question. Let's raid. French Girl Gaming. Boom. Pass on the love. 3, 2, 1. Let's get the raid going. So yeah, so thank you everybody. I hope you had a fantastic time. I can't sleep. I'm so wired. I just wanted to keep running my face against this raid until we got it, because we were so close and I could have had all my jewelry. Are you kidding? Would have been so close. How did my viewers go up when I turned the live stream off? What is this? He's a French expat living in Australia? Oh, don't we all just want to live in Australia? That'd be nice. Anyways, this is going to be a big raid. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you, Night Crew, and I will see you all next time, which is Monday. We'll be back streaming on Monday. I'm taking tomorrow off. I got D&D. I got some other stuff to do. I'm going to keep talking until I cut myself off by clicking the Raid Now button. Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Oh, look at that. We're being raided with a party of 63. Stream Tom, thank you very much. Welcome, raiders. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you, thank you. Oh. And you were streaming Lord of the Rings. Fantastic. How was the stream? What were you up to? Hello. You got raid boss to less than